gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Your vacant touch peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare blocks me out, I'm blinded. In spite of my efforts to keep you satisfied, I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust. We rise and dust we go. Hear my voice speak through the walls of stone.
you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the main event Saturday of the inaugural 1v1 North American Open of the Rocket League Championship Series. We had 1,682 competitors enter the field. There's only 8 remaining. We got 28 minutes and 45 seconds until we see a kickoff between two wonderful players here, AJ and Chronic there. That is not the USA versus the Ultimates, as much as I would love to watch all of North America take on the Ultimates roster. We'll see that happen some other time here. I'm joined by Fear, Hercules, and Johnny Boy. Fear, ones in North America. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. I feel like I've been watching ones in North America for the longest time. I used to stream just North America before I started to expand to everybody. So a lot of these guys are the guys that I've been watching since the very beginning of me caring about Rocket League. So I'm stoked to be here.
This is gonna be exciting. Well, I mean, Herc, this is we're gonna do a 1v1 tournament in 2025. This is we announced this back at the World Championship last year. We've seen it for Europe and South America. Now we're gonna do it here for North America and the Middle East.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting because there's so many times I think back over the years where Rocket League has had these like very special events, and of course in my history, freestyling 1v1 was the one that got me into this whole world. But this is a much harder core version. This is a whole mode that we've all kind of grown up playing in, and now it is considered professional in our world.
This is a professional scene. Johnny, you've been a big part of the 1v1 scene for forever. For other than the fact that there's 2 less people on the field per team, What, in like one sentence, what's the biggest difference between 3v3 and 1v1s?
I'd say it's kind of related to that, but the space. It's all about the space.
Okay.
Space to make plays, space to choose between more options, and space for more play styles to be viable.
We'll get to see a lot of that space get utilized. We'll talk a little bit more about the strategies that these players will employ a little bit later on in this show, folks. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I thought Rocket League was 3v3. It usually is, folks. We've had so many 3v3 events over the course of this season. This is our second 1v1 portion of the tournament. The winners of today's event, the 1v1 open down there in the middle of that, or the end of that orange bar, the winners of the two events playing out today will compete in Raleigh for the chance to go to the World Championship and become the first ever RLCS 1v1 World Champion definitively. We're so excited about it, folks. The last chance qualifying the World Championship's coming up a little bit later on, but the 1v1s and the Raleigh Major, the next two things on the docket. So if you want to watch the winners of today's tournaments, today and tomorrow's tournaments here, compete, you can do that. Scan the QR code on your screen. Get your tickets to Raleigh, June 28th and 29th. You can be in the building. I'll say, I mean, Johnny, you were there with me in Birmingham when Yan and Moxie took on each other live. One of the coolest 1v1 things that's ever happened.
It's just so scripted. I mean, we should have known better when we saw Moxie going up 3-0. We should have known it was going to Game 7, 1v1 Grand Finals. Do have a tendencies to go to Game 7. I'd love to see that happen as well in Raleigh. And honestly, I could see it happen in Raleigh. It's amazing how stacked, how top heavy these events are in North America and in Mina.
We've got some of the best competitors in the world. We'll walk you through them here in just a little bit. Before we get there, though, let's talk about how things are going to work. How does this tournament work? It's going to be very similar to your 3v3 tournaments if you've watched it before, so don't worry about it too much. Very similar bracket situation. We, again, started out with 1,682 competitors. We are now down to just 8 here in North America. And they'll be playing a bracket very similarly, or actually exactly similarly to the one that the 3v3s play. So those upper bracket round 1 matches, if you win those, you go through to the semifinals. If you lose those, you drop to the quarterfinals. The lower bracket round 1 matches, though, are elimination matches. You lose those, you are out of the tournament. You win, you go to quarterfinals. So a little bit longer road for the people in that lower bracket round 1. Herc, how are the rules different here in 1v1s than in 3v3s?
So they're not too different, other than the fact that there are some special ones. So the one that my eye and your eyes should be on is the new forfeit rule. At the halfway point at 2:30, players do have the option to forfeit. There are going to be timeouts as well. There's a whole lot of stuff going on, but for the most part, it is very similar. Nothing too much to be freaking out over.
Yep, same things as the 1v1s. Everything's a best of 7, or same thing as 3v3, excuse me. Best of 7s. You can call one timeout. No coaches allowed, but you are also allowed to forfeit after half time in the game, so you don't have to just sit there and get blasted for the back half if someone's really got a crazy lead. Now, the North American Regional Open is not the only 1v1 event happening this weekend. Right now, actually, the Middle East North Africa is playing through their bracket. They will be crowning their champion today. We will know who is going to Raleigh before this show is over, and we'll keep you posted on how those things are going. Twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina, or is it Mina Rocket League? I forget which one it is. I think it's Mina.
It's Rocket League Mina, yeah.
Rocket League Mina. Okay, Rocket League Mina. I had it right the first time. Shouldn't have second guessed myself. They are live right now. Go check them out, folks, and we can show you. We will actually be showing the grand finals of their tournament on this show right now. Right now, it looks like Killiers versus Dr. Known is 2-1 in favor of Dr. Known. Again, you can check out that match at twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina, folks. But we'll be showing their grand finals on our broadcast before our last match of the day. So they've had a pretty crazy tournament over there. This is, again, it will be our schedule so far, or our schedule today. We will start things off with AJ versus Chronic. That's what the clock's counting down to in the bottom corner. We will finish things off with Wavy versus Diaz, but right there in between Zapato, Sivo, and Wavy Diaz will be the Mina Grand Finals on our broadcast. So you can, if you just want to watch the Grand Finals, keep it locked right here. We'll have you covered there. Let's talk about their bracket here a little bit, Fear, because I mean, have there been many surprises in Mina so far?
I wouldn't say there have been a ton of surprises so far. We have seen things go into plan as far as people who have been in the 1v1 scene following all these players for a long time. We've got Rawasa and Nupo on opposite sides of the bracket there late. Those two are coming in as probably the big favorites and might match up in the grand final. So that's definitely the thing to watch out for, considering we're going to be covering that match here.
See Johnny Clears here trying to play against, he's down against Dr. Gnome, but if he gets past Nubo, you can see a Falcons v Falcons grand finals. His teammates are making it far in the bracket.
Yeah, just all kinds of other outplay potential available when you're up against your twin brother. You know, we could see some cheeky little monitor cable tugs, maybe some little projectiles being thrown inside and outside of the game. We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, that would be a crazy run for Clears. He's got to go through Dr. Known and now Poso. I'd be amazed if he makes it.
With being twins, they could just rock, paper, scissors at the end of the tournament and just decide who actually goes to Raleigh. We wouldn't know, you know, like. Anyways, let's talk about the players here.
Hold on.
They're both going.
Twins, they can do things like that. We wouldn't know, right? Anyway, let's talk about the players, though. Dr. Known, he's one of the players in the tournament currently up on Clears there in the match that they're playing right now here. How known is Dr. Known, Fear?
Dr. Known is pretty known for the 1v1 scene. He is, you know, we're really talking about this story a lot in terms of youngsters who came up on the scene through 1v1 before they got into RLCS. Dr. Known has shown some success recently in threes, but before that, he was a 1v1 player that actually everyone was likening him to another 1v1er, O'Khaled, because every time there's a top player, everyone's looking to just try and recreate the same player again. So he got a lot of those comparisons. He's been playing really great in 1v1. I think he's a guy to look out for. I think his series just got tied with Clears. But Dr. Known, a youngster who's back in the ones game after he started in the ones game, went out for a little bit. Now he's back grinding like a lot of people are for this RLCS 1v1 event.
We'll see. Again, you can tune in and watch Dr. Known play right now. Let's talk about Nush and Ops here. They're going to be the next matchup on the broadcast. Johnny, who's Nush? Tell me about Nush.
Well, so we just talked about Dr. Known. These are Dr. Known's, well, they were all teammates together last season. They all came into RLCS with the age limit being reduced to 13 last season. These guys thought, great, we don't have to wait till we're 15 anymore. Let's just all go play it together. And they had a great debut season. Now they're starting to become a bit more experienced. But I'd say Nush he's the favorite there. Ops has been putting up some pretty impressive results. But Nush is a very, very mechanical player. He's a very fun player to watch. He's actually got a really crazy montage on his YouTube channel I'd recommend you guys check out if you're into that kind of thing, and if you like watching some crazy goals.
Here we get Ops on the other side of things. I mean, Fear, Johnny mentioned that Nush is the favorite. How big of a favorite is he here?
I'd say he's a pretty strong favorite. Nush and Dr. Known have grinded a lot more ones, played in matches and tournaments. Ops is not a bad 1v1 player. I think a lot of times the 1v1 players on the teams will get kind of more highlights than the other two. Dr. Known and Nush have played in tournaments, but Ops finds himself pretty high on the ones leaderboard before, and getting to this place, you know, the top 8 in Mina, or top 6, I guess now, in Mina is not easy to do. He's went through a lot of strong players, and maybe he can make a name for himself by taking down Nush, but I think Nush has got to be the favorite.
Now, Roas here, Herc, is going to be waiting for the conclusion of the quarterfinals. For both Roas and Clears, they got to contend with the fact that they have qualified for the 3v3 portion of Raleigh. So if they were to win here today, they have 2 tournaments to prepare for when they get to the LAN.
Honestly, I feel like they would thrive in that sort of situation. Like, a lot of the times you hear that players don't really want to do the extra work when it comes to doing 2 things at once as far as RLCS goes. But I don't know. I think either of the twins would love the challenge of trying to get multiple event wins at a LAN.
I mean, and Johnny, how distinct are the twins in 1v1? When you watch, if I were to show you a Roas play and a Clears play and not put their name on them, could you tell them apart?
Yeah, Roas would be in net. Clears probably would not be in net. You'd be challenging. So I mean, Roas is he's a one-of-a-kind player in 1v1. He makes impossible saves look possible. He makes air dribble bumps look like a completely invalid strategy against him. Whereas Clears prefers to go out there and challenge in the midfield. He wants to get the get the ball off of his opponent before they take a shot, whereas Roas is quite happy to let those shots come at him and maybe mix in the challenges. So the defense is the big difference there. Clear's super physical offensive player as well, though. When it does come to dribble bumps, he's top tier.
Well, the favorite of the tournament, Fear, I'm being told by everybody, is Nupo, who is waiting in the semifinals right now. What makes Nupo stand out so heavily in what is already a very strong Rocket League region?
I mean, Nupo, what you'll notice when you watch him play, if you haven't seen him play before, is considering the fact that he's a favorite, normally the kind of favorites in 1v1 are really safe. They seem to play a style that takes very little risk because it's no teammates to help you out in this 1v1 game mode. Nupo has never been a fan of playing that way, and he hasn't changed. You know, even when he came on the scene, he was having struggles from leaving too many open nets. Now he's cleaned it up, but he's kept all the madness. So he's going to be moving faster than you probably see anybody else. He's always the fastest player in threes when you look at the stats afterwards. Probably the same exact thing in ones. He is all over the pitch, but he's doing it at a level that nobody else can match. So he's finding wins.
He's got the skills, but does he have the mental wherewithal to hold up throughout the entire tournament? They will be playing their grand finals today, so we will show you the winner of the Mina tournament a little bit later on. Right now, Clears versus Dr. Known. 3 minutes left in the game. Clears is up 6-1 in game 5. So Dr. Known's going to have to figure something out there. Probably a forfeit incoming here on that one. They'll go next, folks. But again, twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina. You can catch the rest of that tournament if you want to watch more than just the grand finals we'll be showing you on our broadcast. Let's talk about North America. 16 minutes, 43 seconds until we kick off the main event. Let's talk about who made it through the groups here. Herc watching Group A. I heard you were watching Wavy. How did his tournament go?
Oh my gosh, he's had a really, honestly, I would say fun run, to be honest. It's been good vibes. I did get to do his watch party in the initial qualifier and learned a couple of interesting things about him that I started to pick up on, one of which was he said the focus was going to be recovery. I feel like that's bailed him out of a lot of important moments, and it's led him all the way to an upper bracket quarterfinal.
He is in the upper bracket there. He'll be having his first match against Diaz a little bit later on today. Any other notable matches here, Fear, from the Group A?
Yeah, I was actually covering the Evo versus First Killer match, and I've seen those guys play a lot. I've seen Evo play a lot. I've seen First Killer play a lot. And yet I've still never seen a match like that one. For those of you who are watching with me, you know what I'm talking about. Evo insisted on playing only defense, which is usually not a good idea. Sure, there's some defensive-minded players, but Evo was like not clearing the ball out when he had chances. He's just letting First Killer take it over and over, and then somehow ended up still winning the series. I don't know how he did it, but Evo, if he can play that perfectly defensively, I mean, he can't lose, but I think he has to get a little bit of offense if he wants to make sure he takes down some of these top dogs.
The top 4 results over there on the board made it through to today's bracket. Same thing here for Group B, Johnny. Any big surprises here in Group B?
Surprises? I don't think so. Zapato alongside Diaz and AJ were the 3 clear favorites to make it out. Then the 4th spot was a bit more up in the air. And Wiz is the player who managed to snatch that one off of Reveal in a tense game 5. Great to see Wiz repping the Greek flag there. He is a dual national Greek American, and we saw in the other group as well with the El Salvador flag for Cosmic. I think he's a tri-national, if I'm going to trust Wikipedia on that. USA, Mexico, El Salvador. Bit selfish. I wish I had another nationality. I feel like cooler than just being British. But yeah, Wiz is a really fun ones player to watch, because I think this is easily his furthest he's made it in an RLCS event, being into a top 8 in ones. You know, that's the same as making it into a top 3 in 3v3. And he's a player who's actually been around the NA1 scene for a while, kind of came up at the same time as a few of the other guys, Evo, Zapato, and a couple of other guys in that kind of generation. And he's solid. He's a really, really solid player. Happy to see him having a good run here. If you want some, results, if you don't believe me, it's just saying that he's solid. He's had a 2-2 all-time score against Chronic, so they played 4 times. He's won 2 of those. He's 2-3 against Evo, so some of the players in this tournament he's had a good record against. 3-1 all-time against Zapato. He can really do something here in this top 8.
Well, and Fear, I feel like this is maybe an obvious question, or there's an obvious answer to this question for us here, but I know that there's going to be viewers in chat who are wondering, if you're a player as good as Wiz is, why not play threes? Why not be on a threes roster? How is this the first time we're hearing about a player this good?
I think that there are some players that maybe specialize a little bit more in one mode versus the other. In a lot of cases, the overlap in just Rocket League talent pure is going to translate anywhere you go. I know Wiz has been wanting to be in the RLCS for a while. I mean, all these top players are trying to grind in, and turns out 1v1 ended up becoming part of the RLCS, and that is his way through. So I'm excited to see Wiz. I had talked to him at a LAN before. He told me he was going to make it. He's made it. He made it through 1v1. Yeah. Maybe he was hoping to make it through 3v3, but he made it either way.
Well, and what an opportunity, Herc, for players who have been trying to break into the 3v3 scene. This is like maybe the best platform for them to show off, hey, I'm good, scout me, give me the roster tryout next season.
It reminds me of the Moxie interview where he was talking about how he was having that debate on retiring because he wasn't really making it in threes, and then he saw the 1v1 announcement, was like, whoa, let's put that on hold. I get to do what I specialize in, and it's like you said, it has been this snowball effect for him. So I'm very excited what it's going to be doing for the NA players as well.
Well, let's talk about the rest of the NA field he's got to go through here, because there are 8 competitors still alive. We will play the first 4 matches today. We will play the remaining 5 matches tomorrow here. Favorites for the tournament, underdogs. Johnny, how do you see the field as it stands right now?
I think for me, the out-and-out favorite is Diaz. He's been dominant in the Americas as a whole for the past year or so in ones, but it's not a completely, clear favorite. You've got, a threat for him in his upper bracket round 1 today. Wavy is a serious threat. He's actually got a good matchup head-to-head against Diaz, despite the fact that Diaz is much better against the field. Can't underestimate experienced players like First Killer and Chronic in the lower bracket, and even Evo with the super defensive playstyle. It's tough. Diaz clear favorite, but there are 4 players along in the next tier below, I'd say.
You see so Diaz the clear favorite here. If you had to pick a dark horse here, a player that it's not going to be Diaz, who's taking the tournament down?
You know what? I think if I'm not going to pick Diaz, I want to go First Killer, Evo, or Wavy, but I'm actually going to talk about someone else. I want to talk about someone else. Not exact answer to your question, but it's a guy who's in the upper bracket who hasn't been mentioned yet. Zapato is another one of those guys who has been playing 1v1 since forever. He's representing Mexico, and he's been doing a great job. I mean, he's had a bracket that you could argue is maybe a little bit easier than some of the other guys who have made it into the top 4. But he can't pick that. He can't decide who he plays against. All he can do is boot into the lobby and get the win. And he's been booting into the lobby and getting the win against some players that he used to not to. He played AJ, which is a guy I think historically probably has the edge on him in order to get into this upper bracket. So Zapatos is cooking. I want to see a world in which Zapatos could maybe be that dark horse. I wouldn't say that if you force me to pick right now, I would, but I want to believe.
No, I like it. I mean, Herc, do you have a favorite? Do you have anyone else?
I have streamer bias right now. I'm like, oh yeah, Wavy's gonna full send, everybody's going away, and then Johnny Boy and Fear will laugh at me when we make a top 2. Top 2 is our minimum.
Okay.
He can make it. Wavy's good. I think I'd back him to be a true contender here. Not a bad pick at all, in my opinion.
I don't feel as bad anymore.
I feel like a lot of the players too. There's got to be a little bit of relief here playing ones of man, I've spent my whole career being the best player on my team, trying to drag 2 other losers across the finish line. Finally, it's just me. Let me get it done here in RLCS. We'll see who's able to take the challenge today. Let's talk a little bit about playstyles, though. Okay, again, a lot of viewers here, Johnny, never have watched ones in this capacity before. They're used to 3v3. They're used to players having to make split-second decisions before someone's tackling them in the midfield here. You mentioned earlier there's a lot more space to work with. How does that play out in the meta?
So yeah, you said it. You said it correctly. The 3v3 meta is so fast-paced that very often there is only one play available, and that's good to go as fast as possible, hit the ball as hard as possible. Because if you don't, somebody else is going to beat you to it. But 1v1 will give you the options, the players in offense, especially with the the flip resets that are so automatic these days. If a player gets an early reset on an air dribble and doesn't get immediately challenged, they could use that whenever they want. And in 3s, you wouldn't have that luxury. You're going to get challenged immediately. In 1s, if you get challenged immediately, you're just going to use it and get past that challenge and then get the nets open. Yep. So you won't see those rush challenges every time like you will in 3s. You'll get to see players take their time with their air dribbles, with their resets.
I mean, we can take a look at it here, Herc, of Diaz going for a cross-pitch air dribble, something we don't usually see in 3s because you usually don't have the space to make it happen, but a normal part of the meta here.
And that's what makes ones so much fun, because this is stuff that so many players are capable of, right? But now you have the space and the time, and oh my gosh, like Fear and Johnny have been mentioning too, if you are a casual 3s player, you don't really get to see some of these players that often, and when you do, I promise it is the most jaw-dropping stuff that you will have the privilege to get to experience.
Yeah, Fear, I mean, is Diaz, correct me if I'm wrong, kind of introduced the air dribble, the cross-pitch air dribble here to the ones meta.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people doing air dribbles. First it was very consistently from the midfield off a kickoff. Then it was in the back corner off the side wall. What Diaz does the best is just a full back wall. Like, you get cleared. Oftentimes it's hard to bring the ball down. So Diaz said, instead of bringing the ball down into a dribble, I'll just take it the entire length of the field all the way to the net and score consistently, which is not something that's easy to do. And yet you'll see Diaz do it like at least one, maybe even twice per game in all of his matches.
I see. The entire cross pitch air dribbles, the signature shot there for Diaz. Understood. How about Zapatos? What makes his play style more unique?
Zapatos is, well, first off, you're going to notice right away, he's in Ascentio. He's in Ascentio, and you don't often see players in Ascentio. And he's got his classic colorway. He's got his brand going. I love to see it. And the Ascentio has some special properties like some flicks that look absolutely amazing when you see him as he puts one top right. But the other thing about Zapatos, not just his flicks, is his kickoff. He has a really strong wave dash kickoff that he is, instantly mentioned by when his opponents talk about him. Like, oh, Zapatos, I don't have to go against that kickoff. He's very consistent with it. There's lots of kickoffs you can do. Zapatos is more of a one-trick pony in a way, so he could be countered if players, stop going to the kickoff at all against him. But if they're going to keep throwing himself at the ball over and over and over, Zapatos is going to get first possessions, and there are lots of kickoffs in ones. So getting those first possessions are huge. If Zapatos can do that, use his flick, use some of his mechanics, because he's kind of freestyle-y as well, he could really go crazy.
Okay. I mean, when we talk about unique play styles, or just talk about like the character of the player in your mind, Johnny, when you think about Evo, we hear like Zapato's got this kickoffs, got this Ascentio, like a very distinct personality. Is there a distinct personality for Evo on the pitch?
It's dynamic, it's changing, because he used to, for me, just be pretty cookie cutter NA style, just, get boost and then air dribble and reset, and he's still got that, but he's added in a fascinatingly reactive defensive style, which he's extremely good at. So he will frustrate opponents. He'll just leave the ball near his net, wait for them to hit it into him and give it away, and then he'll hit them on the counter, and that is a disgusting flick. That's absolutely absurd. He's got a jack of all trades offensive style, but the defense, just being so willing, so comfortable, sitting behind the ball, letting his opponent come at him is really cool to see. And yeah, look out for, we didn't see any yesterday, at least successful ones. Look out for the pre-flip flick. He's very good at those as well.
Look out for him, folks. We'll point them out when they happen in game. Now, First Killer is maybe the player, Herc, who needs the least amount of introduction in this. And if you're a 3v3 fan coming into the tournament, you'd be like, oh, First Killer's going to clean this up easy, right?
Questionable. He is in the lower bracket round 1. But yes, like you said, no introduction needed. This is NA's 1v1 GOAT, an obvious fan favorite. People have been so stoked that he did end up showing up to this particular event. Very mechy, very, very quick, efficient, counterattacks on point. Defensively, where he needs to be for an event like this, right? But the bigger question was, how did you end up in a lower? It was a little bit questionable. He fell to Evo in a game 5, but I don't know. He has a pretty decent run. It could just be like a warm-up for a potential final.
Okay. Keep an eye on FK, always a threat in these 1v1 tournaments. Now, we did see a little taste of it there at the end of his package. I do think it's important, Fear, that we introduce everyone to the cringiest part of 1v1s, that being air dribble bumps. This is going to happen all day.
The coolest part.
Oh, okay. You weren't calling it cool in rehearsal.
Coolest part.
Yeah, Wavy. We're going to look at Wavy here as he goes to do a few air dribble bumps. It is a really essential part of ones. The best way to really defend against them in the first place is to not allow them to happen and never have to back off. There are some players who can handle it when it has been set up. And as you can see, Cosmic here probably let it get set up a few too many times. But Wavy is the kind of guy who is your ones purist. There's a lot of players who kind of play ones that can grind up maybe without being as mechanical and as insane. Now, Wavy actually is that. You can see that when he plays threes and whatnot. But the way he plays his ones is a little bit more like Moxie style, a little bit more safe, a little bit more air dribble bump, a little bit more what we're used to seeing. And it's the kind of style that did really well on LAN against Yan when we saw Moxie versus Yan. So if Wavy can get himself to LAN, and if there are nerves there and he gets to play that regular style that he's used to, I think it might be an advantage to him.
I mean, we talked about it in Birmingham a lot, that the nerves of being on a stage in front of 10,000, 5,000 people, however many people are in the building, by yourself. You don't have your teammates around you. Completely new situation for any player, no matter how experienced they are. But that's a future problem. These players need to win today. They need to win tomorrow to earn the opportunity to do that here. Quickly, while we're talking about play styles, Johnny, we've touched on it a little bit. We talked about Zapatos' kickoffs and stuff. But for viewers who have mainly watched 3v3, they're used to 3v3 kickoffs. It's a whole different world. I think we should just touch on kickoffs really quickly.
Yeah, you got to look out for the fakes. You got to look out for just straight half flips leaving the ball, delays, The wave dash kickoff, the standard kickoff. But, even if it does look pretty standard from both players, there are changes being made. The approach angle, the dodge angle, so many different things, can be happening. So if you really lock in and pay attention, you'll spot the mind games that the players are going for. But if you're kind of just sitting back watching it in your peripheral vision, then it'll just go over your head. I sometimes catch myself doing this where a kickoff goal will go in. I'll be like, guys, just going to be completely honest. Didn't watch the previous one. Didn't really pay attention to what happened there. It's just in the net. Happens. But we're all going to be fully locked in today, seeing if we can spot any tendencies that players might be trying to exploit.
I mean, is it like, I will say, if you're like to a casual viewer, I think it sometimes just feels like rock, paper, scissors on kickoff. Like how often when a player loses a kickoff goal, are they like, yep, that's on me. I should have seen that. I should have been aware of that. That doesn't just feel random to them.
At this tournament, I'd say all of them, right?
Yeah.
These guys all the time, and all the Rocket League streamers, no, they're just gonna say it's lucky, right?
The pros should, if they're not already, I mean, the reality is it is a skill-based game. It's one of the best things. I mean, other than your respawn RNG, which some players seem to be better at than others, there is no luck. There's always a back and forth in those, and these players don't get to this level without recognizing, that there needs to be a switch up on kickoffs. And in fact, I think it's where you see a lot of players still aren't as used to it, like 3v3 players who maybe dabbled because they knew they were pretty good in ones, and then getting frustrated in long matches because somebody is adjusting their kickoffs and is making the right play, and then they're slamming their head like, oh, the only reason I'm losing is kickoffs. Well, it's part of the skill here in ones, and for the guys who have practiced it a lot, they're not going to have any issues adjusting and doing what they need to do.
Well, we are waiting for the players to get into the lobby and get ready to go here. We'll be moving on just a moment. I am curious as we talk about the prize pool here, folks. It's important to note no points on the line, because if you win today, you go forward. There's literally the only thing that matters. So $10,000 for one player as well, by the way. You get to take that entire cash prize pool all to yourself. Definitely a lucrative tournament to compete in here. Everyone today making at least $2,500, even if you show up and just lose out in the tournament. We have, again, 4 matches to play today, 5 matches to play tomorrow. Here's how things are going in the Middle East right now. Killiers has advanced to face off against Nupo in the semifinals. They'll be playing Ops versus Nush next. So twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina if you want to watch that tournament go down. Here's our tournament that we will be playing today before we cover the Mina Grand Finals there in the middle. The 4 matches on the left side will be played in full. We will have our quarterfinals and semifinals set to go for Championship Sunday tomorrow. Wavy versus Diaz will crown the end of the day. We'll have the Mina Grand Finals right before that. We'll get to see the Shoes take on Evo as well. We'll see Wiz take on First Killer. But to kick things off, welcome AJ. AJ back to the North American RLCS. He's going to be taking on Chronic here to kick things off for main event Saturday. And Herc, I feel like there's going to be some viewers out there going to go, wait, who's this AJ guy? I don't know who this is.
Oh yeah, that's for the not real fans. You guys missed a crazy era. I do gotta say though, we were talking about it off stream a little bit. We're curious if he got the Botox injections for this weekend. Like, how locked in is AJ for this event?
Yeah, I mean, this is AJ. I mean, historically, this is a very close matchup. Yes, Fear?
Yeah. AJ and Chronic have played for a long time. It's kind of like one of the North American classics. There's a great site that covers all the different matchups they've played a ton of times. It's 7-6, I think, in favor of AJ. I looked it up earlier, and now I'm starting to forget. But this one could tie it up if Chronic takes it out. He could tie up the series all time. These top dogs have been reigning forever, and I think we're going to see a really classic style NA wall dribble to reset type 1v1 between these two. And I guess I'll not tell you who I think is going to come on top just yet.
Okay. Well, we're getting there. Johnny, I mean, it sounds like it's a 50-50 in the stats. Is it a 50-50 in your mind?
Oh, I mean, for me, you guys say surely. I'll spoiler this one. Surely Chronic takes this as the active pro and not the retired pro. Even though AJ is still a monster and he's still participating at a pretty high level, Chronic is, he's the favorite here because he's active. He's got to win this. Okay. Herc, who you got?
I'm not gonna lie, that was my same reasoning on it too. I just felt like Chronic is just still in the swing of things.
Okay. Active pro versus retired pro. How do you feel about it, Fear?
I think I gotta go with Chronic on this one. It also will tie up the series all time. Chronic is he's gaming still. AJ, I don't know how fresh he's kept his ones. Maybe secretly he's been keeping his ones completely fresh and we're gonna look silly, but I gotta go Chronic.
Guys. If when we said
Are
this
you gonna
earlier,
do
we talked about the players, who have been trying to drag two teammates across the finish line. If there's a player that's at the top of that list, AJ has been trying to find teammates his whole career, and he's finally here in RLCS by himself. Give me AJ. Come on, he's gonna get it.
Is that a Squishy and Garrett diss? Is that what you're
That's
trying to get at here?
It's just sometimes it just doesn't work out. You know? Sometimes you're the least young in a group of old people. I don't know. Anyways, folks, it's very close in chat. We're very close on the desk as well. It is very close in the stats. How's it gonna go down? It's time, folks, for the kickoff of the first ever North American 1v1 Regional Open. How about it? Winner of this tournament goes to Raleigh, folks. It's AJ versus Chronic. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Well. If it isn't North America, 1v1 Rocket League has made its way to the Western Hemisphere, and we're gonna have an absolute ball. I'm your boy T-Base. I'm gonna be joined along with Johnny Boy for this great gameplay. Kicking it off on Manfield night. Match number 1, let's get into it. JB!
Teammates.
How you living,
Good
man? You ready to
job.
it's good to have me on?
Oh, I'm right now, man. I had to come over here. I'm usually just over here for the European shows, but I heard 1v1 was happening, so I had to come over here and join you. Off to a good start is Chronic. Both players had very little boost. AJ thought he was the one who was being cheeky there with the bump, and he ended up wrong side of the ball.
Ended up on the wrong side of the ball indeed. JB, I mean, listen, we got a lot of probably new 1v1 fans watching. Of course, we all know plenty of fans are watching your stream and Fear stream, but looking at this matchup, what should the people expect to see?
This is it right here. This is what you're going to see. You're going to see plenty off-the-wall air dribbles. Both these guys like to just retreat, grab boost, let the opponent come at them. And AJ spotted an opening here. Chronic out of position. Thought he had time to get the corner boost. AJ thinks not.
Yeah, clearly, Chronic a little caught out right there. AJ just catches it right there. That's beautiful. Bottom left corner placement. That's what it takes in order to win a game like this. You know, put me out there, I might miss, but that's why AJ's out there. Chronic's out there as well. 1-1.
You told me earlier on, T-Base, the 1v1 is one of the reasons you got into RLCS, you got into it as a fan. What were your favorite players back then? Were either of these guys on your watch list?
Oh, well, I mean, we got to throw it back, way back to 12 Titans, of course. 12 Titans. Hey, I think the video came out in January. It's on YouTube for those of you young cats you ain't never seen it before. Go watch it. Scrub Killer, Cuxer, Squishy, of course, Latch, Evo, Turbo, I think was even in that tournament. Just seeing on them play back in the day was something just sensational. Just being able to see the individual prowess that players had. Way back then, you thought it was revolutionary, and now, I mean, you see AJ going off the ceiling just so casually. You would just won the whole tournament with these, of course, but that was one of the reasons that got me into Rocket League in general.
Yeah, and I'm sure many likewise. I mean, I've long time been a fan of this game mode. I keep that secret, so you probably didn't know that. But AJ, he's been around for a long time in the one scene. He's been around as the young mechanical player way back in the day. Then he was the experienced player. Now he's coming back from retirement, just to remind everybody that he's still got it. Going till a Chronic who's just put himself up 2-1. You know, it's mostly going to be aerial game deciding this one, but you can't underestimate the ground game. AJ just waiting to see what kind of flick mechanics Chronic's going to bring to the table today. That is a pretty solid one.
Pretty solid one indeed. AJ played a little passive right there. Wanted to see what Chronic had. Gave him a chance to have his dance, and Chronic took down whatever took time. And so far, the kickoffs, Johnny, you know I'm so excited about being here with you. I'm excited to learn from the kickoff man himself, because I listen all the time. But now I'm gonna know in live time, and you really can deduct and analyze what the heck is going on. I'm here to learn. I'm really here to learn.
I mean, I do have one. I remember I casted Chronic against, I think it was Abjack one time, and he was losing every kickoff. And he actually just hopped in a Discord call with me, asked what he's got to do. It really is as simple sometimes. You just got to flip the other way. Like a lot of you guys watching, you go into 1v1, 2v2, doesn't matter the game mode, you do the same kickoff every time. And you wonder, why am I losing all the kickoffs? Well, all you got to do sometimes is try flipping the other way. If you're flipping left into the ball every time, try flipping right. And even at this level, a small adjustment like that can result in a kickoff goal for you as opposed to the opponent.
A lot of space here for Chronic. Big save from AJ. Chronic had a little dribble earlier, so up by one. Gets bumped down by AJ, but gets back, bumped to the back. Oh, be a save. No, it's not. The momentum from AJ too strong.
Well, that would have been unreal. AJ did such a good job bumping Chronic. Chronic landed on the backboard, though. And AJ spotted that, respected the recovery, muscles it through, and ties the game. It's nearly all twos on the scoreboard. We got the random 3 there, ruining it for us. But both these players up until now have been pretty standard. There was a slight delay there from Chronic, as he wanted to try and mess with AJ's timing. AJ kind of showing how to play against that. Just make sure you flip through the ball. Try to get multiple touches on it, and you'll take control.
Just for the people at home, this is the best of 7, right?
This is a best of 7 route to the top 8, and AJ's up 1. The retired pro out of the retirement home. The Unk mechanics are too strong.
Unk mechanics, that's a beautiful flick. Don't call that Unk, call that discipline. That's discipline right there. Listen,
Unks are mechanical these days, teammate.
That's right. That's right. All y'all watching this, you don't always have to go up in the sky and do air dribble reset pogo. You don't have to do all that flash. Sometimes just bring it back down. Keep it simple. That's what AJ's been doing so far. And honestly, I was a little surprised looking at the predictions. Y'all all predicting Chronic like AJ wasn't at the top of the NA1 team for like 5, 6, 7 years. Gives another one right here to his name.
Oh my goodness.
AJ coming out balling in game number 1.
And you gotta wonder how much of this will put the pressure on Chronic. You were talking about him being the favorite because he is the guy who's still active. But will that put pressure on Chronic knowing that he's supposed to win this? He's up against the guy who's retired, who's playing for content. Yeah, that delay kickoff does work. That's really good stuff for Chronic. And the key here, compared to the last time that Chronic did this, is that AJ didn't get a second touch on this one. He's trying to go single jump into that. Didn't get that second touch.
That's two times. Chronic's already busted out delay, switching to kickoffs early. I had to laugh. I feel like I was watching the stream. I want to hear you say, I can't wait to see what he does this time or something like that, but it's okay. There's a normal kickoff from Chronic right there. Kept it simple. Still has possession, though. Has all the boosts in the world. Bumps AJ out. And it's tied up. Just with a little over 1:30 left. A little less than, I should say.
That's still smart. Chronic just driving underneath AJ, preventing the recovery from coming through in time, and that enabled Chronic, to score the open net uncontested. A tense game 1, and now it's AJ with the delayed kickoff. Chronic gonna get back and intercept it. Still a good position for AJ though.
What? Defense, good defense right there from Chronic. AJ, I feel like he kind of gave away an opportunity right there. Could have went to the sidewall if he wanted to, brought it up top. Instead, still has possession right here though, so there's still opportunity to be had. AJ air dribble on the way. And we're gonna see her bump. Chronic up early. Oh! A mistake from Chronic, I believe. He should have kept going.
There's a little baby bump as well from AJ. Just right there, tapped him. Yeah, Chronic thought that was going to be just a free ball dropping back down to the ground. AJ just gave him a love tap into the net. 1:03 to go. AJ in front. Chronic does have the ball though off the kickoff. Both players trying to push that one through to the side. Oh, look at this. AJ bumped into the boost. What a recovery.
Oh, that's lovely. That's what you want to see. Get a bump to your name. Why not? Oh, I thought he just got to fake him out right there too, just for pure class. Just for pure convenience. Chronic opportunity right here. Brings it back down. A little passive from Chronic right there. You kind of want to see him go for the net. Thought AJ was going to make a mistake, and now it's all AJ's fault. Here we go, up top. Chronic trying to beat him on the ceiling. AJ's going to go right by. No, he's not. Chronic's there.
It's good defense from Chronic. He needs to get a hold of the ball, though. AJ's knocking at the door again with a reset. Oh, what a save. Chronic is going to recover and get the boost as well. That is a huge turnaround chance for him to counter with the air dribble. He's going with the bomb, but he's knocked him out the sky, and he's hit the ball into the top left. Nearly hit the post there, but it did go on target.
It sure did go on target. AJ got caught out barely, and Chronic hits him with an air dribble bump. Demo. This time around, got enough speed. And with 14 seconds left, game number 1. 5-5. Kickoff here.
It's a big one. It looks like AJ's going to have the advantage. Boost goes to him. Chronic has to retreat. AJ's time flipping away, so he knows he's got time. Low 50. AJ with a chance to maybe go direct here. Decides to go backboard. Bumps Chronic on the way down. Air roll shot. Can't go on target, though. Chronic survives and makes it to overtime.
Listen, if we were in Raleigh right now, the lights would have gone red. Overtime, game number 1. Chronic wins possession. Sidewall. This is free play for all the pros at this level. Looks for a low. He doesn't shoot again. He goes for a low big. What? He had the whole entire right side of the net. I'm just confused.
He's trying to catch him pre-jumping. He's thinking AJ's going to go up in the air and read the flip reset going high, but I mean, this is a popular shot. He's trying to catch AJ again with the same idea. AJ's not falling for it, but the boost steal still comes through for Chronic.
Whoa! Almost caught him snapping right there. Low ground pitch. AJ turns with no boost. Oh, just to keep Chronic honest right there. That's really good from AJ. Now he's got 100. Chronic still has possession, though. All right, AJ, I'm challenging. That's nice. That's real nice right there. Oh, the boost grab. You don't want to see that.
Oh, he's doing so well. AJ thought he could win that race to the boost. Now he's just trying to manage what little he does have. He does have the direction to face the ball, though. Chronic did it, and Chronic nearly had his bluff called on that play. AJ predicted that he wouldn't go for this. Now he takes it back into the corner. Chronic a little bit lacking in momentum, lacking in boost. AJ on the counter has to look for a long way around it. This is an incredibly long overtime in game 1. We don't usually get 1 minute plus overtimes in 1v1. We're on the road to 2.
On the road to 2 right here. AJ gets Chronic jumping early. I don't know, Chronic, he just seems like he has to be that composed, and he's in composure big enough. AJ knocks him right back in, and he's going to take game number 1.
1 minute 36 into OT. AJ catches Chronic on the wrong side of the ball. Chronic thought the fight was for the boost, but AJ goes direct and scores on the counter. That is a monster overtime and a huge win for AJ, who you fancy the chances to win this one, teammates. Is this the kind of opening you're expecting?
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, if we were talking about it all time at 7-6, I felt like both players are still really matched. I know that AJ's retired and Chronic's still playing and all that jazz, but I mean, you don't lose your ability. AJ's definitely still in the game. He's definitely still putting in the work. And he was at the top of the 1 scene in NA for so long. Him first killer in the lights, alongside Chronic, of course. So when you got these two going up against each other, you kind of expect them to have good games. And AJ, I think he played a really solid one. Chronic, on the other hand, though, he showed a little pass in this, I really believe, a couple times. A couple of those sidewall setups where he gets his reset. He brings the ball back down, has 70-60 boost to work with. He just brings it back down, going for a ground pitch to the bottom right corner, or opposite corner, depending on whether he's coming from the right or left. You kind of want him to at least try from that, really make AJ work 3 times in a row. It's not going to be successful in my eyes. You got to make AJ have to at least think about what's going on. So, Chronic, expect him to be a little better this time around.
Yeah, he started off with a shot that's been extremely popular recently. It's that wave dash shot, just faking a high reset and then trying to just wave dash to scoot the ball underneath pre-jumps in front of defenders who lose their momentum. But AJ's clearly been doing his research on Chronic. He knows that Chronic likes to do this. And he's just sitting on the ground saying, hey, Chronic, if you're not going to hit that shot top shelf, I'm on the ground ready to save anything that comes low at me. So credit to AJ, he's clearly done his homework and he didn't panic. A lot of players, even at the highest level, will panic when they see the reset on the ball. They're thinking, he could put that top shelf, I better jump, and then it goes under them. So Chronic has to now do that. He has to show AJ that we know he's capable, but he has to show AJ that he's willing to commit to that top shelf shot, which is a lot more all in. But if he doesn't do it at least once, AJ's not going to respect it.
He shouldn't respect it. So why respect something that your opponent's not showing to you that he can do? Game number 2, AJ, big overtime W. That was about a minute 30, minute 40 in, plus overtime. Usually these games go right for kickoff. At least when I'm watching your screen, watching Fear. And so he tried for a little ground pitch right there again. Chronic, yeah. AJ, a little mistake, but Chronic. There's no way. Oh, here we go. Another opportunity. We've been talking about it, JB.
Surely. There it is.
Oh, but the shot is tame.
I still like that, though. I like that he's gone for it. That's at least shown AJ that Chronic is willing to flip and shoot high. And now, suddenly, that shot that was failing for him in the last game, it becomes more viable. He could bait AJ into jumping and then wave dash the ball under it.
Exactly, which gives Chronic a whole another set to bring it off his artillery, but AJ, I don't know what Chronic actually challenged that. He's a little aggressive right there. AJ says, don't mind if I do.
He thought AJ was going to try and wave dash or land underneath the ball. AJ saw the challenge coming, got it over Chronic, who kind of panicked and put it in his own net there, but I don't think it would have mattered. AJ was clean past him anyway. AJ is playing a great series, though. He's spotting all of Chronic's tendencies, all of Chronic's moves.
Oh, he takes the boost right here.
Outplaying them. Both ends of the pitch. Chronic's in real trouble here. He's trying to fake that he has boost. AJ knows he doesn't. Makes it 2-0.
That's just straight composure from AJ right here. Knows Chronic should be low, if not 0. Gets it right behind with a simple air roll shot. That's just lovely. It's lovely stuff.
A straight spawn kickoff. We have seen a bunch of delays between these guys. Now it's just going to be the wave dash recovery. Pretty even stuff when both players do go for that. You're likely to see a midfield play. Oh, what a flip. Chronic completely rips one from inside his own half.
That's great stuff right there. Chronic, been a while since he's really been on the scoreboard, and he just throws one from about 3/4 out. Maybe a little bit less than that, all the way across. Caught AJ by surprise. That's a great shot. 2-1.
Yeah, AJ won't, you know, he won't mind that too much. He's just sitting underneath Chronic to stop him from recovering. He's refusing to let Chronic recover because he wanted to let the ball bounce into a preferable position first. It might look like he's just trolling him there, but that's actually a really good play. AJ has all the little tricks in his game from all his years of experience in 1v1.
His experience needed right here. Low boost, Chronic free dribble. Cuts to the right, like a little too powerful though, but he should have opportunity here. Net should still be open.
Oh, he missed.
Barely misses.
Chronic still has a great chance here. Will he go high with the reset, or will he revert back to what he did last game? He goes back to it, and this time it works because, like you said at the start of the game, he already showed to AJ that he's willing to shoot high, and that completely changes the dynamic. There's the pre-jump, and AJ gets outplayed.
Yep, there it is right there. JB, you might know something, a thing or two about the game. Well done. 2-2 right here. Chronic was then another kickoff. Kickoff would definitely be going in Chronic's favor, I would say, even going back to game number 1. Retain more possession, had to make AJ work quick. AJ, great early challenge right there. Doesn't give Chronic the space to breathe, the space to think. Allows himself to capture the back left boost. Chronic, straight air dribble, looking for a 50-50.
Oh! That is disgusting from Chronic. What an angle on the 50. AJ trying to force this one across the goal. Even a little bit up in the air from his goal line, but he gets completely dunked on. That little gap between Chronic and the ball was intentional. He wanted to let AJ hit that ball into him clean. Now here comes a delayed kickoff from AJ. Chronic's presence in the position denies the shooting chance.
A shooting chance, but he still has to contend with the Chronic, who's on fire right now. All it took, it all really goes back to that first opportunity where Chronic showed, I will shoot the ball at you, AJ. And now AJ has the whole world to contend with, has to start jumping a little bit earlier than he would like. Chronic right over the top, and the momentum's completely swung in his favor.
I love the switch up there from Chronic. He's gone for an air dribble dunk in the last play. Now he just goes for a vanilla air dribble over the top. You know, expect next to be an air dribble bump if he wants to keep switching things up on AJ, keep him guessing. He's got so many tricks up his sleeve, Chronic.
Oh,
they need to pull one out here, AJ. Bar down and in. No way to save that one.
Oh, this is what I love to see, man. Something about just a clean ground shot in Rocket League. This makes me get up out of my seat. That's what we want to see in ranked, guys. We don't want to see y'all going for these air dribbles no more. Start shooting the ball on the ground with power and accuracy, and you become a better Rocket League player. Great job by AJ right there.
Oh, Chronic had the ball past AJ with a delayed kickoff. AJ's barreled through and hit Chronic out of the way. That's been their go-to deviation with the kickoff game. Just a slight delay. Oh, AJ's got a pass in here. Chronic mistimes the challenge. He had the right idea, catch AJ on the way back down as the ball bounces, but he times it wrong and it goes over him.
Sure did, just slightly over his head. But that's 2 times. No, 3 times. If you go back to last game, where Chronic slightly miscalculated where AJ wants to go with the ball. If he wants to go low, wants to go 1 touch higher. Caught him by surprise each time. AJ's been successful on those. Tied up once again, 4-4. Another kickoff win for Chronic, but AJ keeps the pressure on him. He might even score off of it. Wow! 0 boost, JB.
Chronic's tilted. Look at Chronic's car as the ball goes into the net here. Chronic is completely stationary. He can't believe this because he had all the boost. He's thinking, that's my ball. Just leave me alone. Go to your half. Go get boost in your corner. And AJ just keeps chasing and scores.
That's called aggression. That's what you love to see. That's one of the little mix-ups that AJ has to bring to the table. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps playing off the kickoff with 0 boost to his name. Looks like that appears to be so. He's really got Chronic working. Once again, AJ still no boost, still gets a shot. At least in the back half, which will allow him. He stays with it, though. How lie? Now he's going to be in trouble, though. Chronic's got space and speed.
And Chronic looking to find the gap. AJ's there to shut the door on it. It's been a spectacular series for AJ so far, and that's a good challenge. Chronic looking for the low 50. AJ gets solidly behind it.
What? The boost that popped up for him.
Oh!
It saves him. The boost popped up right at the perfect time, and if you're watching. Oh, Chronic still scores anyways.
That's tough. That's so tough for AJ. He was really in trouble here. Chronic bumped him in the landing a couple times, and AJ knew he had to flip back. There was no way he was going to save that if he waited. He couldn't get front of the ball, couldn't get goal side of the ball, and now he's going to need to work to get his lead back again. It's been so evenly matched though. Both players, all time 7 series to 6 in favor of AJ, and it looks like they are every bit as close today as they always have been. Oh, that's the miss there by Chronic. Wow, that's a big mistake, and not one you'd expect from a player of his mechanical level.
Yeah, he tries to really switch it up. He hasn't gone for a double reset once this whole entire series so far. He definitely wanted to get that catch-up high and potentially have momentum to maybe shoot that top left, maybe bring it right back down if AJ jumps up too early. Instead, it's a mistake. AJ fake kickoff squishy style from way back 2017. Now AJ has possession, his first kickoff win, and what feels about 5 goals.
Oh, wow.
AJ right
Look at
over
this.
Chronic yet again. Beautiful touches, can't score it though.
Still really good awareness by AJ. Saw the challenge coming, and now he's got an advantageous position off the back of this. Chronic's waiting for the boost to spawn. It's not coming back for another second, though. AJ gets it as it does respawn. Chronic did not have the timing, and AJ dunks the top bins.
Oh, if you're part of the Chronic camp, you just hate to see that. You hate to see it. He's out there waiting. He knows it's about to pop up soon. He's thinking, come on, come on, come on. He drives off. AJ closes the gap. And then and AJ closes in. The boost pops up for him perfectly.
It's classic. And he probably knew it. Oh, Chronic, this time with the delay. It's wide open, surely.
Gotta
He
be
gets
able to
this
make
one. He does. Okay, between AJ and the post, and he's back to the goal.
I got a little worried for him right there, though. He kind of jumped a little timid. He didn't want to miss. But I guess that takes enough power. That's beautiful right there. The late kickoff yet again from Chronic comes out in his favor. 7-6 takes away a little of AJ's momentum.
Yeah, you got to be fast with those. Even with no boost, AJ is so good at wave dashing off the back of a flip. He might just dribble this back, you know. Oh no, he's going to go for it. That's bold, and it might have been a mistake. Chronic pre-jumped, wins the ball, and has the widest, openest net of the day, and he does not make any mistakes.
Oh, AJ, you're not playing rank, baby. You're playing the NA RLCS 1v1. We don't need to go for those, and you're up. I'm surprised they didn't bring it back. At least keep it.
Yeah, midfield maybe
ground.
at least.
Yeah, exactly. Control possession. I mean, make Chronic have to work. He just kind of gave that to him, AJ. Kickoff window right here. We'll give him time, give him space. Here we go, sidewall. This is what you and Fear were talking about. Let's see what AJ can bring to the table.
Oh,
Blocked out by
good
Chronic right there.
save.
Great defense.
And he
the
wins the boost
grab.
as well. Now here comes
But AJ
Chronic.
quick
AJ, huge challenge. He's looking for the demo, and Chronic on the retreat. Both players miss each other. AJ has enough boost to play this, but Chronic bumps him in the follow through. It's going to be safe for Chronic in the back corner. AJ can't really aggress this position. He's got to defend, and he does. Shatters it the whole way in the air.
2 overtimes. Game 1 and game 2. These players are so evenly matched. The late kickoff from Chronic. AJ spotted out by just jumping barely to the ball. Got the momentum to go through the ball. Chronic power shot coming, AJ. Cycle.
He's skimming. Oh,
Man,
safe.
listen, that was fun. That was
Oh, Chronic's got the double. That's going to be
man.
game.
That's like
Clean.
a play.
Clean win for Chronic. AJ just did not have control. He tried to catch it on his back wall, lost control immediately. Didn't have the boost to challenge. Chronic with the safest double tap of the day. That one bounces in to tie the series 1-1.
Tied it up 1-1 indeed. These 2 players so evenly matched. And this overtime didn't end up going almost a minute 40. What was that, 17 seconds?
That's more like it, yeah.
Neutral? Yeah, it's more like it. Yeah, that's all.
That's more like it. Yeah, I'd say, I don't know about what the average overtime is. That would be an interesting stat. We need to get our statisticians on that one. I couldn't tell you. If I had to guess, it would be something 20, 30 seconds is pretty normal. A minute is long for a 1v1 overtime. That's already entering into long territory. 2 minutes is unheard of. It feels like an eternity, because every single 50-50, every single touch in the ball feels like it could be the game winner. You don't really get those extended back and forths like you can in regulation all that often.
Oh yeah, AJ, that's a poor touch. Poor touch.
Good,
Gave
yeah.
Chronic exactly what he wanted, and listen, it's just easy goal at that point.
It was a good 50 though by Chronic as well, though, because he saw AJ was boostless, or at least low boost, so he let him come down and hit the ball into him. Would have been a mistake there for Chronic to flip into it, so he just drove into the ball. And sometimes you guys can try that yourself. If you want to reduce the volatility in the position and try and keep the ball in a certain area, just don't flip into it when you're challenging. Just drive or fade away from it. And that's a really good way to preserve a boost advantage, like Chronic did there to win the game.
go good way. Looking in the game number 3, though, you saw Chronic. We talked about it. He made the necessary adjustments, especially up a sidewall, catching the reset, making AJ have to think and work. What type of adjustments do you think AJ needs to make in this game number 3, JB?
Yeah, I'd like to see just a slightly more conservative ending. He's got all the necessary adjustments already. He's already conditioned Chronic to, have to worry about a lot of things. But AJ, he kind of outplayed himself at the end of the game. He sort of outplayed himself here at the start of this one as well by, getting stuck between 2 decisions. We couldn't tell at the end of the last game when he's up 7-6, like, does he really want to go for this? Does he want to dribble it back? Does he want to go for an aerial play? He went for kind of half-committed one. Now he's half-committed to a challenge. I think AJ's just got to pick a line of play and stick with it.
I agree with that. And definitely towards the end of the game, if he's up 7-6 again or any amount with about 30 seconds left, keep possession, keep control, make Chronic have to work, be in his best favor. But right now, Chronic opens up this game, already up 30 seconds in. Possession right here for Chronic. Flick. Went to the top corner. AJ, no boost to his name. Chronic grabs both bigs. And here he comes. Air dribble ensuing. Oh, no. Keeps it on the ground, actually, for a flick. And still another boost. AJ should still be low. Chronic should know it.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Misses the boost.
Yeah, Chronic could have probably taken that airborne and AJ would not have been able to challenge him, so I'm surprised that he caught it and went for the ground game instead. Not that his ground game is bad, but AJ smokes him out of the sky with the air double bump. Clean demo, 1-1.
Man, this move is just so cheesy, bro. Look at this. Look at this, man. What is Chronic supposed to do? I'm watching from the camera perspective. All I see is just gets demoed. I don't know what happened. Chronic's like, come on, man. It's okay. 1-1, 4 minutes. AJ hits Chronic back with an air dribble demo bump thing. It's tied up in terms of that. 1-1. I'm keeping count.
I think we're going to see plenty more of those. It could be a great move to bring back at the end of the series, especially when both players are showing each other so much respect and refusing to challenge in the midfield, except on occasion. He could be going for one here, actually. Oh, follow through was good. AJ, a little bit of a flicks with a, pseudo maybe bump attempt as well. Chronic's actually going to score this, isn't he? That's beautiful. Clean recovery off the challenge. 2-1.
Chronic's been having a lot of great off the ceiling challenges. He didn't make it all the way to the ceiling right there, but came off high off the sidewall, closed the gap, closed the space, and that's what you want to do against a player like AJ. And AJ's got to realize that Chronic consistently, for the most part, every time AJ comes off the sidewall, Chronic has the opportunity to be on the sidewall as well. He's been going up to the ceiling to be a threat, to be a stop to whatever AJ's about to produce. If AJ quickly sees that coming, gets a quick shot on net, might come to his favor. But at the moment, he's down 2.
Really nice play by Chronic. It's similar again to that play from game 1 and 2, where he just gets to reset and then wave dashes to shoot the ball low. This time he switches it into a different shot, lets it bounce, and then shoots it just normally from the top of the arc. So you're rarely seeing the same shot twice in a row from Chronic. It's one of the things that makes him so hard to play against. AJ's really up against it right now. Momentum's absolutely shifted. He was ahead by a game and a goal in game 2. That's a nice 50. And he's back within a goal here. AJ with the little pull away baits Chronic into missing the middle of the ball.
Well done. Recognizes that Chronic's been challenging quickly. Knew it was coming, backed up a little bit to anticipate, in anticipation for Chronic to challenge. Got a 50-50. Put himself in a position to score. Great adjustment right there from AJ in response to what Chronic's been doing. Neutral kickoff right here. AJ with possession, though.
AJ's taking his time. He sees Chronic shadowing. Chronic trying to fake jump to get him in the air, but it's just wide open. AJ makes the right play. If Chronic is going to face away and have no momentum, nowhere to run, he is a target. He's just a sitting duck, and AJ takes him out with ease.
Yeah, he's going to just keep on lining up linear to the ball in a straight line. That's the #1 move that any high-level Rocket League players got bust out, because there's nothing you can do. You don't have momentum coming from either angle, the left or the right. And he's just going to put you in a bad spot each and every time, Chronic. He's going to have to adjust to that. It's 2 times already. He's been air dribble bump. Now he's got a lot of work to do right here.
Yeah, the #1 way to stop those is to just challenge before the air dribble could even get started, because the air dribble bump is something you can see coming. Players will like to set them up generally by dribbling straight towards your goal. So if you see a dribble coming directly on net, the air dribble bump is an option. And just simply challenging is a valid defensive strategy. Just go. Because, you know, we're talking about the defender having no angle there to play with. Well, it's not like the attacker has much of an angle either. So they can't really get the ball left and right around you. If you just go, you're covering the goal and giving yourself a good chance of making an effective stop.
AJ in a tough position right here. I think he does well. You can easily overcommand those.
Yeah, there it is.
Hit one. There it is.
It's so predictable. Look at the first touch. He's just dribbling straight towards the net. That means air dribble bump is highly likely. If he wanted to flick that, he'd create an angle with his dribble so he can build up into the flick more easily. So, you know, did AJ react to that in time? No, he didn't have any chance. Both these players are full on shadowing, and they're just making it easy to get bumped. Speaking of,
easy demo.
AJ, where's the spawn? Wrong side, Chronic, no chance.
It wouldn't have mattered anyways. AJ would have skipped right by him. It would have had to been the God spawn where he just spawns right at the ball right about there. If that didn't happen, it was GG, no re. AJ, and Chronic was kind of a little lackadaisical right there. Wasn't playing with much intent. I think he wanted to sit behind the ball. I'm not too certain his thought process. He ends up getting demo for his own. What a
Chronic
escape.
He nearly returned the favor there. AJ did escape the demo. Now he's got an option for the full pitch air dribble. That first touch was so high, though. That's a difficult one to control. Chronic's fake challenge gets AJ to lose control. But he regains it in Chronic's back corner. Oh, quick stealing play. Chronic sees that one coming as well, but that's a nice change of pace from AJ. It's Chronic now dodging another demo. Has to be careful here, though. He's losing the boost battle, and that's a smart play. Takes the ball back. Gives him a chance to get the boost back. AJ nearly got that bit, and he does demo him again. That's wide open. Oh, no!
Oh, the deft touch from AJ. He really put himself in a position right there to turn the ball. And the spawn, with the new update probably, honestly, helps out Chronic right there to a T. And now he's going to be rewarded for it. Oh, Chronic. AJ, he's upset.
He's tilted, yeah.
I would be upset about that.
Yeah, he's not moving. It's the clear sign that someone's telling they're just sitting still, watching the goal happen. And I mean, you can't be happy about that because he would have had a wide open net if not for the spawn. But that's just the way it goes. Chronic was able to survive. Now AJ needs a goal. 35 seconds to go. Chronic has boost though. He has the ball and he's in the hunt for another goal. Double tap, dunk. 6-4. AJ had no momentum and no chance of the position.
Pretty much no momentum. Now it's going to be raps every single day of the week. Coming in with too much speed. I mean, it doesn't matter what AJ does right there. Even if he tried to come through the inside out and get that type of save going, still wouldn't have been enough. Chronic's got to dunk from there every single time when the ball's that close. And he's winning more kickoffs. So now AJ's got a lot of work to do, JP. Let's see how Chronic plays with the lead.
Yeah.
Simple
Smart.
flick. Easy. Easy.
Yeah. Can't really blame AJ here. He needs to go because if he doesn't, if he fakes this challenge, then Chronic will just run down the clock. So AJ had to challenge. Chronic obviously knows that, so he flicks the ball immediately as soon as he sees AJ coming. And this can happen in 1v1. You're forced to just simply go, or otherwise you're losing anyway. And that runs up the score even more. Looks like AJ's going to just play this one out. Regardless, this is a game win for Chronic's second one in a row. It could be the first timeout for AJ after losing control of a series that started so well for him.
I know, and it all goes back to that one play where he escapes Demo, gets around, gets Chronic, demos him, definitely touches the ball. It was tied up 4-4 at that moment. Would have made it 5-4 AJ's way, and Chronic spawns right in front of the ball to shut it all down. And then he gets a goal for his efforts about 10 seconds later because of that. That turned around the game completely. Completely. If I'm AJ, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. That's a tough one to lose. That's a tough pill to swallow.
This is lower bracket. There's no second lives for either of these players. This is a must-win series.
Right here, 4-3 actually it was. No, it wasn't 4-3. Oh, where's that?
It was, yeah, it was earlier. Already happened.
No.
Already happened. But yeah, you know, the adjustments are being made. It's not far off a winning series for AJ. He's so close. But now, you know, having lost twice in a row, he's got to be really careful here. I think Chronic's taking control of the kickoff game in that third game. 14 shots to 7 truly does indicate that. And neither player looked comfortable against air dribble bumps. So I expect to see plenty more of those. It's all going to, for me, I think the next game is all going to come down to who can be more brave with their challenges and sneak them in by hiding behind the ball in their approach. It's got to be an early challenge game here. For either player.
Early challenge game, I like to see that. Let's see if other players, so let's just stream. See if they're trying to learn from JB on the fly. AJ, good bump right there. Chronic, he opened up last game real quick with a goal to his name. AJ says, I'm gonna do it myself this time around. The ball should be able to roll in. No waddling for you, Chronic. You're not gonna make it there in time. AJ opens up the score first.
That's a lovely aerial shot by AJ. Just got enough fire on it. Can be awkward to do that with very little time remaining before the challenge lands. Let's see if AJ can survive this position. Oh, he does. There is the early challenge. Chronic didn't see it coming. And that's exactly what we need to see from AJ. Because too often, I think they're just backing off into the corners and giving the approach for free. Even now, AJ's like threatening to turn, and that's baited a flick early from Chronic. It was a good flick, but it's gone into the bar. Now the boost advantage is gone.
Advantage is gone. Chronic looking for a low 50-50. He does get it, but the ball is not on target. AJ, little chain dash to get the momentum he needs off the wall. Chronic scrambling back. AJ looks for a demo, doesn't get it. Looks for another demo. Still can't get there. He goes, no, he's going to get there. He's going to keep chasing until he demos you, Chronic. You're not escaping the AJ train. Dribble coming. 50-50 boost grab. And AJ's got all the possession right here, JB. He's building up momentum. Reset. 2 resets. Bang! That's 30 seconds of AJ. All culminating up into this goal.
What a play by AJ. Chronic was looking for an opening, but he was nowhere near one. That's an unbelievable goal. AJ with a masterclass of positional play, boost management, and finishing touch in style. He's bumped him out of position. Chronic's panicked and he's conceded again. It's been one mindset switch that they were quite easily able to see here from AJ. It's all-out offense in this game.
Aggression. It's just pure aggression. Not gonna give you time, not gonna give you space. I'm gonna make you uncomfortable. And AJ's been showing a little bit of it off the kickoff. He played a couple times in game number 3, real close to Chronic, even when he lost the kickoff and had no boost. But now he's completely turned it around. He's just saying, I'm going all in every single play. Air dribble bump on the way, gets it. Chronic, not much he can do. Lands right on the goal! What a save by Chronic! Is he gonna score for 2? Now AJ's gonna be back. That's a play.
That is a ridiculous save by Chronic as he lands on the backboard and gets goal side of the ball. AJ's passed it to the great team play by AJ to Chronic. Center ball in 1v1 is not always the best strategy. Yeah, he's looking for his teammate there. Garrett and Squishy, where are they? Same as usual, they're not there.
They're not there. They're not there. It's just one-on-one at the moment. But Chronic, I mean, after he did that great save, he kind of deserved the goal. AJ just wanted to, honestly, you just want to give it to him at that point. I would give it to him. Tip your cap. Tip your cap. Great save from him. And now AJ right back on the ball again. Lots of space. Chronic. Far post. AJ 50 sees the challenge coming, and he does well.
Yeah, and this is a tricky play to read. Chronic sends it right there because he's thinking AJ might be popping the ball into a bump. And I don't even hate the fact that Chronic's just gone straight for the ball there. But AJ, while threatening just a low air dribble bump, goes for the low 50. Just last second switch up. And Chronic goes flying right past the ball. And it's little things like that, especially after such a successful air dribble bump game last time, that AJ has preloaded. Oh, good save by Chronic. He could get tripped on the landing. AJ prioritizes push steal instead.
Oh, he just
and he keeps it going. 5-1. AJ's on fire.
AJ's moving Mach 90 right now. He just got a demo. Steals the other boost. Chronic doesn't expect him to cut it. He just comes in. Another great setup touch. Most players, I feel like they're going to knock that all the way to the corner. AJ flips early, catches it with underside, keeps it in, right in front of the goal, in front of the box, and he makes a great goal off it. Chronic, the late kickoff, gets the goal right back. Nothing happened.
That's a good play by Chronic to switch to. He's done it a couple times today. If you're trying to work out which ones, why is this sometimes working? Why is this not working every time? It's all about the gap. If AJ tries for a wave dash recovery kickoff and Chronic just delays by a significant enough margin, the ball goes too far ahead of AJ for him to get that dunk, the naturally occurring dunk where you just kind of fall through the ball. So good spacing there by Chronic and a good read on AJ's intended strategy.
Listen, all y'all in the chat, y'all should be grateful. You're getting a free Johnny Boy lecture in 1v1 kickoff. You should be teaching a college class on this, so listen. Professor Boy, he's doing a great job right here. AJ Great
Oh.
flick by Chronic. Chronic
Oh.
once again with a fantastic save. Guess what a save from AJ in the chat. They're throwing out pleasantries over there in chat. They need to be focused. Chronic, you don't got time to say things. You got to make another one. And he does. Chronic's a brick wall in that right now in Utopia.
And he needed this because AJ's been so aggressive and so successful in this game. Chronic trying a simple play there, just rolling ball, ground shot, but AJ makes it look easy on the defensive end. And now he scores on the counter-attack. Haven't seen a lot of AJ defense in this game. He hasn't had to have a lot of defense in this game, but the flashes have been there, and that was an effective stop.
I mean, I don't mind the Chronic attempt he did right there. Kept the ball low and tried to speed it up last second. Almost got AJ. Had to work. AJ at the quick turn, realizes Chronic has to make a play happen. And he just gets another free goal right here. 7-2. AJ has completely changed his game. Aggression is the name of it. And he is on top right now.
Yeah, exactly like we were hoping. Both players have prioritized more early challenges, just more face-on, proactivity and defense. But that's not to say it's always going to work, because when you've got guys who react as quickly as these guys, you are going to need to really be sneaky with your challenge game to make it work. That's the next call by Chronic. He forfeits as AJ outplayed him one more time, so that confirms a tie series. Chronic deciding that enough is enough. 5 goals in just over a minute. Not going to be possible with AJ in this form.
Not in this form. AJ was on a roll. He was on a mission, that gamer. 2-2 series now. Both of these players, they're on right now, JB. I mean, this is exciting. Have you ever been introduced to 1v1 North American 1v1 action? Well, you picked a good time. Chronic and AJ are giving everything that they got. The adjustments each and every game, starting off with game number 1. Chronic going for his sidewall setup. He's not shooting. He's going for the low wave dash pinch to the bottom right. Makes the adjustment game number 2 where he starts actually going for goal with the flip. AJ has to react off of that. AJ then makes the adjustments in game number 4. Playing 2 passive, no worries. I'm going to start being super aggressive. Demo, quick turns. And both of these players just going back and forth. It's like a chess game, JB.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder what's next, because they've already shown so many different styles. We've seen the full shadow defense, we've seen the early challenges in game 4, we've seen the bumps, we've seen the mind games, we've seen the outplays, and now it's all going to be about execution, because they've had time to adjust to each other. Chronic knows what AJ is going to do now. He knows AJ is going to come out all guns blazing and just try to dominate him with speed, efficiency, and mechanics. And he's not going to let that happen. He's going to fight for this one. We know how mechanical Chronic is himself. But who can execute down the stretch, business end of the series? Loser is eliminated from the tournament. Winner moves on to Championship Sunday.
Loser's eliminated from the tournament. Oh my. There's a lot of cash and a trip to Raleigh on the line. AJ starts it off once again with the first goal.
And there's that shot. He's faking high the whole time. He's under the ball. Chronic had to respect it. And AJ hits him with a taste of his own medicine. That was a shot AJ defended well, I think 2 or 3 times in game 1. But they're both well aware of it. It's kind of the flavor of the month at the start of the year. It's still extremely popular. But what a kickoff spree AJ's on. He just has so much possession at the moment. It's got to be frustrating for Chronic. He doesn't want to be on the defensive end this often against a player as talented as AJ.
Chronic does well to stop the air dribble bump. I think AJ was thinking about a backflip from AJ coming. Yep, that's what you needed. Chronic, if he had just a little bit more space right there, he definitely probably would put AJ in a bad position. And AJ's been playing with so much confidence ever since game number 4 started. Really putting Chronic in a space, making him have to work. He's not giving him any chance to breathe. He also getting backflips again. Chronic cannot get out of it. AJ is in front of Chronic. He's saying you're not getting out. You're stuck against the ropes. You're gonna have to deal with me.
That is so aggressive from AJ. To reverse challenge in this position is usually so risky. If that ball goes pretty much any direction but towards the goal, Chronic's got a free counter attack. But AJ sees the opening, and I think he also just correctly read that Chronic is never going to expect it. He thinks I'm going to leave, so I'll stick around.
Stick around and find out. That's exactly what AJ is on right now. Chronic. Also, I will say, AJ has been winning more kickoffs, and you already touched upon that. That's giving him more possession. Chronic, oh, this is a beautiful setup. Oh! AJ barely gets back to it. Finishes off the crossbar. AJ's right back again. Chronic, he doesn't expect it. Good bump. Saves himself a goal.
Yes, huge recovery by Chronic. He's got to be just scratching his head right now, wondering how do I score on AJ? Well, not like that. Losing control with the flip reset. AJ jumped early, expecting Chronic to make a move. That's the payoff from earlier. Stealing challenge by AJ. Dropped down to Chronic, who's skied into the bar. That looked like a pretty clear-cut chance.
Oh, he
He's
rushed
let
it
it go
a little
straight.
bit. He rushed it a little bit. He was probably so excited to see AJ just passing the ball again.
No way.
He flipped too early, and now the ball's off the... Oh, dink. Dink. Oh,
Surely
he's gonna
Chronic gets done. That's okay. He stays locked in. That would have been so tilting for Chronic if he didn't eventually get a goal at the end of this. He probably feels like he should have had 2 goals, at least a goal or 2 in that sequence before he in fact scored. But he got one just inside 2 minutes, and we're in a low-scoring game
Kickoff
here.
win.
Yeah, kickoff
It's
win
the
for
pad,
Chronic. I'll give him
though.
an opportunity. That's a big difference.
Oh, AJ didn't see it. AJ didn't see him, Mr. Pad. It had to be the only way, because Chronic, he can't do much with this. I mean, all he's got is a low 50 or a soft flick. Not much to be desired there. AJ must not have seen him miss it.
He
Yeah,
could
he
have
did-
known. I mean, he could have if he put 2 and 2 together. He could see the pad is still there, but that's like that's so high level. If he could make that read, I think he's just respecting Chronic's flick so much. Oh my goodness, Chronic hitting every post on the way in as he nearly misses this one. That was the worst bounce imaginable. But he did get the read on it.
Oh,
Nice
it's a
reflexes.
blessing bounce. That's what that is. Because it's the fact that he misses that Chronic. You should be thanking your lucky stars right there. Because that ball should have went up and high and went around and went right in front of your pathway, and you get rewarded a goal. And all of a sudden, even after all that AJ possession, all that pressure, it's still tied up 3-3. Good kickoff goes back to back to back. 1v1 Rocket League, baby.
Yeah, wave dashed from AJ. Just a stronger hit on the ball there, kind of pushing Chronic backwards. And that was all he needed. That was enough of an opening to get the goal. And now this time it's going to be AJ winning in his back corner. You know, the ball's in his defensive half. So you might think Chronic's won that. No, it's AJ's ball. It's AJ's boost. And he's giving it away.
Giving it away completely. So here you go, Chronic. You want to score me? Please do. Chronic says, nope, not yet. I mean, he hits the ball to the corner, booth, so you can have an opportunity, AJ. We're just going to keep trading back and forth. Free jump by Chronic. Stop it. That's a great defense from Chronic. Anticipated AJ bring it up high. Oh! Great power shot right there. Almost went right into the net, Chronic. Stalls, delays, space, and time. Just tries to get by him. AJ shuts it down.
AJ forcing him to outplay, and the outplay did not come through. Now AJ threatening the wall shot. Stepped up for the boost deal. He's trying to take this ball where Chronic can't reach him, but Chronic's done well managing his boost in this position. He's faking that he's on 0 here. Will AJ respect the amount that Chronic has? He's playing for that 100 boost respawn. Multiple steals in a row for AJ.
Yeah, he's timing that real well. At this point, I gotta say that he's got the internal clock going. Off the steal and trying to get right back to the ball. He will get right back to it indeed. AJ is in form right now.
That is a ridiculous recovery. Off the stealing, right side of the ball, and giving Chronic no chance to recover, get a goal side. Goal lead for AJ, who is trying to make a run here. Oh, he read the delay. He's hit the bar though.
No!
You're joking. It was such a good read, but he's hit the bar.
Oh, that's a AJ saw it coming from a mile away. Finally made the correct adjustment, and it just hits the crossbar. Has to block out Chronic right here. He does. Where's Chronic right now? Oh, he's chasing him. AJ, good save right here. That's gonna be a little unfortunate right there, Johnny. I mean, AJ did such a good job.
Oh, what a play by AJ as well. Completely reading Chronic's mind. This slight pause before jumping baits Chronic into the air. AJ didn't immediately go, so Chronic thought, wait, maybe I can get him here. But it was just bait. AJ had full intentions of jumping. He just wanted to delay slightly to get Chronic in the air as well.
See what Chronic does right here in the kickoff. Any delays coming? Nope, AJ fakes it out. Done it about good 4 times. Chronic has not seen him coming once. Usually, for a chance, AJ's been doing that fake kickoff towards the back end of every single game just to make sure he secures possession. He keeps doing it every single time. Chronic, he's going to have to make necessary adjustments, potentially going in to game number 6. Big pinch right there. And Chronic, with less than a minute left, he's going to have to come up with some offense. AJ, I think he's learned from his mistakes earlier on in the tournament. Oh, there it is. He got it out. He got it out. I was a little questioning for a second. He got it out right there.
Yeah, that was close. AJ just playing with the spoon, it would seem, as he makes it 6-3. I mean, fair enough. He got goal-sided defense, so he was able to defend. and then puts one past Chronic with a flick of the counter. That was dangerous. AJ is willing to play in these risky positions, bait Chronic in, and then outplay him when he moves.
Kick off. Gets a bump. AJ's got
Chronic's
secure the
gone.
moves. Chronic's got type next. It's on the way. There it is.
He's like that.
It's on the way. Well, I was going to say earlier, until AJ basically passed the ball in front of the goal. I was going to say he learned his mistake from his mistakes earlier when he was up, I think 7-6 it was, in game number 2. And he kind of just went all in. He was bringing the ball back into his corner, but then he passed the ball right in front of him. He got away with one. But still, he still learned. Still made the adjustment.
Chronic early on in this game, he got caught out a couple of times. Didn't expect AJ to be going. And he had a nice mind game off a kickoff as well. There's been plenty of mind games in this series. Series this long often do have those. But AJ's just been able to beat Chronic to the ball, beat Chronic to the punch in those key moments, often leading to goals for AJ, whether it's a win in a race to a ball in defense or in offense. AJ is the more clinical of the two players right now. Double match point against Chronic, of all people, who is active on one of the best teams in RLCS NA at the moment. Recent grand finalist of the Birmingham Major 3v3. And here he is struggling against a guy who retired, but wants to remind everybody that he didn't retire because he couldn't play at this level. He just didn't want to have to go through all the scrims, all the extra practice, everything else that comes with being a pro. He said, I've done this for long enough. Just want to chill out. And when it comes to 1v1, I mean, he absolutely still has it.
He absolutely still has it. And on top of that, he has it's the touches for AJ. Even when he came off the ceiling right there on that one goal where he just kept the ball nice and close. It's flipping early in game number 4 in Utopia to catch the ball with the belly of his Octane to keep it within the box in a scoreable position. It's put him in great spots to make plays happen. And AJ, he's on fire. And then it's on top of that, the touches combined with what you were talking about, Johnny, the aggression. The fact that he switched it up, not giving Chronic any space to think, and really making Chronic have to work for every opportunity that comes his way. It's very impressive from AJ right here. We really want to see what Chronic can do on Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, Chronic, he's going to have other tricks up his sleeve. There's no question. But he's going to need to start getting the edge in the kickoff battle again. AJ read him on the delay. He's tricking him with the fake kickoffs in the diagonal as well. I mean, when it comes to the adaptations, AJ's just had his number there. He's been able to gain possession more than Chronic has. And there are still more strategies we haven't seen. We haven't seen drive kickoffs from either of these guys yet, where you just simply drive into the side of the ball and lose it so hard that you win. I know, might sound a bit silly, but trust me, it works. But AJ has just had the edge by a significant enough margin to give him so much control of the series. When you win, 60-65% of the kickoffs, it feels like way more. Chronic will feel like he's losing all of them with that kind of disparity.
Exactly, and it really, the series kind of shifted. I think Chronic was winning consistently in game number 1 and here 2. I don't know what AJ's necessarily done, but it's been going his favor ever since. And now, listen, I asked you what AJ needed to do, and you talked about it. He needs to be aggressive, and now he's won 2 games in a row. What does Chronic need to do? If you were Chronic's coach and you could be in his ear, the great Johnny Boy 1v1, what would you tell him?
I think he's got to try, well, first of all, when it comes to the kickoffs, I'm saying he's got to do better. I think, he's got to go for, early on in this game at least, I would tell him just don't go for a delay. Save that. Save the delay for later. He's not tried anything on the diagonal, any fakes. I think that would be a great one to go for. Probably a guaranteed possession for Chronic if he tries that. But outside of the kickoffs itself, just more midfield play. I want to see Chronic, reading AJ's aggression earlier. Thinking back especially to the last game where AJ just refused to leave. Chronic's got 100 boost. He's got the ball. He's thinking, AJ's probably going to leave me here. He's going to go midfield. I'll just, bring the ball down. Wait, what? He's still here? Why is he backflipping into he's scored. Great. Chronic should just see that coming now. That has been happening this much. And if he doesn't, he is going to lose this game because AJ is going to continue the aggression when it's working this well.
It sure is. Players are just now getting to the lobby. Here we go. Neo Tokyo, Game 6. Chronic's tournament life on the line. AJ trying to move on. further into the tournament. Current pro versus retired pro. Let's see who can get the dub.
And first play will belong to AJ, but it's quite an even one. Chronic trying to keep his cool there as he gets tripped up by AJ again. Oh, AJ's messed up here. He accidentally flips, and that's wide open for Chronic. Easy 1-0 for him. AJ had an advantage in the position, wanted to accelerate the play. He's accidentally flipped off the ceiling well. Maybe overhitting his first touch as well.
Yeah, overhitting and overheating. AJ trying to come right out in game number 6 and let Chronic know I'm putting you away right now. Wanted to hit him with a big play to make him have to think about his life, think about what he wants to do in Neo Tokyo, but he ended up going backfiring. There's a little mishap, and Chronic says, don't mind if I do.
Nice early play there on the ball by Chronic. Even though it doesn't result in a goal, it's kind of an investment when you flip that early. AJ, the same thing. Just both players are moving the ball so early. They're not driving the whole length of the pitch with the ball in their head. They're getting under it and they're flipping. Then they're getting under it again and jumping. They're giving each other no time to set up a challenge. And this is an early investment by both players, trying to force the other to back down.
No free throws right there for AJ. Chronic got hit, but he's gonna get a kickoff goal for his efforts. Good kickoff. What happened right here for Chronic?
Well, Chronic just left the inside wall wide open. He was really side onto the ball there. And AJ, goal side, traditional style of kickoff there, just getting on the goal side of the ball and winning it big time off that inside wall. And you're going to see that every now and then once. When a player deviates too far to the side of the ball, they do leave that open like Chronic did there.
AJ, low boost. Plays 50-50 for Chronic, makes Chronic have to work. That will allow AJ some time to go grab a boost for himself. Chronic bringing it up into the sky. AJ, quick challenge.
Play.
Chronic right over him, 2-2.
And so far, asking Chronic to start predicting that early aggression from AJ. So far, so good in that regard. He's anticipating the early challenges. He is moving the ball quickly. He's not just going in a straight line. He's making sure to make an adjustment either with the arc of the shot or the lateral movement. That's another kickoff goal. AJ has scored 2 in a row now. Chronic actually had a say in this one though. Went
What
for
a
the boost.
landing. Oh, and then the shot too.
AJ's too quick with it.
That's just so impressive. Oh, to get back down, gets beat out to the boost, lands, and immediately turns his car to the left. And still has the ability to then recover off of that. And he's gonna get another frame before his efforts too.
Oh, it's awkward. Well, it might as well be a kickoff goal because he's got such a strong position for himself here. What is Chronic going to do against AJ here? The answer is not a lot because AJ plays it around him, takes no risk, and scores to make it 4-2.
This is class. This is everything about Rocket League. Another great first touch to keep the ball in play. Hits the handbrake, does a little quick 180, and gets around and shoots the ball immediately into the net. Chronic never had a chance. 4-2. AJ with all the momentum on Neo Tokyo.
Nice touch there by AJ, bringing it back into defense. Just making it more difficult for Chronic to get a shooting angle. Still a lot of time for Chronic to work with, but he has to be clinical here. Will he go for the full pitch air dribble? Didn't have the confidence with it. Decided to try and play it low instead. AJ just moves straight into no man's land. Starts pressuring. Again, a chance for Chronic to get up into the air. He does go for it this time, but Boost is running low. He's got to make this good. Not confident again in the ability to get the finishing touch.
I think his first touch went a little awry. He didn't want that. And AJ with a back flip. Oh, that was tough to get out the tongue. But you know exactly what he did right here. Just a great counterattack from AJ. 180 air roll, gets the power that he needs, and then Chronic just can't get back to that one.
Why on earth did this guy retire? What? I mean, seriously. We need to get this guy back in an NA team. There has to be at least 10 main event NA teams who could use this guy's services. He's ridiculous.
As we're hyping him up, Chronic says, hold on now, I'm still here and I'm still playing.
That was a really cool inverted half flip there by Chronic, actually, to get a quicker play on the ball. You don't often see that, driving forward, flipping to land in reverse, but there are some applications for it, like that one right there.
What is up with these 1v1 players and constantly spamming their forward and backwards and rear view camera? I can't look at it. I gotta look at something else. I don't know. Y'all are looking, and the fans, y'all can't see it, but I can see it, and my eyes are hurting. AJ, possession. Here we go. Chronic controls the gap. Great early shout by him. Making the necessary adjustments as we hit the halfway mark. Down by 2, looking for a demo. Barely misses him.
And it's important there that Chronic, while he charged in for the ball, he hid behind it. He made sure that AJ wouldn't be able to see him coming. It's something that you won't really notice when you're watching these guys because they hide it. They disguise their challenging angle by hiding behind the ball, making sure even their nameplate isn't visible.
Oh, it's
he's beat him.
Touch.
5-4. AJ starting to slip here a little bit. He could have beaten Chronic to that one, but once more, like last game, tried to bait him in, and he played a little bit too dangerously. Chronic went. Chronic beat him to it. Chronic scored.
Kickoff right here, 2 minutes left. AJ delayed kickoff. Chronic goes straight through the ball to try to make AJ as uncomfortable as possible. Gets possession up high. Right over AJ's head. Is the ball going to float in? I believe it is. 5-5. Chronic ties up the game.
And Chronic spots the early challenge again. He is paying such close attention to AJ. It doesn't matter if it's on the ground, if it's in the air. He has got his eyes glued to his opponent. Now the delayed kickoff for Chronic chips the ball, ceiling height. He has time to get the boost and then go back in for the flick, and somehow AJ saved it. He's dangerously close to being demoed and landing twice. Stays alive, but loses his boost in the process.
I would have loved to see Chronic just rip one off the momentum he had right there. He had the opportunity to just slam a shot right on the net, make AJ have to work. Instead, he settled for the dribble, and I think he let AJ, in doing so, I think he let AJ get away with one. Chronic still has possession, though. AJ gonna have to worry about the counterattack shot. Is it in? Bottom left.
And it's just a perfect 50 for Chronic. He makes sure to go with the ball while he dodges. AJ had no chance covering the whole net from that angle. Minute and 19 left. We are headed towards game 7 if Chronic can keep this going. AJ will have 100 boost. He will have possession. Chronic saw the opening to challenge.
AJ's gonna have to do something here. He had a great shot early on the dribble, but he hasn't really brought up to the sky that much, and that's usually his forte. Look for a ball. Chronic jumps super early to get away with him. AJ recovers against the demo. Still another opportunity coming on AJ's behalf. Pops it up high. They sees Chronic jumping from his left-hand side. Early pop high. Ball too high for him. No. Backflip flick. No. Chronic shuts it down.
And Chronic is doing such a good job. Wide recoveries. He's not leaving himself open to be bumped as he gets back into defense. What a save just moments ago, and that air dribble bump as well. Chronic denying one. Shot that was so successful earlier on in the series.
Pinch.
Oh, AJ with the big dunk. That's just in. Oh, it's off the crossbar.
It's off the crossbar.
Was so close, yet so far.
I don't know why Chronic even tried to go for a pinch right there. It was an all-in play. There's not much you can gain from that. You could have just let AJ have possession, grab the boost, or play a little passive. AJ goes for a little flick. 45-degree angle doesn't make it happen. Chronic gets it by 2 seconds left, and we are gonna go to Champions Field. AJ versus Chronic. Tournament lives on the line, and both of these players are not going down without a fight.
This is just unbelievable. Unreal. Chronic actually calling the winner's timeout by the looks of things as well. We don't see this in 3v3. We never see the winning team calling a timeout. But in 1v1, it happens quite a lot because at the end of a tense series like this, sometimes the winner just thinks, you know what? I need to be right back. I need to calm down. This is so tense. This is ridiculous. The pressure's getting to me, and I need to just go be right back real quick. So Chronic's calling his timeout after winning Game 6 on the way to Game 7. And we should have known it was going to Game 7 base because they're all time 7 and 6 in series against each other, with AJ having the slight edge. And Chronic is looking to tie their all-time record here while eliminating AJ from the tournament. It's on a knife edge, and it's probably how it should be when you got two players who are so closely matched all time.
Very closely matched all time. And listen, you made a great way of saying that Chronic called out the timeout because he needs a break. He really needs to go to the bathroom. That was a great way.
I said the pressure is getting to him. I didn't say what kind of pressure. I didn't say what kind of pressure, man.
So Chronic calls timeout right here, but honestly, both players probably need a little bit of a breather before we start off with Champions Field. It's gonna be a great match. It's gonna be Oh man, what should we expect to see on Champions Field, JB, in a 1v1 setting, man? Do players play a little more passive, or are you gonna see even more aggression?
Man.
Tournament lives on the line. Like I said, a trip to Raleigh, potentially. All these players can make it over to the grand final and win prize money on the line. If you win in Raleigh, if all of these players get there, you go to Lyon. You go to Lyon at the RLCS World Championship to be crowned the RLCS 1v1 World Champion. I think that would be the tag. Something along those lines. What do the fans expect to see?
Oh, well, I think you can expect to see. Surely they both try at least one air dribble bump in this game. It's such a good play to pull out in a game 7, and we've not seen too many of them in this series. So I think that increases the likelihood even more because it comes as a bit of a surprise, perhaps. But if I'm being completely honest and completely harsh, the harsh truth is that 1v1 is such a difficult game mode, and you have no one to lean on except yourself, that we often see simple things like flicks going completely out the window in game 7s. Nobody can flick the ball anymore, and nobody can reset anymore. If somebody can peak in this game 7, I'll be so impressed because this is unbelievable pressure between two such evenly matched players who will have the confidence to even try to pull out the mechanics.
It remains to be seen, but we're gonna find out. Put ones in the chat if you're rooting for AJ. Put twos in the chat if you're rooting for Chronic. Game 7, one match. We'll keep out of these players' tournament lives still in hope. Chronic starts off 20 seconds in with possession off the sidewall. Reset coming, AJ early child. Chronic brings it back down low and owns the game 1 of the 7-game set. And it gets AJ right underneath them.
Yeah, AJ jumped so early here, and Chronic saw that, probably delighted with what he's witnessing, as he was lined up beautifully for the wave dash shot low into the goal, and now the kickoff goes his way. He's got a brilliant angle of attack here, so many options with which to shoot from, so many options beyond just shooting. He comes in field twice and flicks it past AJ.
I mean, AJ, you talk about the options, Johnny. Chronic could have power shot it immediately off the catch. He could have shot it again. Then he cooks it back to the right. A flick could have been on the way. Instead, he brings it back to the left corner. AJ, he's in the blender right there. Nothing he can do. He's at Chronic's mercy, at the mercy of Chronic, and now he's gonna be at the mercy of even more. Delayed kickoff again. Chronic, slow shot. AJ gets back.
That's good defense out of AJ. He's still in trouble here though. Chronic has some great boost pathing in offense. Ball on top of his head, and he's flicked it into the post. And it's like I said, you know, sometimes in these game 7s, you'd be surprised. Flicks are one of the first things that completely fall apart under the highest pressure in 1v1. So much so that legendary flickers of the ball like Moxie, they just stop trying them. They go for other options because it is really difficult to pull out these precise moves with your hands shaking and everything on the line.
Oh, Chronic avoids the bump from AJ. Half a second later, Chronic jumped in. That would have been an AJ goal. AJ starting to up the intensity just a little bit as we continue throughout this game, number 7. And giving Chronic some space to work with. He's been trying to close the gaps, trying to make Chronic work just like he did in game 5, games 4. And Chronic already with a 2-goal advantage. AJ's going to have to pull out something. I think Chronic at the moment, he seems comfortable playing defense.
This is some really good play on low boost by AJ, but Chronic has been brilliant. And he spots the challenge coming. He's hit the crossbar though. AJ made sure to get a bump onto Chronic. And that's one of the issues with going for a double jump play to outplay your opponent. You put yourself in line of fire. Chronic has so much boost though. And another mind game and a 3-goal lead. He has just been perfect with denying the boost, securing the ones in his half, and eventually scoring with no risks taken.
No risk taken. Some people might be saying, Chronic missed the ball right there. Nope. He purposely started to nosedive down. If AJ's going to get a touch, it's going to have to be a 50. No matter what happens, if AJ touches the ball, Chronic's going to dunk him. If AJ doesn't touch the ball is just going to go straight in, and Chronic's still going to score. Clean possession right there. Chronic starting to feel it now, though. Crossbar, reset, goal attempt.
Well, I'm impressed that he went for it. I mean, that's a really ballsy play to pull out in this position. He nearly hits it, but off the crossbar was always going to be a big risk. Half the game gone. AJ scoreless. Hasn't had many opportunities to get the offense going. Now here's a big chance. But Chronic does so well, matches him brilliantly, and he lands the better of the two players as well. It's been just a great game for Chronic when it comes to boost. Backing AJ up into his net again.
AJ has not had opportunity to breathe. Chronic has been all over him. He even slows it down to put AJ in an awkward spot.
Dave.
Gets the 50, exactly what he wants. Gets the boost. He knows AJ's gonna be low right here. Keeps 50 in the ball. Chronic is being relentless. Gonna steal that boost as well. AJ cannot get out of his own box.
Oh, AJ's defending bravely, but he needs possession at some point here. Or this is going to be Chronic's series. Oh, AJ's lost control of it. He centers it to Chronic by mistake. And, you know, you feel for him. He's been boost star forever in this game, and now he finally has a chance to go for a boost, and it's bait. It just puts him on the wrong side of the ball.
It was bait because going for the boost, it made it so awkward for him. He had the backflip back into it, and you know who was there when he had the backflip? Chronic, waiting for him. Waiting to capitalize. And AJ, he's going to need something soon. He hasn't had that many opportunities in game number 7 so far.
Oh.
It's been all Chronic. He might have a chance right here. Good first touch. Oh, great save. Wow.
Chronic off the inside of his own post. AJ remains scoreless. Almost 4 minutes into the game. Chronic is pre-jumping every single air dribble. He's not giving AJ any time to decide what he's going to do with it. He's intercepted him at the point of takeoff.
Big demo right there from AJ, but he doesn't. It's gonna be hard to put it back on net. Chronic's response to the other side. Like, oh, can he get away? 50-50. Chronic lands behind it. Another 50-50. AJ can't put the ball in. Look for another demo. He can't catch him.
Wait.
Chronic pre-jump. Chronic is doing on a masterclass.
This is just a masterclass in frustration, and now he's dribbling it back. We got backcourt to Barry. Backcourt to Barry is in the game 7. If this wasn't already the most tilting game of AJ's life, it is now, as seconds are being wasted.
Oh,
he stays calm, he stays collected, and picks up his first goal of the game.
36 seconds. Chronic doing what AJ should have done all the way back in game number 2, bringing it back to the corner. Back corner Barry, I like that. I like that. Back corner Barry's it.
Back corner Chronic maybe in this case.
And now AJ needs to win this kickoff. Let's see what he does. Delayed kickoff from kind of both players in a way. Chronic didn't fully commit. AJ half flip to get over the mid boost. Looks for the demo. Chronic brings it back into the opposite corner. AJ first touch. Chronic should challenge that. He will. Throws it all the way back down to the AJ's half. Chronic keeping the face tight. Oh, it's AJ.
So smart.
It's tripped up. Oh, here he goes.
Here he goes again. He's into the back corner.
Oh,
AJ doesn't even want to go. He doesn't even want to go. Yeah, he goes.
I don't blame him. I get frustrated from that too. It was a great series though. A great series of both teams. GG's from AJ, GG's from Chronic in the chat. And Chronic, the current pro, beats out AJ, the retired pro, all the way on Champions Field. And Chronic had to win 2 games in a row right there. He had to bounce back, JB. That's exactly what he did.
And he just locked it up in the last game. You know, it's all about the fundamentals in a game 7 with the tournament on the line. But Chronic, he just had so much possession. And although I'm really impressed with AJ's zero boost defense. That was heroic. But frustrating, an extremely frustrating way to lose. Still though, I think AJ put such a good showing for himself on the stream here. This is amazing to see him still at this level, despite going more the content route. Like, you know, just let's see, you know, how good can we stay playing for fun. Turns out pretty good. AJ taking Chronic all the way down to the wire.
Took him all the way down to the wire. AJ, you gotta tip your cap to him, but now Chronic, he moves on. He will play the loser, Zapato versus Evo. That'll be happening later. Have a good time.
I just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and to know one day I'd miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words are of heaven, we'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't. She said we soon made three, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at looking next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. Ooh, she told me don't worry,
It's the first match of the main event, and it goes all the way to Game 7. A back-and-forth affair, multiple overtimes as well. Ultimately, Chronic able to get it done in 14 times of playing. Chronic's won 7 of them. AJ's won the other 7. Congratulations, Chronic, on tying up the series.
Thank
Such
you.
a long, storied matchup between you and AJ. Do you look forward to playing AJ?
No, not at all. Honestly, I've always kind of struggled against AJ. I think his kickoff really is hard to play against, and it just kind of gets in my head and makes it really difficult to mentally play throughout the series, especially that one too. I started to really falter in the later games, but brought it back and got the win, so happy.
Yeah, absolutely. You can relax now. No more matches for the day. Getting cool off for tomorrow. Hopefully make it all the way to Raleigh there. Obviously, 3v3 is the main thing that people know you for. Have you always enjoyed 1v1s, or was getting into ones more about improving for your 3v3 play?
Honestly, ones was how I originally improved. Back when I first started getting really good, I grinded ones and wanted to get top 10 and top 1 and everything, and that's just how I originally improved at the game. So I was honestly a ones player way before I was a threes player.
So for people who are, especially for kids who are watching RLCS every day and who are their dream is of 3v3, that's what they think about a lot. If they're watching this for the first time and they're like, wait, this seems cool, 1v1 seems fun, what would you tell them? How would you encourage people to get into playing ones?
I don't know if I'd call it fun. It's fun sometimes, but I just think it's a great way to improve. You are the only one who's on the field, and the other person, but it's just all the mistakes are your fault. Every goal that goes in is your fault. So it's just it forces you to improve and take accountability when you make mistakes.
Well, you've absolutely taken accountability for your mistakes and come out with a win here. Congratulations again on that. FK is taking on Wiz next. Who you think wins?
I would expect first to sweep, but you never know.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if he can get it done there. Chronic rooting for his team out there. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, Chronic in Game 7 had to go all the way. I mean, this one, at what point did you know Chronic had this one in the bag, Fear? Oh, Fear's not on the desk here. Mr. Johnny. Johnny was on the desk.
Hello. Yeah, you can't get rid of us.
At what point did you know that Fear had Chronic had this one locked up?
Honestly, not until pretty late in the last game. 3-goal advantage, 4-goal advantage that Chronic had. It's still not, unwinnable. It's still winnable, I should say, for the opponent in 1v1. So much can happen. So it wasn't really until Chronic dribbled the ball back for the first time I thought, okay, yeah, he's got this. That's really where it becomes unwinnable.
The back corner Barry. When he back corner Barry, that's when it happened for Johnny.
That's right.
That was a crazy series, though. Well, I mean, and honestly, Bates, we were talking on the desk about oh no, Chronic's got this one locked up. Yeah, sure, it's even all time, but one of the players is retired. One of the players is still continuing to compete. Surely Chronic's got this one. How impressed were you with AJ?
I mean, he's just a lovely player to watch. I mean, Chronic ends up getting the W, but in terms of just pure Rocket League, the touches that AJ was getting on a consistent basis, especially on the ground, the quick utilization of the handbrake, 180s, the optimization of all aspects and angles of the Octane to get the depth touches to put himself in position to make great plays. I mean, AJ was on. It's on the whole series, honestly. It just took Chronic's poise, consistency, and then making just tiny tweaks throughout the whole entire series, coming out in game number 7 with a quick 2-0 lead and then running away with it. That ultimately led him to get a W.
I mean, honestly, it was every game was so close up until Game 7 when finally we saw Chronic really kind of establish a lead and maintain that lead, only allowing 1 goal there. He does advance in the bracket. Chronic will wait for the loser between Zapatos and Evo, which we'll see a little bit later on today. We'll see Wavy and Diaz as well, folks. That'll be coming up a little bit later on. Mina still ongoing in their bracket. Again, they will finish their bracket today as Nush does finally get it done in Game 7. Even that Game 7 was a close one there, Johnny. Ops gave him an absolute run for his money.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. I thought Nush was going to have an easier time there, and Ops has taken him really far into that series, into deep water, and Nush still able to get the dub. But yeah, tough matches coming up for Rawas, or rather for Nush and Clears in the semis.
Folks, we got a few more matches to go today before we're set for Championship Sunday. Zapatos and Evos waiting on deck for the conclusion of our next match. We heard quick words there from Chronic about it. First Killer versus Wiz. He thinks his teammate's going to get this one. Does the young man from Greece, though, going to be trying to cause an upset here, Bates? We'll see if Wiz can get it done.
We will see if Wiz can get it done, but he's going up against an NA 1v1 Titan. First Killer. The man who has always been dominating the NA 1v1 scene since when he was a young wee lad, 11, 12 years of age, comes at you with aggression, comes at you with power shots, constant ground play, constant pursuit. And it will be interesting to see how Wiz can react and make the necessary adjustments throughout the series to go up against that young man on your screen.
Yeah, Johnny, I mean, First Killer, one of the names when you think about greatest of all time in North America, jumping quickly to the top of that list.
Yeah, I think, it's really First Killer and Daniel, the two greatest of all time in North American 1v1 history. I would give the title to First Killer. For now, he's back. He's still competing at such a high level, even after a hiatus in the middle of his ones career. He was the best in NA, comes back. He's still clearly top 4 NA ever since he has come back. And I'd be shocked if Wiz can get the dub on him here today. I think Wiz is a great player, really fun to watch, but it doesn't take much. First Killer is just such a consistent force in 1v1 that when he gets a small advantage, he just keeps on, tapping it. He just keeps on using it, and it could be a close games all the way through, and still a 4-0, like Chronic predicted.
We'll see if they can get it done. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. #FK for First Killer, #Wiz for Wiz here. If there is a key to victory, Johnny, for Wiz, is there a weakness from First Killer he can exploit?
Well, honestly, that's one of the problems about First Killer is he is just so solid, so not really. But, the one player who did beat him in this tournament already was Evo, and he did it by allowing First Killer to just attack. So if Wiz is confident in his defense, confident in his boost management and defense, he could try to emulate Evo's win against First Killer by just maxing the defensive playstyle. But, apart from that, I would love to see as many tricks, as many bumps, as many demos as possible, just trying to be as annoying as possible. It should be a priority for Wiz.
Well, we'll see if they can get it done, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. We'll make our predictions on the desk as well. Johnny, you've made it pretty clear who you think is going to win here, but make it official.
Yeah, it's got to be First Killer. I think he's clear top 4 in North America, and to be top 4, you have to go through the top 8 stage. And I'm with Chronic. I think this could be a sweep. I'm hoping that Wiz can get a game or two because he is a really fun player to watch, but First Killer is just a monster, and he's in great form.
Bates, you predicting the underdog?
Most definitely not. This would be First Killer. This would be First Killer to get the dub. Yeah, I was a little surprised that everybody was just automatically going Chronic last series until you did and picked AJ Wave. I did appreciate that. I thought that series would be close. First Killer should handle business against this young cat Wiz right here. Give me FK and give me him in full.
I mean, we got a guy who's specializing in 1v1s here against a player who has to split his attention between 1v1s and 3v3s, but First Killer is just that good here. It would be a great upset if Wiz could get the win here. What a story it would be, but I do think First Killer is going to get it done. Chat's got it, First Killer pretty cleanly on this one as well, so we'll see if he can get it done out there on the pitch. Gotta play the games, folks. A David versus Goliath giant matchup in the works. Can the underdog Wiz push his way through to Championship Sunday with a win here over First Killer? First Killer versus Chronic to stay alive in the bracket.
RLCS fans, here we go. We have some more North American Rocket League, and there's no better player to represent North American Rocket League than First Killer, and I'm joined here with Hercules. How you feeling on this 1v1 day?
Oh my gosh, this is genuinely probably the most exciting game mode in my eyes. I've been a huge fan of ones for a minute, of course, in the lower ranks, but once I got a taste of the pro scene, my jaw has genuinely just been on the floor the entire time.
Wiz, what a pre-jump. I mean, my jaw's already jumping on the floor with the way Wiz is defending today against First Killer. I think we saw on the desk all in favor of First Killer. I know I was predicting First Killer, but Wiz is going to show you why he's here in this tournament today.
Oh my gosh, okay, we're starting off just a simple little catch, but the reset into the dunk. I mean, of course, like you all said, all of us for the most part predicted first killer on this one, but Wiz is not to be counted out. Yes, most people are gonna argue that he had maybe like a little bit of an easier bracket getting into this one, but it doesn't mean that he's not competitive enough, although the miss on the first one might have other questions.
Yeah, Wiz, he's looking strong already. One thing I would worry about coming into this game, first killer, of course, has been under the lights like this before many times in RLCS. This is Wiz's debut here on the RLCS stream. And I would have maybe expected him to be a little bit hesitant, a little bit scared to make a mistake, but that immediate pre-jump to open this game in order to cut first killer off and scoring the first goal, now willing to mix up his kickoff. He is not going to get left behind, but first killer, actually, I think he had a chance there that he might have just missed. He's going to give one to Wiz for free. The other, wait, is he? Is he?
Yeah,
he's not. It's Wiz!
No, he definitely got back in time on that one, and that's what makes First Killer so fun. There's a couple of moments where I watched him throughout qualifier weekend, and I'm like, all right, some of these are questionable, and then he does that. You get back in time, quick transition out. This one is a save from Wiz, a little bit slower there. I have noticed, though, that like these quick cuts from FK, I feel like as a defender could be really exhausting. So I'm curious what like the Wiz stamina is going to be looking like throughout the series.
Yeah, first killer plays at a pace that can be hard to match over an extended period of time. He is just going to wear you down, and he trusts in his mechanics to outplay anybody. He's going to back off now as Wiz resets in the corner. A reset near ceiling height and uses the flip. He can fake that down to the ground. Ultimately decides, after getting so low, to actually flip it over the top of Wiz, and he will take his first lead.
That's just a nice little patient game too. Not even like too heavy on it. Didn't even need to touch Wiz to take him out of it. And 1-goal lead. And the crazy part is, I was talking about this like off on the side, but like these best of sevens, it doesn't even feel like a normal best of seven. It feels like you're playing like 14 rounds even. So like that stamina question is one for the books, one for the talks. Wiz gonna tie things up here. Just a big clear out. I think, yeah, from his own half, straight on target and in.
Yeah, first killer makes a mistake that will happen many times. Won't be the first, won't be the last. Trying to decide if he has time to go steal that 100 boost. When you can get a boost advantage and starve an opponent out for a long enough time, you're guaranteed a goal. But sometimes you take a risk like that and you leave a long shot open, and you're not going to be starving anybody out while the ball rolls into your net. But first killer wins another kickoff. Nice demo from Wiz. First killer was trying to play it patient, go for a low 50 and maybe extend the play, but you cannot do anything when you're not on the map. And a heavy touch from Wiz, maybe worried about first killer diving in. He's handed possession right over, and there's first killer just handing the ball away. I hate to say, is he a little bit nervous? He does like to boom the ball, but that was really not much of a shot. Just gave Wiz possession as these two guys now trading heavy touches back and forth. First killer is going to find a demo and a boost steal, so can he keep Wiz back? No, again, Wiz, quick reaction. First killer will have a quicker recovery. Will he go full field redirect? He tries, but it'll be clear just into Wiz's possession.
Definitely tried, and another ball handed out. This one even 50s out back orange for Wiz to try and follow through. And I mean, like you said, there is that question mark if FK is nervous whatsoever. It does feel like there is a little bit of tug of war as far as like FK's respect game onto Wiz right now. Like there is that whole like, do you know, ego play this one out, but Wiz has been able to keep up fairly decently, even on low boost, manages to get something at least on net, but almost caught out. FK's gonna play this one a little bit slower, pops it up towards the net. But I do like what I am seeing from Wiz as far as being able to play a very decent close game against FK, especially in your debut. This is the performance I think he would have wanted from himself.
Definitely. I'm seeing a well-rounded ones game, you know, all around the board. I haven't been a while. It's been a while, I should say. Ooh! Find of own gold while I was talking about him playing pretty well. But he really has had a good showing here in these first couple of minutes, showing that he's capable of, everything he needs to in order to be able to take first killer down. I wasn't sure what to expect from Wiz's game because it's been a while, but he's playing like he did when he was rank 1 on the ladder. So definitely going to be a fight. First killer, a little bump to get himself a goal, but Wiz has a great advantage here on the kickoff. Boost steal, so first killer is going to be on very little. Wiz is actually chasing for a bump and couldn't find first killer, who will give himself some space. He's still going to have to defend, and Wiz is actually denying the wall to air dribble, not something that you see players do very often, especially in North America. North Americans love the wall to air dribble. Wiz instead cuts it in field, tries to go from the ground, and doesn't find much of anything. And here's First Killer. He's going to be doing this all day, and somehow he gets away with it. He just booms the ball when he gets control, just sends it over to Wiz, finds himself back in control possession, resets, goes low, and gets a fourth.
I wanted to talk to you about that because there's been so many moments where I'm seeing FK just kind of lob this ball into no man's land, whether it's like into Wiz or just out to nowhere. But this one at least played a little bit more in his possession, resulting in a goal. But is that normal for him to just kind of send it off that much?
I think First Killer just, he feels good about his matchup when the ball's moving quickly and all the cars on the map are trying to move quickly. Everyone's looking to make split-second decisions. He seems to be best in that, so I think that's what he's looking for. Still, when you're far enough away, you usually don't want to just hand the ball over. But First Killer is in the lead. It was a strong start from Wiz, but ultimately, First Killer has spent most of this time on offense. Wiz, the last couple times he's had to take, hasn't gotten much out of it. This could be an opportunity because that is a weak flick from First Killer. He's going to be rotating back late, and I think that's a bit of a mistake from Wiz. Gets almost nothing out of it, and he won't get that advantage very often. At least he's still in control as he flicks. First Killer awkward landing on the crossbar. Wiz going to lob it up. Tough read for both these guys. Wiz does go all in, uses his boost, and it will be First Killer possession. But wait,
Still trying to make the challenge on. I was gonna say is both blow boost all the way around. Wiz finally got like something out in the corner there, but FK ultimately didn't need that much more than a pad or two to carry this one on in. A 3-goal lead, 14 on the clock. I mean, that little scuffle in the corner there, I felt like was gonna kind of set the tone for the rest of this one. The fact that FK was able to just kind of regain, I don't want to say like consciousness, but like the ball in his favor, right? Great sign. I mean, high level ones is some of the most disgusting mind games you are ever going to get to see. Now Wiz has to try and come back. It's not impossible. Okay, it is if you hit crossbar and out, and then you have no time.
Yeah, he probably is not coming back in this game. I like the confidence from him. I would have liked to see him hit that just for the sake of showing that his aerial game is there and ready to play against First Killer, because his last couple possessions where he's had space, he hasn't gotten a kind of creation that he'll need to if he wants to get past First Killer consistently. That is an example of something that works, even though he does miss it. I mean, he gets First Killer diving. This kickoff needed to be straight into the net. It wasn't, so even if Wiz gets a goal, it'll be FK in game number 1. But strong start from Wiz. I still think First Killer is showing, why he's maybe just better all around. If Wiz can get a little bit more potent attack, we might see a closer game in game number 2.
Definitely, for sure. There is so much room for improvement from Wiz on this one, but like you said, great first showing. Of course, like when you bring it like down to the basics of the fact that like this is the debut, right? This is a big deal for some people. This event didn't exist before this year or this season or even this split, right? So for somebody like Wiz, this is a really big deal. There's a lot of room for improvement, but of course for somebody like FK, you've been competing all over this scene. Of course, yes, Wiz has as well, but there's that level of experience in RLCS that's a little different. Although I will say, seeing Wiz smile, it is good vibes.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, vibes-wise, I was just watching the cameras too while we went through, and First Killer's looking, a little bit nervous. He's doing like the getting into his hands, like, oh, that was a close one. Wiz is laughing it up. So maybe he has the kind of attitude he's going to need to have, that you cannot, sweat too much against First Killer or you're going to be in trouble, because First Killer has controlled NA for the longest time. Wiz is one of those guys, even when he was peaking, might have been right around when First Killer was kind of, not grinding as much in ones anymore, but nobody in North America could beat him. He was always the guy to beat, holding it down forever. He's coming back to hold it down for the first ever RLCS ones, and he's got it done in game number 1.
Well, we're going to see if he can continue to hold it down. Game number 1 did go to First Killer, but Forbidden Temple on the way. We're going to see how much more Dueling Dragon action we are going to get out of these two. And off the kickoff, just a slow shot on target, but a little pop out there from FK.
Wiz has boost advantage. He's got First Killer backing off. First Killer electing to give up the space in order to get 100. Can Wiz get a demo? He puts it too high. He should be able to get around this ball and get a decent shot. He will put it on target. So Wiz, the eligible bump or going through the air, looking for the defense. Not a bad way to get it going. But actually, First Killer was almost behind the play anyways when Wiz demoed him. He's going to score again first.
Not too bad. I was curious, if he was going to get the cut, but Wiz has had, I think, this is the second time we've seen a shot where, in theory, if it had just gone in off the rip, things would look a little bit better. This is more along the lines, I think, of what he wanted. Off the kickoff, though. Just a little dead ball on in, and FK wasn't going to get back in time. Enough speed to give him that 2-goal lead. I don't know, better signs of life for Wiz here in this game number 2.
Wiz will probably have to get early leads and make them extend them out as much as possible. Off the back of kickoffs is not a bad way to do it. This is 2 straight kickoffs. Wave dash kickoff on the previous one. Here, he actually goes to win it left. I think First Killer had maybe been trying to win it right the last couple times. Like Johnny was talking about earlier, there's a ton of metagame going on here. If we really wanted to, we could just watch every single kickoff and talk about the metagame of that. It's hard to do, but these guys are playing that. They are playing it as it goes on, and Wiz is already showing a fake. He is not letting First Killer get used to anything. Sure, he beat him on the last one. Sometimes players just go right back to the same kickoff, say, it won, I want another free kickoff. That's not what Wiz has been doing. He has been making sure to mix it up. First Killer's gonna have a tough time getting a read, and Wiz has now pushed First Killer to the back wall, but First Killer with space can be tough. He's gonna get a touch to get this ball moving and look for a classic hook shot in ones. Wiz can't save high and cannot get back down. First Killer on the board.
As soon as that one got lobbed out to that backboard, you knew if there was no touch on it, that was just going straight in. He'd already committed to it too, so unfortunate for you, but FK 1 foot forward into this game number 2. Only down by 2 with 4 minutes left is like, all right, you've got pretty much all the time in the world.
Oh yeah, for ones, if you're not used to watching 3s or 1s, 3-1 is, I mean, nothing. I would be really surprised if we didn't get 2, maybe even 4 more goals. So, you cannot get down on yourself here in ones. It takes a special mindset. It can feel like the game is over, but it really never is, especially with how volatile kickoffs can be. As First Killer trying to pull down his camera to see Wiz on the other side of the ball. I'm not sure if the audience got to see that, but using that camera work to know what's going on. Wiz actually showed up to that boost just a second late, so he has to do a U-turn, go grab it, and First Killer is out picking up pads. He took way too big of a trip. That net is going to be open for Wiz.
I think he might have thought he was going to commit to it at first and had the time to go back, but then Wiz had to do like the double take as well for the boost, and it's just a whole series of events to get the catch out on FK. Wiz kind of, I don't want to say running away with this one, but definitely playing a lot cleaner than what we saw in the first. There's been so much potential from this player to really compete against somebody like First Killer, and I mean, he's proven why he's made it here into our top 16.
First Killer with a double off the back wall. Okay, this time Wiz is going to reset. He's going to bring it all the way to his back corner instead of trying to force the issue. First Killer has arrived and set up the shadow right in front of him. Wiz trying to air dribble past him, and that is one of the downsides of setting up such a deep shadow and not dunking. I think First Killer doesn't feel like he's going to get a good play. If he dunks Wiz all the way in the corner, that can often favor the offense. So instead, he does stick with the shadow, but he can't go that far in deep. Otherwise, Wiz can just take it clean over the top for a 5th goal.
I mean, a 4-goal lead. Like we said, there's been so many games that are genuinely so high-scoring that we've seen today in Mina and here in NA. As far as like a low-scoring game, right? Some people like to say that like, oh, if it's like high-scoring in ones, that means people aren't really playing like extremely defensively. But like from what we've seen, I feel like that's not really the case.
Yeah, you can really, especially, kickoff defense isn't really thought of as defense, but you could run a score up really high without anyone ever playing defense, just purely off the kickoffs. So it's not necessarily a sign of bad defense unless you consider losing kickoff bad defense, which it probably is. We're getting into semantics though, as First Killer is halfway through this game down 4. So he's got himself a bit of a hole he has to climb back, and Wiz is playing on the orange half and playing on offense, something that we weren't really seeing from him towards the end of game number 1. As First Killer is trying to read Wiz here in defense. He sets everything up and slowly rolls it into the back of the defender. Sometimes that can be the answer as the defender is trying to stay moving, get a big clear, just roll it right at him and stay on the ground for a 50 and a goal.
Yeah, he's done so good just keeping up with him and mirroring him on that save there. But unfortunately for him, a little bit too much momentum on the car there, so when his car hit the ground, it just got away from him. And now, off kickoff, same thing, playing a patient game. And I do like this from Wiz. I feel like most people against First Killer would get pretty antsy, but like his composure throughout at least this game number 2 has been extremely impressive.
A nice challenge here on 0 boost as well. He's in a tough spot. If he doesn't get that challenge, First Killer scoring almost for sure. It looks like he still might want a save from Wiz. He is playing off pads to get back and make that top shelf save. He's not out of the woods yet. First Killer is really trying to make him make a mistake. Wiz just barely gets a touch. Can he recover again? First Killer didn't put enough heat on it. And look at the patience from Wiz to sit on the goal line and wait till he actually has a clear. He has picked up the boost, and he's got a wide open net.
Bro, the triple save to the transition out is nasty, but I gotta commend him on that first initial save. He had to really tilt his car to get all 4 wheels in time to have the speed to even drive in. It was back to back to back, and FK's probably sitting there like, how? Like, how on earth did even the third one come through? 6-2 still in favor of Wiz. Less than 90 seconds to go. Now, if you guys know the rules, this is forfeit territory for First Killer, but he is still choosing to play on.
Yeah, I'm going to be surprised. I think Wiz will have to really get it out of control. I think First Killer probably in this matchup feels like he can win any game, and because he's probably confident enough, you know, he's going to have to see a really big deficit before he's decided he can't bring it back. But Wiz is playing great right now. He's doing great reactions to what First Killer is doing. First Killer actually did a great job to back off after Wiz went for the power shot. First Killer this whole game has been showing that early defense, but he needs to clean up a little bit of his offense. That flick so high, Wiz doesn't even have to think about trying to save it, which means it's going to be easy possession for him. And now putting one on target every minute that comes off the clock, every second that comes off the clock in this midfield is in favor of Wiz, and First Killer just cannot find the opening.
Yeah, and it's really hard to find an opening like that too, because the entire time Wiz was boost starving the heck out of FK right there, and it wasn't until FK got that last 100 boost pad that he was able to demo Wiz out. Might have been enough. Unfortunately for him, Wiz's defense is just honestly a tiny step ahead right now. He's done a great job of, you know, anticipating a lot of these backboard shots that FK is trying to take. This one is going to be played a little bit lower than the backboard. The reset on in from First Killer, although, I don't know, 11 seconds, it doesn't, I don't know if it feels enough. You're the expert, though. 11 seconds.
It can be done. It can be done.
Okay, it can be done.
Probably, usually you see something cheeky, maybe a delay, something special. But Wiz, I love this fake from him. Wiz is trying to waste time. Even if First Killer does come out in advantage on the fake, which I think he has, you know, this position over many minutes is going to favor First Killer. But that's fine for Wiz, because in seconds the game is over and he is on the board. First Killer will not be sweeping Wiz. And the way Wiz has been playing, this is a much more equal matchup than I realized coming into it.
I'm in the same boat. I did feel like there would have been like I don't know, a bigger gap maybe between the two. It was kind of the same thought process a lot of people had with Chronic and AJ, where we were like, all right, but like AJ's not like in RLCS right now. Chronic's kind of got that momentum going on. That was my First Killer, you know, voting style on this one, but I don't know. These players where like ones is their whole life, and it's all that they focused on, they are proving to be really big threats throughout the competition.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've mentioned this multiple times, but, you know, Wiz, I just was expecting, I think, less confidence from him. And not to say he's ever been like a non-confident player, but it's just such a big moment here in RLCS 1's the first time it's ever, you know, been a thing. Wiz making main event, playing against First Killer. This is the guy who is the king of the world in NA. And so it would be so easy to kind of fade into the shadows and be like, well, I got top 8. I did pretty good. But Wiz is playing today like he expects to win. Like he's like, I'm a favorite here. The way he's like pre-jumping First Killer and not scared of anything he's doing, maintaining possession, doing a great job. And that's what he had to do today if Wiz was ever going to be the guy who comes out on top.
I feel like we do see that sometimes too, more frequently than not, where like these players that do have their debut moments, they have this like massive adrenaline rush, and they're like, this is what I've been waiting for like so many years in this opportunity. So that could be playing a factor into it. We've seen pretty much nothing but smiles from Wiz. He's just been completely locked in, and then FK on the other end is the more serious version of locking in right now. But we'll see. Game number 3 really, I think for most people, is going to be kind of a decider where that momentum's headed for the rest of the series.
And First Killer is going to open it up with possession. Wiz made some defensive heroics last time around. It's not going to happen this time. First Killer keeps him pinned back. He is on almost 0, and a nice reset shot just booms it strong enough. It's technically right at where Wiz was preparing to play defense, but if you put enough heat on it, it's not going to matter.
You go straight back into kickoff. So we said it like what? It's almost like rock, paper, scissors, right? This time, a little more standard, 2 rocks. This one goes out to the side. Wiz must be forward. Was controlled enough to take another shot here, but First Killer staying calm, composed, pops one up to the air and taking his time with it. 30 to work with. Flick off the back is nasty.
The movement on this flick from First Killer. We have seen flicks, the musties, but this is not quite that. It's like a side flip flick from a backflip on his car. Just sends it at Wiz. If you're Wiz defending that, that is not something that you have to defend against almost ever. So I'm sure he's not expecting a flick based on First Killer's car position, but He is a great improviser, and he's got himself a second goal. Wiz just gonna walk one in to make it 1-2. A mirrored wave dash kickoff that he's just quicker to. First killer, maybe even getting slightly faked or over rotating there, but Wiz, a big kickoff goal after what could have been a momentum starter there for first killer, and we'll head to a diagonal kickoff.
Let's see what we get off this one. FK's gonna be the one to follow it first. Wiz already raced back, got that 12 pad, but just enough to pop it out. I did expect a quick cut around, off the sidewall, back to himself. I mean, it's fairly clinical at that point.
Yeah, Wiz on 12 boost. I mean, he has to respect these. If he can read early enough that is off the backboard, he could stay grounded. But even then, based on where he was positioned, I'm not sure he's going to have an easy time backflipping to cut off the follow-up. So really, it comes down to trying to make sure you're not in these boost start positions in the first place. And they're coming off of these kickoffs frequently. First killer just going to shoot off the sidewall. Oh my goodness. Fortunate for Wiz that is not in. Zero boost for first killer. Should have been at a disadvantage. He just slams it against the wall. Super close. Wiz does control and 50s for his second.
I feel for FK in this moment too. You saw it on his face cam. Just like, there's no way that that's how much power was following that after in the end, and found its way on in. FK's lead now diminished to 1 with 4 minutes on the clock off the kickoff. I mean, I do gotta say, at least Wiz is coming back slightly confidently. No save off this one. I feel like that was like one of those miracle saves we had seen in like game number 2, but not this time around.
Yeah, I watched First Killer versus Evo earlier in this bracket. Evo was somehow miraculously saving everything. So now I'm a believer that anything can be saved. Wiz gave it a strong effort, but not able to get it as he now has a 2-goal lead again. Wiz heading back with 100 boost. First Killer's going to elect to try and stick around, see what he can make happen on 0. A bad 50 could end up with him getting scored on. Wiz wanted to camp out the midfield to get the 100. Didn't get it, so now he'll take a trip back to his own net instead. Sees First Killer diving and is able to flick past him for the first, but First Killer gets a follow-up demo as he lands, and now will tap in a goal.
Not too shabby. I mean, of course, at that point, once those demos start to come through, and we saw that all throughout games 1 and 2, once the demos are in, that turns into a whole other ball game, especially in ones, right? Because you're also slightly relying on like the respawn to be in your favor. And of course, with the update, you can see where you're coming in, but it doesn't make you come back any faster. FK gonna try another one there. Shot on target, sent off by Wiz. We're gonna see if the follow comes through in time. It's just straight shot off the post though. And FK can breathe just for a second there.
Yeah, it was a great beat. They're both trying to decide, you know, who's going to go. A little game of chicken at the midfield. Wiz won it by a mile. Nice save from Wiz. Still in. It was a nice save for a second, but First Killer, you cannot let him get to this spot too often. A great reset, and he flips underneath the ball. It looks like he's going to try and shoot it bottom left, but he rolls underneath it to make that touch go the opposite direction. Credit to Wiz for even getting a touch in the first place, but it'll hit the post and in. 6-2, First Killer getting a bit of separation here in game number 3.
I feel for Wiz, that's the second time we've seen him get a touch. The first one was technically the own goal, but where it like pinballs around, and unfortunately for him, it pinballs in instead of out. That's got to be frustrating. Quick down on the ground. FK challenge is going to be a little bit slower on this one. On the back of his car. Takes that mid boost. So, and then the demo comes through.
A demo to reset the play. First Killer into the back corner. We have seen these dribbles from North America. Daniel was doing these back when he was at his peak every single time he had the ball. Bringing that ball to the back corner and starting off of that slight curve. A little bit different from the way Diaz likes to run it, or can't do it frequently, off the straight back wall, as First Killer doesn't clear this one away. Wiz flick. Denied. Did he almost bump off the post and they can make another shot? That was a little bit of a fortunate bounce. Can't imagine that's where he was trying to go to, but Wiz is gonna have to start thinking about, early challenging. I like this from Wiz. He's down 4. It's a few minutes. There should be a lot more goals to go, but you can't play this passive anymore for every late possession. Take 30 seconds to score. You do need to kind of force the issue here if you're gonna have a chance. First Killer no looks. I don't know if the stream can show this or not for player POV, but First Killer turns on reverse cam as he doubles this one in for the 7th.
That was actually so gross. Okay, it does pop up for you guys. That was pretty gnarly. I'm not gonna lie on that one. 5-goal lead to First Killer. Everybody was a little concerned for a half moment there with the amount of confidence Wiz had come into the series with, but First Killer does remind him who he is, already anticipating. The challenge on 1 is not going to stop Wiz for his 3rd, though.
Wiz not giving up. Forfeits allowed in this game mode. Down 5 at the minute 40. He's going to keep working it out. Nice air dribble. And he scored quickly. I mean, at this pace, he could end up winning by 5 if he scores that quickly every time. So there's a reason why these players do play it out. But the way the game's been going so far, hard to imagine, as Wiz in his own half, 0 boost. First killer wants a demo, can't get it, so instead he'll reset the play back to his own half. And this can be a bit awkward to get a dribble going, which is why first killer goes all the way to the ceiling and back down. Wiz no longer challenging, allows first killer to chip it away. He's trying to get a redirect across the field. Doesn't connect. Bit of an awkward dribble for first killer unless he gets a strong reset. She got a good enough one to force a double jump save out of Wiz, which will buy him a little bit of time. Interesting pinch. Wiz didn't have the boost to follow it up though, and went to go get the boost and will get scored on while he does that.
There's just a whole lot of catching out in this sequence of events here. It, like you said, it started out with FK getting him to do the double jump. It started a lot, and I think we got our first forfeit.
Yeah, looking like Wiz calling to go next. Minute 10 left to go. 5 goals, not going to be easy. I think Wiz has decided to just head to the next game. It can be the right decision. If you're starting to tilt yourself out, you don't want to wait another minute 10. You just want to get right back into the next one. It's kind of interesting because it's almost the opposite of a timeout. We've seen the way timeouts have been used, and they have been used completely differently. They've been used after wins. You know, when players are forfeiting or when players are losing, they kind of forfeit and then they get back in right away, like they just want to go again. But players who have won in close games, they're the ones who actually need the time to take a break before the next game.
I was really curious because I feel like a lot of the times it's like what the timeouts and the forfeits all, like you said, can mean different things. The way we saw them get used in the first series, like you said, were more just like almost as a breather. But to have the forfeit come through, I don't even necessarily feel like it was like 100% used because it's like due to tilt. It might have just been like all right, let me get some stuff done. Let me breathe for like 10 seconds and go back in. But by no means would I view Wiz as tilted at this point.
No, I think he's still got his wits about him. He's got a tough challenge ahead of him, which he always did, even before the series started. Now down 2-1. He has got his kickoff game mixed up. He seems to feel like, you know, he can make this happen. He was never giving up, even that air dribble towards the end of last game, showing that he still has a bit of offense. I think even without that, maybe he feels like he's in a bit more trouble, but he's scored recently. He is definitely still in this one. Long series, best of 7 1v1. You know, best of 5 1v1 is often how it's played in show matches and stuff, only for the really big tournaments, which this is a nice big tournament, is a best of 7 1v1 getting played. So the best players can do it. They can come back. I think we don't see reverse sweeps in best of 7 3v3 very often, but I've seen it at least a few times in 1v1. Wiz is not even going to have to reverse sweep. He's just going to have to come back from down 1 game. So not too bad from Wiz, putting up a fight against the king of NA 1v1s on the biggest stage.
I mean, I feel like this is a really great debut so far, right? Especially if you were going to be able to tie up this series. That would be a huge confidence booster. But right now, FK 1 away from a match point. We're going to see if he can maybe really put Wiz in his place. Otherwise, I think this is more just coming down to a very fair game of Rocket League. Most people would have expected Wiz and First Killer to have a much bigger gap than what we're seeing, but this is a fairly close matchup, and I think, you know, it makes it so much more fun when it is that way.
This is at least slightly off topic, but I'm so used to 1v1 games always being played on Manfield Night. It's nice to have a little bit of a switch up as we head to Utopia Coliseum. Not every single 1v1 game has to be played on Manfield Night. As we head to Game 4 Utopia Coliseum, it'll be a nice way to separate these RLCS 1v1s from those regular show matches, because this is the biggest stage as First Killer and Wiz line it up once again.
And we'll see what we get off the rip here. Wiz flicks forward and into the boost and into the shot. It almost missed the mark, but he is able to get the quick cut around. Wiz first on the board. And we've seen this before, Fear. When Wiz was first on the board, it felt like his confidence as far as like the rest of the game went looked a little better. You can see it in his face cam. I love his reactions. He's so animated.
I haven't been watching them. I got to watch those face cams just a little bit more. They're some of the best content we can get in ones. I remember Jory's had some great moments in the EU 1v1 we were watching his cameras, so I got to make sure to watch Wiz as we go on. But First Killer going to have himself a possession here. Wiz tried to cut it off immediately on the sidewall, wasn't able to, and now he's going to have to rush back, and what a great save. First Killer knows that he dove in and can just try and rush the dribble in order to make it as tough as possible for him, so the fact that he makes it back and is able to clear it out is quite impressive, as First Killer will just boom the ball again on target. He's got Wiz into the net, low on boost. First Killer lob it high where he knows Wiz can't go to, but Wiz picks up his pad, gets another clear, and First Killer's just going to boom it again. He says, I doubt that you can stop this high every single time. Eventually, I'm going to get my goal.
I was gonna say, you could physically feel the pace starting to ramp up, and you're sitting there wondering, like, all right, Wiz has been able to keep up as far as like offense goes, but defensively, eventually, he's gonna place it just above you, and you're gonna run out of boost. He had timed the first save so well, but at that point, you do gotta admit that FK, more boost, more control in that moment, was gonna come out with the point.
Wiz gets forced into a 180 here. Almost smooth caught the boost anyways, but he will pick it up for a bit of a slower play. First Killer is not going to creep out of net. Wiz is trying to bait him out there, but he refuses to go out there and make a bad challenge. So Wiz will head to the corner. First Killer taking that arc where he picks up all the pads. It's a place that you will see a lot of 1v1 defenders when they're getting starved out of those 100 boosts. There's a nice clean arc where you can pick up probably up to the 30s or 40s and get back to net in time. That's what First Killer does. He survives, and now he gets himself 100, which will get him back on offense. Straight down the center of the field. He wants a bump. Wiz gets out underneath it. Interesting recovery from First Killer to tap the ball off the line for a long shot from Wiz. So instead, forced to the side wall. First Killer up early. Wiz pops it around him and will tap in an open net.
I got a little nervous for him on this one. You saw him go off the sidewall, but to the ceiling, I was scared because I felt like Wiz had the time, and he did. He had the flip, use the reset, and I mean, you saw it straight on FK's face. As soon as he went for the challenge and he went under that ball, he just knew. And I mean, confidence genuinely has to be like the most perfect word to describe what Wiz is right now. Most people wouldn't anticipate somebody to play this well against somebody with the pedigree that First Killer has, but he is holding his own.
Look at Wiz's defense. First Killer slams the ball in. Wiz so comfortable making a nice save, and then First Killer decides to mix it up. He's been booming the ball every second, so instead slows it down, goes for a low 50, maybe hoping Wiz reacts too quickly after all these booms and maybe puts himself out of position, but no, Wiz makes another great save, and it's 3-1. Delayed kickoff for Wiz as he gets a little camera check to see what is First Killer up to. Is he going to give me the space? First Killer does give him the space as he heads back. Wiz attempted that early flick to get around the challenge. It did not work out, and now First Killer will continue his boom play. He does love to just slam the ball, so he will slam it this time on the ground toward Wiz's net, but Wiz has been handling the booms. 50 in First Killer's back corner. It's going to be a straight dribble. Wiz does not have a lot of boost to work with, but First Killer gives him a low flick that he can handle. He is not out of jail yet, though, as he's going over the arc of the pads as he picks up enough to challenge First Killer. He went after the midfield, though, and then First Killer maybe thought he was going to get demoed, so he backed off the ball and almost got Wiz to own goal it instead, but he wanted to survive. He does survive, and now he's got himself another possession. Ball carry. Wiz is going to challenge before he can get anything going. Wiz is being suffocating, and he will pinch in on the ground a fourth.
I'm watching Wiz play, and I'm like, genuinely, how are you managing to like keep yourself composed enough to be going with this? But like you said, suffocating FK into this one and finding your open space on it. A 3-goal lead. 2 to go. Of course, at this point, like we said, after that halfway point, anybody can forfeit. Obviously, for a multitude of reasons, Wiz is not going to be forfeiting anytime soon. FK does has the time to come back, but this is one of the more lower scoring games that we've seen throughout this series. We're going to see if we can get changed here. Try to play it slow and low. Nothing on it. FK is trying to keep it going, but like we've seen so many times, Wiz's patient game defensively against First Killer is really what has allowed him to hold on to this lead.
Challenge. Great challenge from Wiz off the ceiling. I mean, he is just neutralizing First Killer's offense, which is not easy to do. First Killer goes up to stealing height, and Wiz just meets him before he can get anything going, get any sort of outplay. First Killer has, again, spent what feels like the majority of this game in control of the ball. He's eventually going to find himself an open net as Wiz creeps too far out, but it is not easy. Evo managed to do it yesterday. Wiz is doing a bit of it today. Surviving while First Killer has possession for extended periods of time. He'll have to keep doing it for 1:24 if he wants to hold on to this lead.
Let's see if he can do it. He does go back for that 100 boost pad and challenges FK on. FK just enough on the touch, goes for the pinch on the ceiling. I think this one is just a bit wide. and no follow, or at least no immediate follow on. And I felt like he would have had the time to make the shot, maybe even find his way in. But off the ceiling, reset down. A lot of power isn't enough, though, to slow down Wiz. And final minute has officially approached. Still a 2-goal lead in favor of Wiz. This feels a little dangerous.
Wiz is forcing perfection out of first killer, and it can be so frustrating. It's easy to tilt out as well when this is happening to you. When every good shot is getting saved, you go for great ones. When every great shot is getting saved, you start going for impossible ones, and you start missing yourself and almost outplaying yourself. First killer hasn't gotten there just yet, but he needs to start going for something different because Wiz has been so good defensively. Another early challenge. These guys are going to meet to the ball at the same time. First killer is going to find a way to score with 26 left. I mean, Wiz has made another save and will be clearing the ball out. Might even have a hook shot, probably securing this game and tying up the series.
Yeah, I think that one honestly might do it for me. You talked about how like FK, was feeling fairly suffocated, right, with the play style that Wiz has been bringing forward, and you can see it start to slow first killer down. The amount of times he's turned around and tried to, make some sort of cut and allow him to, get a fast one onto Wiz, but Wiz is not getting caught out, and especially not any time soon. A 6th goal to Wiz in favor for this game 4.
Did a little camera check too. It's something that you don't see very often, especially, first killer can't even tell, right? He can never see Wiz's POV during the game, but sometimes you get somebody beat, or like you're beating them in a race, you do the look back, and like I'm torching you right now. Wiz hit him with the look back on the camera. There's no way he needed to know where first killer was. He knew he beat him, but he made sure to give him a little look just to really rub it in as he puts in his 6th goal. Wiz feeling good. First killer is gonna let it roll out. Wiz on the board in a tied game against first killer in RLCS 1v1.
Again, he's such like an animated person. The smile, the huge sigh of relief. Like, he's got to feel great right now. I can't even fathom, the amount of adjustments that Wiz had to make just from game 3 to game 4, right? Because game number 3, really, it kind of started to get away from him. Like, the way that first killer was able to take him down was more like, all right, this is more what people were expecting. But Wiz in this one pretty much matched first killer's pace on every single front. And at that point, FK just had to respect the fact that, Wiz is playing a very solid defense, and that defense is winning him games.
Wiz is yapping to himself. I was just watching.
Dude, I was gonna ask you about that earlier. I was like, is this dude in a call with someone, or is he like full-blown talking to himself? I cannot figure it out.
It's got to be a call. Based on what I'm seeing right now, he's got to be talking to somebody. It's interesting because, maybe he's just popping off for himself. It's not a bad idea. For 1v1s in the past, a lot of the younger players, although Wiz is, a bit older now, but I've heard it said before that they'd prefer to be in a call with somebody during the ones games because it's so stressful. It's so stressful just to be able to have somebody to talk to, kind of be like, oh, unlucky, just say anything to them instead of having to be there alone in a game by yourself. Can potentially be helpful. Maybe that's what Wiz is doing. He is clearly hyping himself up. He is ready to game today as we head to game 5.
No, he's definitely having a great time there. He's been doing it throughout the series too, and I was like, well, what is going on here? But like you said, that is a thing. I'd love for that to be an interview question, should he be the one to get to have it. But FK, of course, is obviously going to try and prevent that interview from happening and get one for himself. To take his time, kept this one a little bit lower. Wiz, great read. The fight for power still remains in this corner here.
It's not easy to bring this ball off the back wall. That's why Wiz just switches the field and goes into an air dribble instead. He's going to power shoot it. Maybe he's expecting first killer to go upside wall. First killer is going to get back in time to make a save. Not an easy one though, as Wiz now trying to play a quick game. Wanted the ground pinch, couldn't get it, and is having to spend a ton of boost. First killer is just sitting and waiting. He's expecting to get possession here as Wiz dances around the ball, and first killer did get just that. Now on an air dribble the other way. He's got a great reset in a perfect spot. It is so hard to defend when first killer gets an air dribble aimed right at the center of the net, has his reset. He can make it go right, he can make it go left, he can do nothing at all and just drop it into your net. And what he does decide to do is go wave dash into the bottom left.
Oh man, at that point you are playing a guessing game, and unfortunately for Wiz, just the wrong guess on where that was getting placed. For FK, I don't want to say huge confidence booster, but it definitely is like a, okay, cool, at least I'm like back in it, not feeling as bad. Ceiling pinch isn't going in. Wiz was far enough back to catch it, but you do like to see that from FK when things start to get a little flashier. I feel like you can tell that he's playing a little bit more like himself.
And Wiz is making him do it. He's not letting anything tame through. You're going to have to pop off to get past Wiz today, as he has now collected a flick, sent it the other way. First Killer sends it to the backboard. Speedy recovery, but he's not going to creep out to the ball. He's going to like to play more defense, and he actually got a save that allows him to grab the 100 boost. So he will have a possession now. Wiz is going to dive. First Killer wanted to play it off the bounce. It was a bit too awkward to grab offside wall. So Wiz knew he could turn in and make a challenge, but still was the First Killer. And again, back to Boomer Ball, just slamming the ball up high, trying to force defenders to make a high save and see if they can recover and stay alive long enough. The problem is, Wiz has passed the test. He has tested him a few times now by booming, and Wiz is showing he is ready to make those defensive plays. I don't know if we'll see a mix-up from First Killer at all to try and see if he can, catch Wiz off guard, maybe slow play it here and there. But Wiz on an air dribble, fakes the flick, pops it up, and gets it past First Killer for his first.
This was so beautiful, too. Just a control from start to finish, off the ceiling, bait the musty down, just lets it fall on him, and in the power. I mean, this is the level of mind games you got to play against somebody like First Killer. Like you said, absolutely nothing is free. Everything in this series has been earned by Wiz. He's going to try and get another one here. Off the rip, it's the demo shot in from kickoff that puts Wiz into the lead.
Wiz getting himself up in a big game, tied series. He put himself on match point against a guy like First Killer. It's yet to be seen, but he certainly doesn't lack the confidence. Slight delay on this diagonal kickoff. He's going to win it into First Killer's half. Little check to see what First Killer's up to. He's not going to be able to get a shot on in time. First Killer's done well to save his boost, so now he's going to try and rush the play, force Wiz on a late defense, but Wiz still makes the play, and now First Killer lands awkwardly, so Wiz can do a little bit of the same the other way. Power shot not quite strong enough. In fact, it's so not strong that First Killer instead lines up his counterattack. He's not worried about saving. He's worried about passing to himself, but he's not able to get a shot the other way. Wiz will bring the ball down to the ground. Slight delay on his flick. It's strong. It's in. It's a 2-goal lead.
I like it. I also just love how quickly Wiz has been to challenge First Killer. He gives him no space to breathe. So FK, in turn, you're kind of just very antsy and like always like one head, like, one part of you is like constantly trying to look back. The other part has to focus on what's in front of you. And Wiz is just like, I'm just going to make sure that every single shot I lob is fully on net. And then you have to worry about defending every single thing I put forward. For now, only 2 minutes on the clock and a 2-goal lead. Potentially 3, although this one is slow enough for the FK save. But again, this is an interesting one. Seeing First Killer be held back this frequently.
You see the respect now, First Killer, after Wiz dropped that ball straight down. There's a potential window if you don't believe in the defender to make a strike. First Killer says, I believe in the defender now. I'm not diving for that. I'm staying safe and waiting for him to hand me the ball. First Killer, bit of a cheeky wait there off the back wall. If Wiz dives, he could potentially get a goal, but not likely for the offense to dive in that situation. He lets it bounce instead as a setup for his dribble the other way. Gonna go and grab Wiz's corner boost. Wiz escapes, doesn't get demoed, pushes First Killer to the back wall. Wiz wants a tight angle, doesn't get it, and instead passes it out to First Killer, who's got an easy touch to the net.
Oh man, the amount of times you saw Wiz boost starve FK out, and this is the second time we've seen it in this series where he will boost starve FK for a solid like 10 seconds, but the second FK picks up anything, it is just enough to catch Wiz out, and Wiz does need to anticipate those just a teensy tiny bit better. You can, not respect him as much as you want, but at some point you gotta admit, he's still him.
First Killer just walked it in. They just stared at each other while the ball rolled 5 miles per hour. He did connect with him, but it's like the ball's going so slow. He's not going to have any trouble just half flipping and making a save. You got to put a little bit more heat behind it. So Wiz, 2-goal lead. Minute 3 left to go. It is a kickoff into his own back corner as Wiz has transitioned quickly to the back wall. He did not want any quick angle shot to be made. He knows what First Killer can do, but he's completely on zero now. First Killer shot high, perfectly placed for a zero boost defender, and he'll put himself within 1.
Oh my gosh, I mean, this is the thing that I've really enjoyed about ones, is just like how quickly things can flip on its head. FK back into this one, only a 1-goal deficit from here out, less than a minute to go, and then we get the series of the kickoffs. We're gonna see what we get here. Is there like a name for it, like a specific name for when it goes like that, like somebody's like 50s out forward, or?
Not that I can say. A nice kickoff, a good kickoff win for Wiz is probably what I'd refer to it as he wins that one. But 30 seconds left to go. He's in a tough spot. First killer gonna slam one again on the opposite side of the net. Wiz can make those reactions. He has control of the ball. He could play this slower, but he's gonna immediately lob it up towards first killer and now have to back off. So first killer has his fate in his own hands, control of the possession, although he couldn't quite get it quick enough. Has to launch a flick as he gets underneath the ball. Wants a bump on Wiz. Wiz gets around it to make the save and may just be securing the game. He's gonna have a late recovery. First killer will demo him, but it's gonna be a respawn long before first killer can get there. He gets a heavy first touch to try and get around him, and he does catch Wiz diving. 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. It'll be a tie game. We're headed to overtime.
The second that Wiz committed to that one, you knew it was straight past him. That ball played just a little bit high. Patience in favor of those who want it. And first killer is going to force an overtime here in game number 5. Golden goal gives you match point.
I'm going to go ahead and say that Wiz must win this one. This is the game that he held for the longest time. If you want to win a series against first killer, you cannot hand him a game like this. You have to take it from him. First killer steals it back, wins the kickoff, or didn't really win the kickoff. He lost it into his own half, but he gets first possession and gets a strong shot. Wiz gets caught up on the post. FK wins 7 seconds into overtime.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this is those are one of those moments where you're like, okay, FK, you know, you're able to, you know, hold your own in the times where it matters most. Like you said, Wiz, for the mass majority of that game, owned it. That was all him. I mean, he made 12 saves off the 17 shots, and that's 17 registered shots that FK put on there. It felt like so many more at that point, right? But FK taking it in OT, I feel like is going to do wonders on Wiz's mental. And I feel like this is also going to be a really big proving moment for Wiz too, to see like, all right, how high level are you? Because the mental game is a whole other aspect of like who is actually at the top of the leaderboard.
For sure. This is going to be as tough as it possibly can be for Wiz. No timeout as far as I'm aware. It is available for either one of these players. First killer not using it, which is, you might be saying, well, of course, if your first killer's not using it, he won the game. But that's actually where we've seen it used the most. First killer is going to play it out. Wiz is going to play it out as well. I didn't catch the clip, but it seems like, based on chat sentiment, that Wiz might have been a little bit angry at the end of that loss.
Ooh.
But hopefully he can get back to the vibe we've seen from him a little bit more, as we are headed to Neo Tokyo, the ever so famous game number 6 match. Wiz, can he get us 2 back-to-back game 7s in NA RLCS 1v1, or will it be the favorite taking it here on Neo Tokyo? We will find out as we head to the game 6 kickoff.
If you guys are just tuning in, there's been so many moments where Wiz has really kept first killer on his toes, but first killer, he's got momentum swung in his favor now. Wiz, this is pretty much the most antsy we've seen him throughout the series, so lots of room to really fumble here. FK almost did it back, but Wiz is just gonna chunk it up field, and FK is gonna be back in time to make that save.
Can Wiz keep first killer pinned back? He's low on boost right now. I think first killer's gonna have a chance to grab the 100. It'll still be possession for Wiz as he goes to his back wall. He is not going to go for an air dribble like we see from his fellow competitor here in North America, Mr. Diaz. Instead, he's going to go to the opposite corner, get an air dribble from there, and the setup just isn't on target. You need that setup off the side wall to be more center net in order for first killer to really panic about everything that Wiz can do. Instead, he can tell if he's going to score, he's going to have to use that flip and get it off the line, and then first killer just a catch and shot. He is so good at accelerating the ball, and he will start with the lead here in game number 6.
Not too bad too. Of course, like if you are the first to score, especially after you stole that OT from him, and look at him, another one here. It's the bump out the corner. You see the eye roll coming out from Wiz. This is a frustrating game number 6.
This is the toughest mental game. I mean, after coming off of a game that kind of got stolen from you, now down to, hey, this doesn't hurt.
Oh.
This doesn't hurt at all. This is good old-fashioned 1v1. This has happened a lot less in recent days, but both these guys going for standard kickoffs. Wiz gets, actually, I think first killer might have been going wave dash, but he went wave dash off to the side of the ball heavy enough that Wiz gets there early and just slams it into the sidewall and then into the nets for his first goal. This kickoff into the blue half. First killer is actually trying to put a little bit of pressure, but he's going to have to back off on 0 boost, and Wiz will dribble it straight down the center of the field. Was losing the ball off the front, so I did not expect an air dribble bump, instead of flick, and he goes top left to tie the game.
Not too shabby. Already back into this one. I mean, as soon as we all start talking, we're like, oh man, like the mental game, are you going to be able to keep into it? No, it's falling from him. He proves that he actually can stick with it. Less smiles, a lot more locked in and sat up, but tied game overall.
First killer back to the boom method. Gets Wiz to miss once. Can he get Wiz to miss again? He cannot. In fact, Wiz has got to bounce off the backboard that is going to allow him to shoot an open net.
Another little catch out from Wiz. It's a double save into a quick transition. Those really have been, you know, the head scratchers for FK. The times we've seen Wiz do like double, triple saves back to back, and then it's low boost for FK, and he just does a quick lob on target. I mean, it works each time so far. I don't know how much until FK starts to really catch on to it. But 3:30 on the clock here and a 1-goal lead, not a bad place to be.
Tough shot to make here on a really tight angle. Wiz is wise to just back off and not try and get anything out of that play. Instead, get another possession going, this one for the back corner. First killer has been loving to go up the side wall in order to try and discourage those heavy dribbles from Wiz. Wiz not able to connect on the demo, so first killer will have a possession, but not a great one because he's low on boost and cannot get a clean possession. Fortunately for him, he undercuts Wiz, so now he's got a strong take off the side wall. First killer can be deadly, but he goes for the wave dash shot, and Wiz covers that again. Uses his last bit of boost to pop this out. Wave dash on the side wall. He's going to get a goal. I thought he was just making it clear, but some clever dashing will get him a fourth.
No, you definitely saw the speed come through. Once that wave dash hit, you knew there was enough drive and momentum to maybe catch him out. But once you saw that first touch on the ground in front of FK, you knew that one was going on in. 2-goal lead to Wiz. He's had to climb his way back into this competitive game at number 6 here. Doesn't want it to end with the first killer. He wants that Champions Field to really prove what he is all about here in his debut.
This is such a clean take here from Wiz after making the save. I feel like Wiz is actually slightly in first killer's head around the net. There's been so many times that it feels like first killer, surely he should be diving or trying to force the issue a little bit, but he stays really patient, and I think that's because Wiz has earned that right. You know, a few times that first killer has done that in the air, Wiz has just made the save, so he doesn't want to take those risks anymore, and it's maybe slightly making Wiz's job easier as well. But now first killer, boost advantage 50, he is totally down to meet at the ball when he has 100 boost to Wiz's 0. They both just tap into it, but first killer way quicker on the recovery due to that boost advantage, and now into a diagonal kickoff. Loads of time on the clock for a 1-goal lead to get erased, as Wiz will win this one and take to the skies. First killer up there to meet him and takes it away clean. Wiz going to be forced to recover. First killer, immediate touch. Can Wiz get back? He cannot. First killer has equalized.
Very quick catch out there from FK2. Kind of like a micro catch out a little bit, because you did think Wiz might have been able to pop up in time, but it's just in front of him. The timing on it, near perfect. Tied game at 2:03 on the clock. Of course, I don't think anybody's forfeiting. This feels definitely grudge match to the end. Wiz gonna try and sneak one in off the kickoff. He will, and just like that, you thought we were on even playing ground, but nope. Wiz has snuck his way on through again.
Nice down kickoff. They're both trying to force it to their rights. Wiz just a bit cleaner. Now they're gonna do the same exact thing. Actually, I think Wiz tried to force it left this time. I don't know if they swapped directions, but this one is gonna end up favoring first killer. Let me watch it again from FK POV. He hits the dead center on the ball. He barely flipping left, but he does win it. 5-5 with a minute 55 to go. Another kickoff. Why not? Can the scoring keep coming? It's a very similar play. Wiz mix up, goes for the wave dash kickoff instead, and thought maybe he could get midfield possession, but first killer is first there, and now looking to maybe catch Wiz on a diving play by cutting the ball powerfully early, but Wiz did retreat back, so first killer will reset possession out of his own back corner. He's got himself a dribble near ceiling heights, has it directly at the center of the net, can put it anywhere, and puts it right down the center underneath Wiz.
Ooh, it was just really good control off that one too. It was just one touch after the other, but deciding to play it low definitely was the move at that point. Wiz had already committed. It doesn't matter how much boost you have in your tank at that point. Once you commit, your ball is moving in that direction. 1-goal lead now back in favor of FK. 90 seconds on the clock here. Maybe could sneak one through, but Wiz just in time. It's the post save that keeps him in this one.
And you see him staring down first killer as he's on 0 boost in net. See what he can get away with. He's trying to go for midfield boost. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. And now he's forced back. He's going to get scored on. He did just a slight second. Thought about leaving for boost. And that was enough. He needed to rotate back immediately. First killer not going to have trouble finding that angle, even though he's low. Gets it just inside that right post. 2-goal lead. And it's going to be a tough challenge here for Wiz to bring it back.
Yeah, time is definitely going to start getting away from you very, very quickly here. You definitely cannot allow FK not even one more, but that one might be the one. 1 minute and 6 seconds with a 3-goal lead at this point. FK, you just got to play some very solid defense. It really has been, you know, the fact that FK has now decided to play this ball a lot closer than he was in the past, I feel like is the difference maker throughout the series. Before, we were seeing a lot of boomer ball, a lot of him throwing away possession. I think he recognizes that there's enough respect that if Wiz does get handed that ball, you aren't going to get it back quite as easy.
First killer in control. As long as he controls the ball for the last minutes, it's going to be nearly impossible. Although he is just being really aggressive. This is a pretty aggressive dribble considering his lead in the game context. He is going to let Wiz get one going. He's going to try and pre-jump his as he 50s and looks to work it down the center of the field. First killer taps it away. All these precious moments ticking off of the clock for Wiz. First killer will demo him, and he can take his sweet time. Doesn't even necessarily need to shoot. In fact, he's not going to power shoot. He's going to go slow, get a 50, keep his boost about him, keep the ball in his control, and waste even more time. I'm not sure if he needs to take this dribble. He's going to. I would imagine he's going to save a little bit of boost left over or do something like this, just take the ball into the corner, although it doesn't work out. He gets demoed. I think he was expecting to get the 100 and keep his possession going. Wiz fakes the flick, 50. Can he get around it to score? He does, so 11 seconds to get 2 more.
I got a little nervous there for him for a second. I even said it when I saw him. Once it got hit right there, I was like, oh, are you going to make the cut in time? He does. Perfect little bottom 92 on it. 11 seconds, kickoff. There's a million ways that this one could go.
Will we see anything special? No heavy delays or anything from Wiz, just a wave dash kickoff, but he's got boost and the ball. He's going to rise up to ceiling height. He needs to make a shot quick. He tries to go over the top of first killer, but first killer gets there in time to pinch it with the ceiling, and that will do it. First killer will advance. A great series from Wiz. I think he came into this one as a serious underdog, but he put up a really strong fight. It'll be first killer 4-2.
Oh man, honestly, such a great series. You can't be too hard on yourself either if you are Wiz. I think, like you said, and everybody recognizes, he came into this one on paper as an underdog. I think even just off the rip from what we saw in that first game, we knew that this was going to be so much closer. I think FK recognized it as well, but at the end of the day, experience kind of just gave him a little bit more of an edge, and first killer ultimately was able to take Wiz down.
First killer heading to championship Sunday in the first ever NA RLCS 1v1. I wouldn't have it any other way. It was an exciting result for Wiz. He put up a strong series. First killer's going to have the potential loser of Wavy Diaz later tomorrow, so that'll be one of the matchups of the favorites for sure when we get into that one. But before we do, we have a little bit more Rocket League coming at you today. Following up here on this broadcast, we have a Zapatos versus Evo and the Mina Grand Final. I know I'm excited about that. We will catch you guys later.
just turned 18. Saw your whole life in front of me, and in the one day I miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, broken heart. Helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The world's part of heaven, we'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't. She said we soon made three, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at working next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The world's part of heaven, we'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't.
I think I need therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love.
Wiz tried his best, had a good time along the way, and what a showing for the first time on the RLCS here. Ultimately, though, the favorites get it done. Goliath does advance in the bracket. FK finishes off Wiz in 6th there to advance in the bracket and make it through to Championship Sunday here. No Rocket League we're going to show you, just a bunch of facial expressions. This was a back and forth affair of emotions across the players. I'm joined here by First Killer to talk about that matchup, man. Congratulations on the victory there, but Wiz made that challenging in the middle there. How much more difficult is it for you to mentally reset in 1v1 than in 3v3 when you're up there by yourself?
Yeah, it's really hard because you have no one like supporting you, no one talking to you saying like it's all good, we got next game. So I mean, you kind of just have to talk to yourself. That's what I kind of do. Like if I'm down a game or like I threw a game or something, I'll just tell myself like it's all good, I got next game.
Is there any, do you ever like hear people like Johnny Boy saying like, oh, he's the greatest of all time? Do you ever like say that to yourself, like I'm good, I should win this? Does that cross your mind in the match?
Not really. Not really. No. I just say like, oh, I should win this, but I don't like glaze myself like that. No.
For sure. If you win this event tomorrow, you become like the literal champion of NA. Like you're representing the entire region in the first ever RLCS 1v1 circuit. You'll be the only North American player to go to Raleigh, and then if you win there, the only North American player in France. Does that matter to you? Like, is there anything special about it being the first one?
Yeah, it matters to me. I want to be, at the top of NA ones, and I have been for a while, but I've been kind of off my game a little lately. So yeah, I want to get back on top.
Okay. Did when they announced the RLCS 1 circuit, did that like reinvigorate your 1v1 practice and like work ethic?
Yeah, definitely. There was a time where I was like really not enjoying ones, but this tournament really made me want to play again.
Well, you showed it out there on the field. Congratulations on the win. Quickly before I let you go, Zapatos versus Evo. Who you got?
I actually have Zapatos winning that just because his kickoff is so good.
Okay. The Sentio going to be going through. You heard it here from FK. First Killer, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, babe.
It was a hard-fought victory there, but First Killer does make the predictions true here. Fear. I mean, it felt. But what a showing from Wiz. Let's talk about Wiz for a second.
Yeah, Wiz played amazing. I did not expect this out of him. I knew he was going to play, a good, strong variation of 1v1, but not the way that he did it.
Yeah, I mean, I really was hoping he was going to win because I wanted to ask him what he was saying to himself, who he was talking to in between the games. He seemed like he was like, I thought he was streaming there for a second with how heavily he was talking. Also, the microphone, like right there in the middle of his camera, I felt like that was it felt like the shot was more about the microphone than about his face. But what a battle here between these players. I mean, First Killer really did ground it back down there at the end and get the job done.
Yeah, he got the job done when he needed to, and I mean, big stuff from FK. He was expected to get the W. He did. Wiz, you played admirably. I think you gained some fans because you kept switching your camera angle. Yeah. every single match, it felt like. And then when he lost that game 5, his camera went off for a second. So I'm assuming he had a death slam. And then he came back.
Imagine.
So I mean, it was a good, hard-fought match, man, and a big. Kudos to FK, and he also just waved. Great interview by you, Kai. I really loved how FK talked about how he wants to be representing in the 1v1. He wants to be known as the best 1v1 player from North America, and then, I mean, I'm assuming the next step with that would be he wants to be known as the best 1v1 player in the world, and he has a great opportunity to do that. So really looking forward to see what FK can do as we continue throughout this bracket.
I mean, yeah, the brackets like this, it's just so insanely like hype. There's so much weight, so much bragging rights, so much prestige sitting on this tournament to be the representative of the region. You can see Nupo already in the grand finals, a 4-0 over Clears, still yet to drop a match here. Nupo just making it through. I think yet to drop a game in the tournament. He's been that dominant. Right now, though, in game 3, Roas up 3-1 with 2 minutes left to go. Nush did take game number 1 there. We'll see if he can find another one there against Roas. We will have our match here, Zapatos versus Evo, and then we will have the Mina Grand Finals coming up after that. So might have a little bit of time where we are watch partying along with Mina along the way. In the meantime, let's have a Mexico versus USA match. We've got the Shoes versus the Evolution here. We'll see who's able to make it further. The First Killer,
Hello.
Fear. He had Zapatos on this one.
Yeah, Zapatos. I'm telling you what, I saw an Octane in there. Can we get a Sentio in the hype chamber? Is it possible? Let the man Sentio shine. I don't know if they have it ready to go. We're not used to seeing players play in Sentio. We're also not used to see too many frames of Zapatos there. We got a nice couple pictures of his camera, but yeah, it's not too crazy surprising. I felt like coming into this one, I was actually kind of iffy on whether I'd take Zapatos or Evo. I feel like Zapatos is peaking at the right time. Seems like he's been playing his best 1v1 right into the biggest 1v1 tournament ever for North America. Evo has been playing well as well, but how high can the Zapatos peak go? We don't know yet because he hasn't really been matching up against the same level of players, but he is undefeated so far in his run.
I mean, is there any? I'm thinking back to the pre-show now. We talked about the player's playstyle. We talked about Zapatos with his crazy kickoffs. We talked about the Sentio, the monster flicks he's able to get, versus Evo with this kind of new emergent defensive-heavy style here. Fear. I mean, from what you've seen of these two players, how do these two styles clash?
I mean, what I saw from Evo before, it seemed like nothing could possibly get past him. Zapatos is not going to attack the same way First Killer did the last time I was watching Evo just yesterday. He's going to be a little bit more of the regular 1v1 style, even though he does have the ability to peek through the air. He kind of plays it a little bit differently, kind of like how you'd see like a Joyo or like a freestyler type like meta in the air. It's hitting some crazy stuff, but maybe not as consistently through reset air dribbles. The kickoff's going to be huge. I mean, that's First Killer pointed it out. If Evo cannot get a handle on the kickoff and at least earn 50% of the possessions or keep that tame, then Zapatos can really run out. He likes to really dive on people left and right, win kickoffs, suffocate. It can really snowball if you let it.
We'll see if they're able to get it done there. Yeah, Evo's. How often do you feel like you're watching a player like Evo who would approach it defensively if they run into a situation against Zapatos where they can't get it done, they just completely switch up their play style?
I think he can. I think he will. I think he'll have to. I think we saw it a little bit yesterday. What we saw yesterday was special, which I keep bringing it up. But if he's going to win this series and how he normally plays, it's defensive, sure, but not quite to the same extreme. You have to be able to adapt in 1v1 if you want to be able to get a win. And so all these guys can adapt to a certain level, and I'd expect Evo would if it ends up, getting too bad.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win, Zapatos or Evo there. Zap versus Evo. Zap's a solid hashtag. I just want to vote for Zapatos just so I can type Zap in chat here. Gentlemen, who do we think is going to win? It sounds kind of 50-50 across the board. Everyone's like, it also sort of sounds like we're saying it's an upset if Zapatos wins. Is it?
Yes. I would say Zapatos winning would be considered the upset.
Okay. Well, are you going with the upset here?
I'm not. I'm going to go with Evo. Coming into the tournament, I feel like he was one of the favorites. There's Diaz, who's clear, from the rest. And then the First Killer Evo Wavies, I think, are kind of right around there. Next up, trying to take them down. Unless Zapatos has reached another level right at the right time with this tournament, then I think it'll be Evo who wins.
You just said he reached a whole new level right at the right time in the tournament. I heard you earlier in your soliloquies. You did say that, and all of a sudden now you're starting to backtrack. I thought all this dang gap you were doing. Can I tell you love this game over, man. Listen, I can listen to you talk about this. You're all smile sphere. I'll tell you this, Kyle. Once we have to go get you, Kyle. I thought you brought the big Zap, but nah, give me Evo as well. Evo's gonna handle business right here. I mean, you beat First Killer yesterday. The resume recently is looking nice. So I'm gonna take Evo right now. I'm going with my boy Fear over there.
I don't know. I think peaking at the right moment is what you got to do to win a tournament. And boy, howdy, you give me an opportunity to predict a player that's driving not just a Sentio, but a beautiful Sentio as well. A player who's like actually got some taste on the Rocket League car, not trying to make the most boring car ever. Give me Zapatos. Give me the shoes. We're gonna run our way to the finals here, folks. I love to see it. How's chat feeling about it? Chat,
Zapato.
Big Zapatos fan.
That's great.
Look at that.
You know why they went right there, Fair? Because you spoke for 5 minutes about Zapatos, and then all of a sudden you said no. You gassed him for 5 minutes, and then you said actually he's not going to win. Wow.
Well, he's the guy that everyone needs to know about, man. Evo, he played in the RLCS. They've seen him with the boys. They haven't seen Zapatos yet. They need to know his story.
Listen,
I know it now.
we got the match to get to. We got Evo on one side, the Evolution coming from one direction, but on the other side, we got the final form. Zapdos is coming for him, baby. Can they get it done? Mexico versus USA to advance on the North American 1v1 Regional Open. Winner gets the top 4. Let's play some Rocket League.
Two different players, two different countries. Day number 2 of the 1v1 event, but ultimately only one goal. Win this, and we see you in Champ Sunday. I'm Hercules. I got Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy, I'm so excited to learn if we are getting an upset or just the continued breakthrough that Evo has been having?
Well, I was about to say, everybody lock in for some wave dash recovery kickoffs, and then Zapato opened up with a fake kickoff. Oh, that's a nice little flick to the backboard, though, by this guy. He's so hard to read. This is just such a fun player to watch. His flicks, his constant jumping and sliding around the pitch. And Evo's going to have to defend every bit as well as he did against First Killer in the group stage if he's going to keep Zapatos at bay.
Oh my gosh, the low boost too, you saw it. Zapatos knew he had all the space in the world to play that one a little bit slower, but the pop-up just carried into the corner on it. I mean, this is the player that, I'm going to be honest, fear convinced me to go for Zapatos after his whole, in Teammates' words, soliloquy. So I'm very excited to see what comes through.
We already got an early sign there as to what to expect. I mean, one of the advantages of the Sentio, you saw with the air dribble bump there, he pretty much blocked out Evo's view of the entire stun. Evo returns the favor. We've had an air dribble bump and now the air dribble demo going the other way. Neither player really facing up to prepare themselves to defend these, and they have regretted it. 1-1, Evo ties it up.
So the last series we saw started out kind of slow. This one feels very much going at 100 off the rip. Is this like something to expect throughout the entirety of this, or does it come down a little bit in speed?
Oh, wait.
Oh.
And Evo does get the second kill. Just had to make sure there for a second that there's no trolling going on. Yeah, Evo is obviously a very mechanical player. He's very fast, so this can get explosive pretty quickly. Zapatos likes volatile kickoffs, so this can also get very explosive. Like going back to the kickoff, we can get lots of goals very, very quickly in this matchup. And Evo so far is doing a great job resisting the Zapatos kickoff, which is so well known. A lot of players will talk about it. They run into him in ranked and they just don't know what to do. Even though there have been strategies that have popped up in the past that they struggle with, namely the delayed kickoff. But oh, look at this. Zapatos with this slow shot. Evo on the respawn got a bit ahead of himself trying to save it.
Oh my gosh. I will say, I like how, I don't know how to say it, delayed yet speedy Zapatos has been off the rip. This is my first time getting to see him at least live. Everything so far has been a VOD, so it's been really exciting to see what he's coming into this one with, especially because there is also another level of added pressure in this one. Off
Fake
top.
flick from Zapatos as he then dribbles back to midfield. Lots of willingness to retreat in this matchup. Evo showed that against First Killer in the group stage as well. They're not rushing, not forcing the issue in offense. Zapatos trying to get a dribble going. Oh, that's great play. Wave dashes under the ball and then flicks it past Evo's challenge.
Not too shabby on it either. Still holding on to that 1-goal lead with it. Just passed. And then straight back into kickoff we go. And like you guys have both been, we've been talking about it all month pretty much at this point, but the sheer amount of kickoff combinations that you can get between these two. But I feel like in particular these ones are gonna be fairly interesting. 3 minutes on the clock. Still 1-goal lead in favor of Zapatos. Evo is gonna try and cut it right here.
Right.
And he will.
Yeah, he just called his bluff. Zapatos is trying to fake a clear on this by jumping, but he jumped a little bit too early. Evo is never going to fall for that one. It was pretty obvious that Zapatos did not have any intention of following up that aerial takeoff. And Evo slams it in the net to tie the game 3-3. It's been mainly Zapatos in control of the ball in this game. But, oh, that's a great recovery actually with a pre-flip. Evo's had plenty of chances as well. Both players will be quite happy with how they've started. Zapatos maybe lining up a pogo shot. No, actually just catches the ball, and Evo will say thank you very much. That's an easy shot to defend. And he puts himself ahead for the first time in the game.
Yeah, just a quick little catch on it too. Zapato recognized it as well, just behind Evo on it. Lead back in his favor. This is a very back and forth one. I know that, Fear was kind of saying, of course, that yes, if Zapatos wins, it is the upset for obvious reasons. Right now, Evo is taking this lead though. You catch it off the kickoff, the bounce into the corner is just a really good read.
Yeah, and I like the little chip shot as well. No nonsense. No need to take any risks there. Evo playing it safely into the top shelf of the net. So far, he has been incredibly resilient against Zapatos' famous wave dash recovery kickoff. Evo is matching him and actually beating him at times to get ball control. Zapatos, next shot will be denied. Evo's boost management so effective in these positions. Oh, a save! And he dodges the demo as well.
Not too bad, and also gets a flick over it. It is on target and in 6-3, doubling his lead. I mean, and of course, if you guys missed the roll breakdown, there are forfeits in there should you want to take that at that halfway point in this. But I do feel like Zapatos is like fairly, you know, there's a decent fight that can still get put up with 2 minutes on the clock.
100%, especially with the already quite high score halfway through. It makes the 3-goal lead feel a bit smaller. The last goal that Zapatos conceded, though, is probably the most worrying one for him. He couldn't score on a low boost Evo. Can he score here? No, he can't, and maybe starting to force it a little bit in offense. Getting caught out on the counter-attack. Evo's looking comfortable. He's ramping up into this game. Zapatos needs to respond.
Little bit of awkward recovery on the back end for Evo, but got straight back into things. Zapatos is just going to play this one back into his own half here in that corner, just holding on to possession as long as he can. I feel like you do got to play the ball a little bit closer in this one, especially against Evo. Those transitions out have been pretty detrimental to Zapatos.
Yeah, and he messed up his flick there. That's 2 flicks in a row that have not panned out well for him. Luckily for him, he's landed on Evo, pit maneuvered him off the boost in the back corner. So here he comes again. Can he get it right this time? Off the bar. So that's, you know, 3 in a row missed flicks. Might be time to go to a different shot. What will it be this time? It's simple. Bottom corner. And there we go. He's on the board again.
I was gonna say, at some point you gotta be like, all right, let's switch this up to something a little bit simpler. And not even saying that a flick isn't simple or anything like that, but dude does hit monster flicks. So playing it a little simple, a little cleaner, just getting yourself back in with some grace. A minute and a 2-goal deficit off the kickoff. This one, diagonal back into his corner, gets that boost, or doesn't get the boost actually. It's the craziest curse of all time.
Well, Evo's afraid to commit there. Not really sure what Zapatos is doing. Now he's got some angle on his dribble. That's much better from Zapatos, making it much easier to get the flick to work. Because look at the angle of his approach. He's going towards the post. He's not going straight down the middle of the goal. And that makes it a whole lot easier with that long end of the car to clip it on target. 44 seconds left. He's within a goal.
As far as the mental's concerned, at least Zapatos finally got his flick shot in. Probably makes himself feel a little bit better, but carrying this one all the way down to the ground. Nice little save on out. Gets bumped into it, but recovery just in front. There's not going to be a demo on it. 30 seconds on the clock, and just the 1-goal lead is all that stands in the way of that first win.
Well, that was squeaky bump time for Evo, but now not a lot of time left for Zapatos. That's a great save. Evo tried to bump him out of the air. Zapatos gets the ball to the side, picks up the boost, and now here comes the counter-attack. 10 seconds to go. Evo's backwards, gets the reverse challenge to land. Zapatos has to go again.
4 seconds, shot off the side.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh!
He manages to keep it out, and it hits the ground. Evo kind of, I mean, you were going to get that one either way at that point, unless it was getting popped up there. But for Zapatos, I think to the ego, that just would have been a lot.
Yeah, he nearly had the own goal off of Evo's center, so it's almost a great team play there for Evo and Zapatos. But even after the heroic save to keep the ball in the air, there was just nowhere to go. Evo had an easy demo, and he takes the game 6-5. Zapatos did have 2 goals in a row at the end of the game. I think in the middle of the game, he may have been a bit too all-in on a few occasions, and that got him in trouble. But he stabilized that at the end of the game. Looked like he's got the momentum, but Evo is, mid-game, just too good. Give him too much of a head start.
Yeah, I liked the one where he was like trying to catch him on that demo on the back end. He's like maybe a centimeter or 2 in front in the end. That's where you can kind of feel like the frustration of not being able to catch him and it turning into what it did. That transition out really just showed that tiny bit of separation between Evo and Zapatos. But granted, that was only game number 1, Johnny Boy. We got a best of 7. There is a long road ahead of us.
Now look out in this second game. Evo might start to implement a late kickoff. Zapatos has been really on his game with his wave dash recovery. And the most well-known strategy against that is to just delay the kickoff. Seen a bunch of that from AJ and Chronic today. None of that really from Evo so far. Not too much, at least. Oh, there's Evo's pre-flip flick that we love to see. Leads to a chance for himself. Zapato says, get out of here. This is my ball. And he's trying to get this counter-attack started. No go there, though. Evo in the middle of the pitch, covering all the angles.
Right now, just out in the corner, trying to take a shot. I expected it to come through. The second there wasn't going to be any touch on it from Zapato, I felt it fall down to Evo's nose, and then he just appeared out of nowhere and took that shot for himself.
Wow. Yeah, he didn't know where Evo was, and he also didn't expect the ball to hit the ceiling that hard. That dropped down really quickly and led to Evo having an uncontested shot. Zapato thought it was more floating in the back corner, so he was taking his time. Before he knew it, Evo had just shot it on target, taking the lead. And here's Zapato in the back corner again. This time he does have control. He's got a small angle to play with, not too much though, and it is very difficult to get the ball on target quickly when you're going that directly towards the opponent's goal. Zapato can do it, but Evo's making it look a whole lot easier. The goals are just coming to him, whereas Zapato is having to work a lot harder.
Yeah, you can definitely feel that like Zapato is trying to like make these challenges on him, and Evo, not necessarily as being handed to him, but like the level of composure in those situations is kind of what's setting him apart, at least for me on it. Evo up 2-0 in that first minute. It's got to be a little bit frustrating for Zapato. We saw the flick. The first one did not find its way in. Last time it took 3 for him to get on into it, but I don't know, a little bit slower game number 2.
Well, he's switching out to the aerial game. How's that going to work out for Zapato? It's going to work out perfectly. As the flip reset goes behind Evo and towards the near post. Great job by Zapato. He waited quite long before landing the reset on that ball, so Evo is already committed. Hearts changed direction.
Not too bad. I do like the delay on it, though. You do got to play a patient game and switch things up, like you said. Going for the aerial play might have been the move there, at least for the mindset to get back into the swing of things. Going to try it again here in the air. Air dribble down, reset to the right side of the net to tie things up.
All right, he's found the angle of attack. He's found the type of play that's going to work out well for him. That's the exact same shot twice, slightly different takeoff. But he's got the late reset and then the shot around the back of Evo, who's pre-jumping across the goal. Great stuff from Zapato, who's mostly known for his ground game, but you've got to remember he's a pretty well-rounded player in his own right. He's got a dangerous aerial game as well.
It almost reminds me of like the freestylers back in the day, where it was like you've got the ground players, you've got the aerial players, but it's the ones that can like switch between the two if one isn't quite working out that are the bigger threats. Evo in the air, slow shot on net, easy goal line save there from Zapato, and his transitions coming through. The flick this time, not gonna work, but it's okay, Johnny boy. It took him 3 times last time. He just needs one more.
Yeah, he's going back to every now and then. There's not been a lot of success with his flick game, but it's not getting him in huge trouble either. It's kind of just been an even trade for the most part. Whenever Zapato flicks the ball, Evo just probably has the next play, and Zapato is fine. So it's not the end of the world. I would like to see some more bounce dribbling out of him, though. I think there are other ways that he could dribble and switch things up on Evo. The flick is not getting goals for him, which is obviously what he wants whenever he's dribbling on target.
Yeah, unfortunately, not working out this time. We listen, 3 could be the charm. Not this time. Okay, 4 was the one that did it last time, though. The follow-up shot, still a bit high. That ping noise is going to haunt his dreams tonight if he keeps up that pace.
And Evo's setting up the boost deal with a shot of his own. A very low-scoring game here. We approach the final 2 minutes with just 2 goals on the scoreboard for both players. Evo tripping up Zapato. He's going to need to leave there. And here comes Zapato again, still very much locked in with ball carries. Still putting decent flicks on target, but Evo's more than equal to these. He's going to need to either finally connect perfectly with one of these or try something different. Zapato is not scoring with the current level of flicks that he's putting on show.
No, I think honestly it's going to take Evo getting a transition out. Oh, wow, that's just off the mark on it. And here comes that transition I was talking about. The second that Evo scores off of it, which he will right here, I think that's where we're going to see less of the flicks from Zapato.
Oh, it's a tough position for Zapato. He has tried to leave it late before diving for that back corner boost, maybe get Evo confused. But Evo was just chugging along. You could see it coming a mile away. Minute and 30 to go. Quick glance to the side. Zapatos tracking Evo's movement well. He's gone back to the air again. Heavy first touch invites Evo's challenge, however. That ends. Zapatos' attack. He's had 7 shots. So is Evo. Problem for Zapatos is Evo scored 3 of his. Zapatos only on 2. Still a very low scoring game.
This one up in the air. Like that challenge from Zapatos. This one slow and off, unfortunately for him, but 1 minute left to go. Just enough time. Evo quick on the challenge. I don't think that this one's gonna get the beat out. It's not. He had the momentum to keep it on going, but right now, that 1-goal lead is proven to be a lot further and harder to catch up to than he might have anticipated.
Bravely, Zapatos cuts in front of Evo. Could have been bumped, could have been demoed, but he just shrugged it off like it didn't even happen. Now his outplay attempt in the midfield. Also, another flick has failed. Zapatos half flipping away from the demo that Evo tried to land on him. Boost is not spawning in the back corner here for Zapatos, so he just has to turn away and try to play to the ball without it. There's Evo picking it up as it respawns. 15 seconds to go. Evo still in the lead by 1 in one of the lowest scoring games of the day. Will he make it 2 here, or will he just dribble it back? It's back corner Barry. Where's he going? He's going all the way up and over here. Or is he just going to keep it in the air? Zapatos is so frustrated.
That's just, there's a tiny bit of disrespect to that one too, but in the best way. Evo taking this one. I mean, it was very, very close. There was a few amount of times that I really thought Zapatos was getting back into it, but you could feel the control in Evo's favor, right? Even when that ball would get away from him, his quick transitions back onto his side were really, at least in my opinion, what I felt was differentiating them.
Certainly, Evo dealing with Zapatos' flicks really well. I mean, Zapatos has put a lot of his offensive focus into his flicks, which we know can be unsavable. He does have it in him to hit those top bins with absolutely no response. We've all seen players like Moxie do it. We've seen players like Toxic do it. You know, there are lots of players in the world right now. On their game, their flicks are not getting saved. But right now, Zapatos is struggling to just find that 1 pixel in the ball, which will send the ball top corner with nothing really left to chance. I think it's time to just try something different. Keep saying it, and you know it's becoming more and more time to try something different. With every flick that's been attempted and failed, or we might just see more though. Let's see, lined up another one there.
Yeah, I think sometimes also when players like have a signature shot, there's like this like part of them that's like, I have to hit what is like by definition my shot before I start to feel really good about myself in this series. Because I feel like once we see a really nice monster flick from him, we'll see him just really break out of his shell. But for now, he's just forced to play defense on a lot of these transitions out from Evo right now. And Evo is not letting up. He doesn't care what shot goes on target as long as it is.
And Evo just so patient with his offense. Only winning that last game by 1, but it felt in control the entire time. Felt like he had an answer to everything Zapatos tried down the stretch. And even now, he's just dribbling the ball around, waiting for a mistake, waiting for the boost advantage to pay dividends. But Zapatos has avoided mistakes. He's not falling for this. He knows that Evo's just trying to bait him into making an ill-advised move here. So he's keeping his cool, keeping an eye on his boost total, looking for his moment to strike.
Ooh, out in the corner there. I was, taking another look back at it too, and like these two players have had 2 very different journeys getting into this weekend, right? I truly believe that this might, okay, you would tell me better than most. This might be one of his bigger challenges that he's had throughout the 1v1, although that's a nice dunk on Evo. One end to the other, or almost one end to the other. Mustian controlled all the way onto him in his net. That's the confidence booster that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, huge play by Zapatos, the lean back dunk at the end. Something that Evo did not expect. He thought Zapatos was going to try and force that one much more through him, not just let him hit it back into him. Evo's been patient. He's been waiting for a mistake that never came. Eventually, he's going to need to be proactive. He's going to need to do something. He can't just keep leaving Zapatos and reacting to everything he does, or maybe he can. We'll find out. But it's another incredibly low-scoring game for 1v1, another incredibly tense game. Zapatos Second air dribble. And Evo's failed to save it. He got a heavy touch on it, but it was more on target than anything else.
Yeah, and he even got the tiny little bump on him too at the end just to really make sure. Oh no, it was just off. Never mind. It looked like the tiniest of bumps on it, but he wanted it. And a 2-goal lead for Zapatos. I mean, we've been waiting for it. I will say, the low-scoring games seem so much more intense than like the quick shootouts that we were getting in the last one.
Oh, wow. Double reset. Zapatos. And he shoots it low under the pre-jump. What a play. And what a flip reset this was. One, and then straight into a second one. He is styling on Evo, who panicked upon seeing the mechanics coming his way.
That's a full-blown freestyle sequence too. From beginning to end, Evo no way to defend it on that one, and not even able to get back into this one. Every single kickoff after Zapatos gets into that orange half has been able to stay there for the majority of the point. Evo, just a simple air pull out. It goes crossbar and down and out. And Zapatos, I think he might get the beat on him. He does.
That is insane. Evo thought he was air dribble pumping Zapatos, but Zapatos has bumped Evo into saving his own shot. It goes crossbar and out, and the counter-attack makes it 4-0.
At this point, you have to ask if there's any level of tilt to Evo right now. Nothing's coming through as far as like ending it. A 4-0 up is pretty frustrating with only 2 minutes to go. Evo's gonna try and do something about it here. Takes time, that one's in. Just very simple, clinical, back to the basics.
I mean, who needs air roll in 2025? Let's just fly in a straight line to the ball, feather the boost, and then place it perfectly top corner. That's what we should be doing. Forget about air roll, ladies and gentlemen. Evo's on the board.
That's proof to every diamond and plat out there that you don't need it. You can make it far enough.
It also is. It's another illustration of how effective just 1 or 2 touch air dribbles can be. You don't need infinite touches. You don't need full control. Hang on, is that in? Zapatos certainly thought so. Back it goes to Evo. He puts it crossbar. Zapatos is coming out of the underside of his own crossbar in reverse to try and get a clear. Very creative defense as Evo's attack continues.
Still gonna have to keep it going on this one though. Almost got a touch to sneak it on in. He's gonna try here. Zapatos gotta play this one patient. Doesn't matter. He's going under on it, and Evo, is slowly climbing his way back into this game 3.
Super smart mind game by Evo. Zapatos flying right by as Evo makes it a 2-goal game. You know, he talked about the fact that he's now forced to go and seize initiative. He can't wait for Zapatos to make his move. But now that he's back within 2, he can go back to that reactive playstyle, which, by the way, has worked out wonderfully here. That is an insane save on Zapatos' attempted air dribble bomb. Evo entered the matrix and dodged past him in the blink of an eye.
Oh my god, the way he dodged it, but those transitions from Evo really have set him apart for me at least. And I like it on it. Trying to get another touch. Zapatos back in time. Just over a minute, and a 1-goal lead is all he has to hold on to left for now. Takes that mid boost. Bounce up. He has more than Evo did. He had to go wide to try and collect the boost, but doesn't even matter. Shot wasn't even on in.
Zapatos in a bit of trouble here, shadowing. Evo left the ball behind him on that pop bump attempt. Still in such an advantageous position. Booms the bar. Zapatos can't really reach the ball in time, but barely gets the piece of it. Loses his boost in the back corner and just has to watch and wait for Evo's next move. There it is, Evo coming forward. Catch and flick does not work. Zapatos surviving with low boost.
Still trying to keep this one going. That flick forward, just giving some breathing room. Didn't get the mid boost, even though it was there. He's gonna go back for it. Evo had the time though to set himself up. Air dribble, no, yep, there's the bump. I was like, is it coming through? You knew he wanted it as soon as he let go of that ball there, and he has it tied game at 21 on the clock.
It looks like Zapatos tried to use the same defensive strategy, single jump dodge to get the save, but Evo made it far too difficult. Such a big gap between himself and the ball. He was difficult to get around. Zapatos was up 4, now it's tied. Evo completely smothers him. It's going to be a lead for Evo. 5 straight goals as he looks to take 3 straight games.
Oh man, I will say one thing I have been paying attention to on this side that I don't know if y'all are watching too, but is Zapato's face cam. That first game, he was very much, at least had like some facial expression. This has been the most straight-faced, and then every once in a while an eye roll we've gotten out of him. So we're gonna see, there's a little bit of tilt, you can feel it in the air, but Hunter to work with. Evo's already up, trying to challenge him from the ground. Flick's not gonna work in his favor this time, although it is still a playable ball. He's gonna have to go all the way back to his side.
Oh.
Lost it.
Oh, he dropped it. That was a really tough position though. He had to catch that low. Like he needed to let that roll. Otherwise, it was going to kick off the wall and make the air dribble unplayable. So he had to let that go just about as close to the ground as possible before catching it. And unfortunately, he didn't get the right edge of close there. He just dropped it in 0 seconds. But I mean, even before that, Zapato was just not able to create enough threats. I mean, the main issue I'm seeing with his offense is that he's telegraphing one play on a lot of his plays. Started this game, he was threatening multiple things, and it was working. You know, he's earlier in the series threatening a reset or a mind game. He needs to have multiple threats. He needs to have a multifaceted offense. Otherwise, Evo will just save whatever he's telegraphing. If he's just aiming top corner with a flick and there's really no other threat in the position, you know Evo is going to get a save on it. So, timeout Zapato, no surprise there. He has to reverse sweep Evo to advance to top 4. No player eliminated from the tournament in this series, however. Loser will just drop down to the lower bracket to start off tomorrow.
Yeah, both of these players made their way into the upper bracket through what I was gonna talk about before, but in very different fashions. I feel like Zapato's had a very interesting Group B. He 3-0'd Kevin and then 3-0'd AJ, which I feel most people might have thought it would have gone a little bit closer. I think overall in general it was like fairly close. It was a 6-5, 6-4, and then a 7-4. But still, 3-0ing AJ, I feel like has to do wonders on your mental as far as being like, all right, I can like do, you know, sweeps on some of the top players out there. But on the flip side of things, Evo, of course, he 3-1 scribbles. However, it was the 3-2 in Game 5 over First Killer that put him in this upper hand position of, you know, all you gotta do is, you know, win one more and you're in Sunday. I think the FK win, Johnny, was kind of a big sign that he is a player to definitely be watching out for this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. He's a true contender. He's playing such an interesting style. It's not often we get to see a true defensive style in ones these days. So he's making everybody second guess themselves. I mean, Zapato knows that on his day, his flick is incredibly difficult to defend. But today, Evo's saving all of them. And part of that is due to Zapato not executing to 100%. He's maybe 80% on most of his flicks. Sometimes, you know, a little higher, sometimes a little lower. But he's going to need to be 100% if he keeps putting that much focus from his offense into the flick game. It's, you know, times like these where the flick's not firing, you need something else to go to. You need, you know, the bounce dribbles, the rolling dribbles, just other ground game options. Let's see if he's got any for Game 4 after the timeout.
He takes it from the corner. Gonna play it a little bit slower. Just gave Evo the space to do what he wanted. Transitions out. Should be able to catch him here fairly easily. He does. And an opening goal, I mean, could do wonders for the mental, at least after what we've been seeing.
Yeah, he made sure of it as well. That was a safe open net by Zapato. He had the 4-goal lead last game, of course, before Evo started to just carefully and cautiously come back, and didn't take as long this time. He's back, tied already. Zapato wanted to pop that into the curve and up, and it's just gone straight center. So just a small mistouch leads to an Evo goal.
Unfortunate, and you definitely know it's got to be a little frustrating too on that one, but the mental game of ones is like the most fun conversation to be had, because the players that can come back from it are so disgustingly powerful, but Evo's not even going to allow that to happen here. You see the quick challenge on him off the sidewall, 2 touches. Zapato's just kind of, I don't even want to say like all over the place with this one, but definitely like you can feel he's playing a little bit behind and he's trying to think a little bit harder as opposed to Evo. Everything feels almost flow state right now.
Oh, Zapato is going to be fuming. Everything's going wrong for him here. He's had playable positions on the past 3 kickoffs, and he's conceded from all 3 of them. I mean, we've had a stare at the camera, a stare to the heavens, and now a head scratch. It's just not looking good. I'm not a body language expert, but I would argue that Zapato is looking a little bit tilted right now. Oh dear, Evo's delayed the kickoff, tripped him up, and now here he comes with the double reset. Triple, and the pre-flip. Zapato had to save that to stop top play of the day being against him.
And that clear is like the most sigh of relief he's had throughout this entire first minute of gameplay. And immediately is just gonna have to go straight back and circle around. You see Evo already waiting. Taking his time, got that back boost there, so whatever Zapatos can cook up here might be enough.
There we go.
It is. Takes his time with it, carries it all the way down to the ground. A little bit of delay, but in the best way.
Really nicely done by Zapatos. He showed the reset early that time. Earlier on in the series, he's getting the reset late after Evo jumps. This time he just shows him the reset early. Evo knows he's got a flip, and then he just didn't use it. Mind games him. Now he might have a chance to tie the game. Evo's recovery's coming. Zapatos has a briefly open net, puts it in. 3-3. And you know, when you think about the fact that he's had a chance to save every single goal he's conceded this game, Zapatos could be running away with this, but he's got to be careful after the kickoffs whenever Evo's putting pressure on it.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe, to be fair for Evo, he did spend like 90% of the last game on offense just shooting. He had like near 20 shots in total. So it is a little bit different when you finally are getting, you know, put in a position where you got to make a race back to defend. Evo taking his time, got that little boost pad enough to give him the jump and the save. Still though, only a tied game between Zapatos and Evo.
Yeah, I like the shot in the back court there from Zapatos. It might not seem like much, but that's an adaptation. You know, simply shooting the ball instead of opting for the flick like he did for the majority of the series. Next time that he's in a spot like that, he can just catch and flick the ball, and Evo will have to respect the shot. Oh my goodness, what's Evo doing? He centered the ball. Zapatos is there to toe poke it in. Evo has completely beamed it. Yeah, he had a brain fart. He's like, oh no, I've lost control. What do I do? Jump! Oh no. This just made it worse.
Unfortunate, but not unfortunate for Zapatos. Did get his little big one on him. It's more about building. Tried to get a little chip shot on there, but on target, not on net. Another one, crossbar down and out. He felt a little bit too much power on it. That's kind of in the name of the game for him. If you play it a little slower, 50 with the back, you do find success sometimes.
Well, this is excellent for Zapatos. Finally, some mistakes from Evo, and he is capitalizing on them. He has scored 4 in a row. And this is what you need sometimes when everything's going against you. Just need your opponent to blunder once or twice and you're right back in it. 1v1. It's the game mode in Rocket League with the largest pendulum swings. Zapatos the beneficiary of this one as Evo takes himself out of the game again. Zapatos straight into the air. Resets early again. And resets the second time. At least attempted to. Whether he got it or not is unsure because he definitely didn't use it. It looks like he might have just had to bail.
Ooh, I like that from Zapatos. A little bit more, you know, trying to preemptively go up for some of these challenges on Evo. Not allowing him the space that he had been claiming in the last couple of games. Evo's going to slow this one down, pop up to the air. Has his flip, goes on the ground. We're just minding it all the way to the end. And Evo gets the one up on Zapatos.
Reverse wave dash to fake a shot and then another fake in the follow-up. Evo has completely destroyed Zapatos with a double mind game as the ball bounces into the goal. 2 minutes and 4 left. Zapatos stabilizes with a kickoff goal. And you know, he's getting these breaks this game. It feels like everything's just starting to turn around a little bit. Even when things go wrong for Zapatos, right after, something will go his way. And there you go, kickoff goal. Cancels out the double mind game.
It's more about holding on to it now, though. 2 minutes is still a pretty decent chunk of time. Highest scoring game in our series that we've had so far between these two. Evo's gonna try and keep it going.
Way.
It's
he's done it again. That's another double mind game. He fakes the reset, fakes the shot on the ground, and then jumps to fake a high shot, goes low. Evo is just bouncing the ball on target and jumping around behind it. Zapatos has to go for the ball at some point here. He's just got to ignore what Evo's doing and full send it straight at the ball.
Right now he's getting caught behind. Low boost on this one. Evo. Flick up one. You got the space to go on through. I mean, this was the Evo we were seeing in game number 1.
That's such a smart play by Evo. The backflip, not just to put the ball into the crossbar, but also to kill his car's momentum, hold position, makes it harder for Zapatos to get a follow-through demo, makes it easier for Evo to get a rebound. He's had some amazing plays this game, completely fooling Zapatos almost every turn, and yet we remain even at 6 goals each. Zapatos has to bail on that offensive position. And here's Evo just rolling the ball around in his box again, inviting the play. Here it comes. Was it a mistake to invite it? No, he just turns and hopes that Zapatos has missed the tight angle shot, which he did.
Oh,
you're joking.
My gosh.
You are joking.
Oh my gosh, there's no way. After all this time, you would think Zapatos is finally going to understand that Evo's going to play a little bit of a mind game on it. He just straight nosedives into the ground and takes this one to the back of the net. 56 on the clock. Evo has taken that lead back.
I mean, he is occupying Zapatos' mind right now. He's found a way into the frontal lobe, and he's just taking it. I mean, it's absurd. We're still tied. Zapatos responds once again. He just keeps getting embarrassed by the most disgusting mind game you've ever seen, and then scoring immediately afterwards. This game makes no sense. But all I do know is Zapatos he's got to ignore Evo. Next time Evo attacks, if I see Zapatos trying to read a play, then that's just a blanket mistake. He has to just play the ball and ignore Evo, who has faked him about 9 times this game.
I try at least to get ahead here. 1 reset, 2 resets, plays it down, Evo out. 30 seconds on the clock. He's gonna play this one all the way to his side there. Should get a little bit of speed on this one. He does. He had that 100 boost pad in his favor now. And Evo's gotta respect it. Taking the challenge all the way from in front, races back. 15 on the clock in a tied game. Zapatos might try and steal it here, but these pop-ups, man, Evo is just not letting him have a chance.
Oh, and he can go all in here. Cross-pitch air dribble all in. 0 seconds. He doesn't need to recover off the back of this one. He's trying to bump him to Zapatos with a huge save. His series was on the line there, and he made the stop.
Now off the kickoff, you got to see what he can do with it. 2 to work with. Maybe that flick finally gives him something. He's going to turn around. He has the boost pad in his favor. It's down.
What?
It's touched it. It went gray, but it's not in.
He was even faking Zapatos out on his own goal line. He's been mind gaming every single play, and now he just full sends the challenge. It's in the top shelf. And as if to say, this is what you should have been doing, mate. This is how you ignore your opponent. You just point your car at the ball, hold boost, and you benefit. Some call it ball chasing, but it's just smart play. Evo sweeps Zapatos into the lower bracket.
There was a time where it felt like maybe Evo was kind of like, all right, maybe you are gonna get got at some point, but like you said, it turned into the full-blown shut your brain off, see ball, hit ball, and that was the way to get it done.
That's all you got to do sometimes, and especially if you think the mind game is on the table, of which there were a few here. I mean,
by a few,
you have to just start
10.
going for the ball. It's up to you, everybody. You're watching this. If you get faked out a lot when you're playing the game, you got to decide sometimes as a defender in Rocket League, do you want to concede a mind game or do you want to concede to a outplay? And I usually choose the outplay personally. I like to concede to outplays rather than mind games because I am a ball chaser and I'm not afraid to admit it. But yeah, Zapatos in this game, he left himself wide open for every mind game and didn't really force Evo to outplay him with the play. He outplayed him fully mentally and thoroughly deserved the win.
Fully got the beat on him. That was a true example of what it is to see 1v1 mind games in the highest form of action. I mean, it's not the end of the road for either of these players. That was an upper bracket round 1, so we will be seeing them tomorrow. It's just unfortunately for Zapato, it is a little bit longer journey to that final, but it is not the end. We've got, I believe, the Mina Grand Final coming up after this.
You thought it would maybe be a bit more back and forth, but no. Evo shuts it down. Zapatos puts up his best effort. The Sentio looks beautiful, and he's not out of the tournament just yet. We'll see him play tomorrow, but Evo does come out on top with the sweep here. Congratulations, sir, on the victory. Everyone was warning us about Zapatos' kickoffs coming into this. How difficult did you find his kickoffs to be?
I mean, his kickoffs wasn't really like a issue, to be honest. It didn't really feel like anything hard.
Okay. What was the most challenging part of Zapatos' game plan?
Probably just the air. I couldn't defend in the air for some reason. I don't know why. Because usually I feel like I can, but today I couldn't.
Well, you did successfully still get the win there, even if the air was a difficult part of the game there. Which do you find? You're obviously here, representing Deleted Gaming. What part of Rocket League do you enjoy more, the 3v3 or the 1v1s?
Oh, 3v3 by far. Ones is like
really.
stressful. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is all literally on your shoulders. I mean, were you stressed coming into this event? I know you had that really close matchup with 5 Up where he goes to game 5, almost not even qualifying here. Like, what was your mental like coming into today's tournament?
Actually, a fun fact, when I was playing 5 Up going to game 5, I had to call out my twin first killer. He had to coach me real quick, and I pulled out the dub.
Okay. Well, shout out to First Killer there for the one. If First Killer wins his match tomorrow, he's playing against you. Are you excited or nervous about that?
I'm excited. Rematch.
Okay. I love that. Well, sir, congratulations on the victory. Good luck in tomorrow's tournament.
Appreciate that.
All right, Evo is through to the semifinals, guaranteed a top 4 finish. We'll see if he can make good on it and qualify for Raleigh. Zapato's here. Herc, I mean, I feel like was there something left on the table? I mean, this was the first sweep we've had of the day. I feel like by contrast to the other matches, it felt like this one was really one-sided.
Yeah, I think when you look at it like on paper, right, you're gonna be like, okay, this is 100% one-sided. I do feel like, at least in the first half of the series, it was a lot more back and forth. But like I was talking to Johnny Boy about, I felt like Zapatos was almost so like, I don't know how to say this, but like dependent on like he wanted to hit his signature shot so bad that like when he could not do it, you could almost like watch him start to get frustrated and annoyed with himself. And then when he was starting to, figure out some other forms, we started to see him go for airplay. The fact that Evo was able to just shut him down so quickly, it just felt like he didn't have too much to actually bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Bates, there was a moment there in game 2 where Zap hit back-to-back air dribble reset flicks, and I was like, oh, he's back in this. We're locked in for a great series. And that was like the last real moment of like strength I feel like we saw from Zapatos. Like from that point on, it felt like Evo really had him locked down.
Yeah, I mean, Zap, he had a decent showing. I'd have to go back and watch the tape to see how he beat AJ yesterday. Maybe AJ wasn't in form. Maybe Zap's form was just incredibly higher than the level he showed today. Could have been the on-stream nerves, but it never really felt like Evo was out of control in my estimation. He felt comfortable. Zap would have a couple opportunities, a couple good, clean goals, but Evo controlled the pace, controlled the tempo. And then just the tiny moments, like even in game 4, the overtime winning goal, Zap just sat underneath the ball, no boost to his name, not really making anything happen. Evo closed the distance. It's just a free shot. You don't really expect that from these players at this level in 1v1 gameplay. Evo moves on, guys are comfortable. I'm sure he's feeling real confident in Zap. I mean, he's not out of it. He gets the reset for tomorrow. And we've seen in RLCS 3's Wave that night's rest and coming back on Sunday, you could be a completely different team, and here you could be a completely different player. So it'll be interesting to see what he does against Chronic.
Yeah, really, it's the mental reset of making it to main event. You make it through day number 1. The benefit of being in the upper bracket round 1, Herc, is you do get to play no matter what on Championship Sunday. So Zapatos down there will now face off against Chronic. The loser of that is then out of the tournament, though. We'll see if he can get it done with a little bit more time under his belt.
Yeah, there's definitely a long road ahead of him for tomorrow, but I do feel like most of his nerves, if there were any, if that was like, if that loss might have been attributed to nerves, would have gotten out of the way today. So tomorrow is a new one for him. He can take the night to look at the tape. Like Bates said, I think most of us might actually go back and watch that AJ matchup and be like, what the heck was going on from yesterday to today? So I don't know. Take the night to yourself.
Yeah.
Set for tomorrow.
I mean, obviously, it's not guaranteed. First Killer's got to win his matchup, but there's a part of me that's really excited about the possibility of an Evo versus First Killer matchup here, T-Bates, given the relationship between those two players Evo was talking about in the interview.
I'm sure they will both love to play against each other. Evo is one of the most smooth NA players in the game. You guys are going to get the pros and any of the high-level players. I mean, his movement is just really sensational to see. It's really flawless. First killer, we all know FK brings to the table just power, shooting, aggression. So them two going up against each other in a rematch, that would be a great match.
It'll be a good one, folks. We'll see if we get to it tomorrow. First, he's got to win that first match of the day. But moving on here, a bit of a special thing here. We're actually going to be hopping regions. Middle East, North Africa's grand finals are next on their broadcast, and we know how important this is to the entire Rocket League world. So Nupo versus Roas. That was predicted. It was foretold many moons ago, and it has come to pass here. We will see them battle for the title of Mina champion. The winner of this match goes to Raleigh. Both these players already going to Raleigh for the 3v3 tournaments, but they will also get the opportunity to play for the 1v1 title. Only one of them will earn that opportunity. So you can see here on the broadcast, we will have Wavy versus Diaz after this. We're not done with North American gameplay, but this is where the timing kind of worked out for their match to be, and we're excited to cover it. So let's jump into it. Let's talk about some Mina action here. Roas versus Nupo. Herc, Nupo has been being touted as the clear favorite the whole time. Roas is here trying to cause the upset.
I mean, he's definitely being talked about that for good reason, right? He's dropped, maybe one game in a series throughout this entire thing. So, like, he is genuinely on a rampage to prove himself and solidify himself as number one. But at the end of the day, this is number one and number two battling it out to prove who is actually number one.
I mean, Nupo is the clear favorite, but Roas on the other side of things. It's a clear favorite, but it's not like David. I wouldn't call this a David versus Goliath.
I don't like this clear favorite nonsense we got going on here. There's no clear favorite here. Listen, now Nupo, he's got the momentum. He's the offensive juggernaut, and he's aggressive. But we're disrespecting Roas, so we're just going to act like Roas is going to sit back and absolutely get slapped. Nupo hasn't lost any games yet so far. He's going to be coming in with confidence. But Roas, man, listen. This is a defensive mastermind, maybe the best defensive player in the game, whether it's in ones or threes, pick your poison, it doesn't matter. He's going to be able to stop it. If there is one player in the game currently who is capable of stopping Nupo's offensive juggernaut, offensive firepower, it would be Roas. So I would stop with the clear favorite here. To me, it's a 50-50.
I mean, when you haven't lost the game in the tournament.
I mean, listen, congratulations. You've been hot.
On paper, though.
No.
Despite only the one game drop, you still wouldn't think that there's any sort of advantage.
I mean, listen. If you want to say, when I hear clear favorite, I'm hearing like a 90-10, an 80-20. No, this is about a 55-45. And when it's a 55-45, it can go either way. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a game 6, game 7 in Roas's favor. Oh, that's predictions because.
It is time for us to make the predictions as the game is ready to go. Let's get into it. Herc, who you got?
Oh man, listen, that 5% that Bates is talking about that he thinks is so back and forth, I think is more than enough to take Roas down. I got Napo.
Okay. Bates, I feel like
Roas, man, give me him. Give me the defensive juggernaut, man. He's gonna be representing Mina over here in Raleigh. I'm already confident in him.
I mean, he's still got to score though. He's still got to get
like the young man can't buckets. He gonna get buckets. We gonna get plenty of those. We're gonna
get plenty of those. But it's not. I was talking with Johnny about how often you have a low scoring 1v1 series, and it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. I think we should see the fireworks here. It's the beauty of the game mode. I've got Nupo on this one though as well. Until he loses a game, I feel like this one is it's a clear choice to pick. How does chat feel about it? Chat has Roas.
There we go. Thank you.
Oh, this is one of the closest we've ever seen it, folks. Let's get into it. The grand finals of the Middle East North African region. The winner advances to Raleigh, North Carolina to play against the winner of the North American 1v1 Regional Open. The winner of that faces Moxie in Leon. Everything to play for and everything to lose in this match. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
It's a historic moment, the first time that we're seeing a Mina 1's grand final, and also the first time that we're seeing a Mina match on the main channel. And what a match it's going to be. Fear, it's offense against defense, it's the ground game against the aerial game, and it's the undefeated streak. Can anybody beat this man on the ball?
Nupo has been absolutely unbelievable. If there's anybody in Mina who is destined to do it, it's going to be Roas. He is still looking for his big crown jewel tournament win. He has not been able to grab one of the salt lines, but could have a chance here to take Mina's first ever RLCS regional and maybe even a spot at the major and a win in the World Finals. So if Roas is going to do it, he's going to have to get through Mr. Nupo. Mr. Not Drop a Game. Nupo is the kind of guy who can get it done.
Oh, he had a lot of space in that play, a lot of time to decide what he's going to do. And, you know, just because he's the less aerial-focused player out of the two doesn't mean you're not going to see aerials out of him. That's a great play as he takes the 1-0 lead. We do have to mention that the last time these two played is a whole long time ago. The last time they played in a competitive setting, Roas did get destroyed. He got bullied. Oh, what a save that is, though. I mean, we're going to see plenty more of those. The creativity and defense is unparalleled.
Nupo will bring the creative offense. Roas will bring the creative defense. Wow, recovery there. As Nupo had Roas on the boost. Roas is making it seem like he's a huge brick wall on absolutely zero. Nupo getting a little bit ahead of himself. Something that will happen often, but most of the time he can keep it under control, and shows you something crazy is Roas electing with 27 boost that it's not worth it to go out and grab that one, and will instead reset to his back wall.
It almost seems like pick your poison for all the North American fans watching to find out who their champion is going to play in Rally. This is the match to decide who gets the ticket to Rally to play against NA's champion. And who do you want? Do you want to run into the guy who's going to save all your favorite player shots or score against your favorite player relentlessly as we get a tie game? Roas finally holds on no longer.
Yeah, Roas is going to be good in defense, but you cannot spend extended periods of time here against Nupo. It's going to be about getting saves and ending possessions as early as possible instead of having to save over and over and over again. Roas has a bit of offense of his own when he does manage to win a kickoff. This time he's going to lose it. Nupo with no boost, though, is really just throwing a testing shot on, buying himself a bit of time. It is going to be Roas in control. A fake flick, a catch, a second goal.
That is insane. He might have actually been trying to just go for a conventional flick here, but the ball popped so high off his car. No panic. He just gets right into the wave dash and the pop top left. And it would have been very easy for him to just try and throw himself at that ball after popping it up too high. But no, he had a backup plan. He rolled with it perfectly.
Roas going to win this kickoff. Nupo, what a save into the crossbar. I feel like intentionally to try and set up a quick counterattack. Roas was ready for it. It's back the other way. Another crossbar save. Nupo will still have control. I think he got a little bit greedy there by going midfield. If he had gone straight to back corner, he might have had a clean possession. But by going midfield, it allows Roas to get in the way. But now Nupo back on an air dribble. Will he go for a reset? No, just be a brick wall. 50, and this one's crossbar down. He can dunk it in.
Yeah, another tie game. The threat up high, left the dunk down low, undefended. Easy read, not even a read. He can react to that one. I wonder if on the previous attack, though, did Roas miss an opportunity to demo on the landing? He got the jump out in that point. He didn't really take his time. He just rushed across the box. And I think if he just taken his time, he could have tripped him, maybe even demoed him. No thoughts about that now, though. Mind game. And another mind game, and another dunk, this time Roas. And it's 3-2. He continues to put himself ahead by 1.
An insane amount of respect for each other. You can tell that Nupo has seen many reset shots go in his net at the hands of Roas. He is making sure that he prepares for that. And because there's that level of respect, you can just do nothing and let the ball fall in while you just fake behind it. Roas with the lead. Nupo is going to take this one towards the net. Have to reset here as Roas forces him back, but he will get a much cleaner setup. Roas trying to close a little bit of that distance, but Nupo gets his dribble out to midfield. Going to make it as tough for Roas to challenge as possible, and ties.
I mean, it's just unstoppable. This guy is dangling the ball so far away from any walls that you pretty much just have to wait for him to come to you. And he's got full control. He can pull the trigger whenever he wants. 3-3 once again, where it's all tied up. Unsurprisingly, it's been Roas who's played more defense in this game. 5 saves to just 2 of his opponent.
Nupo's going to force him to make another one here as he wins to kick up the ceiling high. Roas faked the ceiling high, and then I think he went back down and challenged. Was able to cut off Nupo and did end that possession after 1 shot. That's what he needs to be doing, although he got a little bit ahead of himself. That ball out ahead, couldn't get a good clean shot. Hook shot into Nupo, who's trying to go for a read. Roas is there. I was watching some previous games earlier, and I was saying it's like anime fights. These guys just flying through the air, stopping each other.
They just seem to come out of nowhere in some of these plays. Now, Roas having to manage his boost so well here. So many fakes coming his way. He doesn't fall for any of them, and he barrels right through. I mean, to save that is one thing, to counter is another, but he's missed his chance at an open net. And it was a very fleeting moment. But you've got to take those in a match of this caliber.
Yeah, both of them flashing by. Wow, Nupo on 0 boost says, I don't need boost. I've got a wall. I can use that for speed as he dashes his way out, but he will be forced back now. Tough position to be in. Rawas flick gets a little bit of boost out of Nupo, forces him to the top shelf. Nice recovery from Nupo. You can see Rawas hoping to go for low 50s in order to try and keep this ball near the net. Boost starvation. He has to give up on that back corner boost. And Nupo's not going to take it, though. He's just going to extend it the other way.
Yeah, smart by Rawas to bail there on that boost deal. He realized that he was going to be out of position, conceding. Oh, now he's got the openest net of the day, and he's taking his time with it, and he doesn't need to worry about the respawn save, as once again, Rocket League's only RNG puts the defender on the wrong side.
Veteran move. Did not try and shoot early. The soft touch. He wants to make sure he starts this last minute in the lead as we head to a slight offset kickoff. Big kickoff here for Was can gain control. You can hold on to possessions long enough, but Nupo's the first one with possession as he slams one top shelf, puts Rawas in net. He's going to creep out to the opposite corner to pick up 100, and Nupo will head to his most. Where is Rawas going?
Look at this.
Rawas is out to the midfield.
What?
He's way back. I'm going to be so surprised if he made a save.
Well, he tried to attack this from behind, and, you know, I think he's tried to avoid being air dribble bumped here, but he might have done it a bit too extreme as he gets way on the wrong side of the ball, looking like he's trying to help the ball go in the net. 4-all. We just continue to swing back and forth here. It's 1-goal lead to Rawas, and then a tie game once again.
Nupo, full boost and possession off kickoff. He wants a bump. Rawas is one of the best at defending it. He tried to go underneath, but it will go across the goal line before he can get back.
Small margins, that was close. It was a great dodge, but just not in time in the recovery to get the ball off the goal line. Finally, the first lead of the match for now. He's up with 26 seconds to go, and he continues to pile on the pressure. 17 shots to just 8 from Rawas.
And a kickoff possession. Rawas has to stay on this one. Maybe wouldn't under different conditions, but no choice but to try and be aggressive here, see what he can't get going. Nupo does use a lot of his boost to extend this one out, but even turns it into a shot attempt. So 10 seconds left to go. Rawas has advantage, but he's still worried about the boost. Nupo's going to take it straight to the net and secure the game.
Yeah, he thought that this was more about dodging the demo than anything else, so he jumped onto the wall. But both players being supersonic, doesn't really matter who got the boost. That wasn't the true fight in the position. It was all about the ball going back middle. And now all we need to see is a relatively even kickoff. And this will be game. Rawas has no time. He's won the kickoff, but he's run out of time. And that's going to be game 1 to the favorite. The player who can't lose. He's on a crazy streak through this event, trying to win it without dropping a game.
Yeah, Rawas definitely made it seem like it was in question for a while. You were talking about it earlier, I think, in the green room. Nupo's been to some overtimes, but it doesn't matter. Nobody can actually get the edge, and he seems to be so comfortable, even here against a guy like Rawas, who is one of the toughest to beat in 1v1.
You know, I think the one criticism I've got for Rawas at the moment, and often I find this is the only criticism I've got for him when I watch him play, is that he can get, in my opinion, a bit stubborn with the kickoff. He's lost the majority of the kickoffs in this game, and he's not really switched anything up too much. He will change the angles a little bit, and you know, he'll try to go goal side, outside sometimes, but for the most part, he's just flipping into the ball every time, and you know, that's about all we're going to get from him. Can he really make a big switch up with timing or a fake entirely? I would like to see it, because I think he's lost control this match from the center circle. You don't get shot differentials like 19-9 unless someone's got a big kickoff advantage.
Yeah, I think it's maybe something that he didn't have to worry about too long ago, because he used to be so good that he could just win games going standard kickoff after standard kickoff. But the reality is Nupo has gotten to a level where you can't just throw yourself at the ball every single time. You're going to have to mix it up. You're going to be forced to do some creativity here. You can't play defense forever, and it all starts on the kickoff. This is one of the usually safer type kickoffs, straight on the ball. We'll see if we get any mix-up from Rawas, but he is going to go straight flip to the right. Nupo will win it into the blue half.
And it's, again, an advantageous position for him, where Rawas is going to need to continue to defend bravely. He does such a good job staying low enough on these challenges. So difficult to get a low 50 past him. And now here comes the aerial play. His first big aerial play of the game, but no reset on that one. and also no all-in play. The attack continues, and the shots start to rack up. The pressure once again on Roas, but he will alleviate that with the demo and his first possession play.
Now it's Roas' turn. How long can he hold on? We saw Nupo being extra safe. I mean, he's not going to hold on very long because it looks like Nupo's taking it away. Cover. He does make a save. Now both of them low on boost. Nupo's going to try and see what he can do to stay on this one, but chances are he's going to have to give it up eventually to Roas. What can he get before he does that? Well, he's going to get 100 boost, and now it'll be Roas' possession as he flicks, expecting an early challenge, but it's a fake from Nupo. It'll drop into the orange half, and Roas pops it up. Nupo sends it out to the midfield.
It's such a hard hit to clear the ball. Still time in the back corner for once. A rare moment to get some alone time with the ball. One reset for Roas. Couldn't really catch up to it to threaten the ground pinch or even the half volley. Once again, a turnover. No shots yet for Roas. He's having a really difficult time generating actual realistic shooting chances. Here's the first one of the game. Booms it top shelf. And oh boy, he's clinical. Doesn't get many chances, but he makes good on the one he does get.
Nupo's so close. 19 boost on this save. It's such a hard read. I mean, he put it in just the right awkward spot for Nupo to get up. Is going to get a slight touch on it, but it will be Roas. One shot, one goal, and he has himself a lead. It won't be easy to do for a full 5 minutes as Nupo and him fight for possession. Roas is going to come out on top. Heavy first touch towards Nupo allows him to turn and challenge even without boost, and he'll use that as an opportunity to steal Roas's.
Roas trusting that the angle was impossible to get on target there. He was correct on this occasion. It's just so hard to get rid of either one of these opponents. They just can't get space on the pitch. Roas slams a shot top corner. I mean, his shooting has been so impressive in this game. On the half volley, he deletes the ball. It just feels like the pitch is so small with these two on it, though. They're constantly at each other's throats.
Roas playing that with the last bit of boost that he did have. Shooting across the net can be dangerous. Big kickoff win. And now, you know what? We've just lost 10 different creative kickoffs that he might have done. Now that he's won one straight, it's not broken. I'm just going to do some more standard kickoffs, flip it right, just hope to win it.
And you know, it's now up to Nupo to respond to that. He's got to cover his goal side a little bit more. Roas realized he was going heavy outside, so he's just gone for the goal directly. It's the old-fashioned, kickoff strap that was popularized by Scrubkiller way back in the day. It's still such an effective way to just remind your opponent not to be too cheeky with their approach angle. Irritable bump coming through. Roas saves the ball by knocking it downwards. I mean, when you talk about maximizing your chances of dodging a bump, that's how you do it.
Perfect power slide to gain control too. He's trying to go back the other way. This has been a good sign for Roas, who has had Nupo playing in his net a little bit here in this game. As Nupo having not dropped a single game, it seems like there's a chance here for Roas, but anybody who's watched 1v1 knows there's a ton of time. Nupo will not score here as Roas now with 29 boosts. What is he going to be able to do? He's going to try and cut this away from Nupo, who wants to make sure he's awkward and can't actually get a possession.
He just never leaves until he absolutely has to. So another rocket of a shot does get red this time. To keep this guy scoreless is such an impressive defensive stand, but this looks tough to save. He doesn't have to, the crossbar's got him covered. Roas to the pre-flip counter-attack. He has got so much power on that. It's gone in from beyond the halfway line for 4-0.
They match in shots now. It's 6-6. The difference is that crossbar down now. I mean, that wasn't necessary. I mean, I'm going to say it was forced by Roas the way he's been playing defense. There was a chance to get it on target, but Roas has Nupo shook, and he is scoring at a much higher rate. Another kickoff win. This one will get denied, but how much can Nupo get out of it as he manages to not fall in his net? He grabs 100. Roas sends him the ball. He will get on the board.
Yeah, first big mistake of the game by Roas, and it gets punished in the blink of an eye. Yeah, he just gave that one straight to him. Trying to put the ball in an awkward position. Always good to get one extra touch when you're trying to make a play for the boost. Get an awkward touch that your opponent can't really do anything with. If that was far from it, got slammed into his net. 3-goal difference. You can bet that there's going to be 3 chances to score and tie this one before the game is done.
How safe will Roas play this now? Minute 30, he is not taking it up into the air. Instead, reverse wave dash, going a bit slower, trying to get Nupo to bait high. Roas is actually bumped into net. Nupo is looking at an open net, and he will get one of them.
Oh, it's just fascinating. He scores Roas in one goal, puts the ball in the other one. and gets the second goal of the game. It didn't even look like that all-in of a play, but when there's multiple bumps afterwards, it's almost better than a demo, because there's not even a chance of a respawn messing with you now. 2-goal difference. And could be back to a 1-goal difference. That's a great roll. And it is going to be just one separating the players.
Perfect roll for Nupo. You go back to Rawas, that he had a moment right before this 2-goal sequence where he had a wall to air dribble that I think under different circumstances, he takes that and he tries to score with it. But he played it a little bit slower, maybe because of the game context, ends up not paying off, and now that's just high game. Nupo was expecting a touch, and so Rawas gets fortunate that Nupo was not ready.
Oh, this is ridiculous if he can get this on target. Rawas managing his boost so well. 100 spawns for him as a reward. The flick on target won't be good enough. Plenty time left though. No need to rush the offense just yet. And you know, we talked about the guy that we're going to see later on in the stream, Diaz, the guy who's known for the full pitch air dribbles. Well, someone else who could do that is Nupo. He's going to look to go all in at some point here, but not quite yet. With 30 seconds left, he still has plenty of time.
Slowly taking this dribble, trying to see where Rawas is going to be. He's getting a read on the defense. Rawas is transitioning high, moving low. Nupo wants to make sure he dances around in the defense before he makes the outplay, and he catches him returning to the ground with a nice pop.
I mean, that is just ridiculous. He's just sliced underneath the ball. Somehow finds a way past Rawas. 21 seconds left. The 4-goal comeback's complete, but it might be needed again as Rawas gets the kickoff goal. And that is brutal. Absolutely brutal timing to pull one out of the bag. 16 seconds left now, and the comeback starts again.
This is just old-fashioned 1v1 where everybody's just trying to go flip it to the ball, left to right, just play it out. Don't make any other adjustments. Those are the only ones allowed, apparently. And it pays off in Rawas's favor as he now brings this one to the ground. Can he waste out this time? Nupo is so quick to make anything happen. He is out of boost. Nupo's in control of the wall. Only a bit left over. A delayed flick goes top left, but Rawas sends it away, and the undefeated streak is over. Rawas takes a game.
And that's such an important game. If he lost this one after being up 4 goals, I find it very hard to see a comeback happening. But now we've got a series. We knew it would be the biggest test. And we knew this would be the biggest threat to the streak. And we knew we're just getting exactly what we hoped and what we wanted, because so many insane saves, so many big plays. The level truly has lived up to expectations. But the momentum swung there about halfway through the game. It was starting to tilt the other way again. Rawas had his good half of the game, and then he had a kickoff goal to write home about in the second half. Luckily, he'd done enough in the first half that was the winner.
Yeah, and that doesn't bode well going forward. I think we've seen, that kind of momentum transfer over to the next game. Rawas, I think a little bit of it came from just trying to secure his win. I don't know if he's going to try and, play that safe before. Some players are really good at securing their wins. I think Moxie's a guy who seems to be able to lock in at almost any amount of time left, any amount of lead. So hard to dispossess him and actually take the game back from him. Rawas had a couple slip-ups, and Nupo's the kind of guy who will instantly strike on those. So if Rawas finds another lead, will he continue to try and play it safer? Will he stay more aggressive? We know Nupo just wants to keep scoring no matter what. When he has a lead, it doesn't matter. He just wants to win and get as many goals as possible. Let's head to game number 3.
And there really is never a moment where this guy doubts his offensive capabilities, where he doubts his mechanics. I'm sure we're going to see a big play here, as you always do. But Rawas, more than anyone else in 1v1 history, makes the most mechanical players in the world doubt themselves. Makes the best, most talented aerial players in the world second guess their aerial offense. And we've not seen that yet today, but that could be happening later on in the series if he keeps getting ridiculous stops and forcing crossbar hits. I mean, he's got a demo and a goal early on here again, so another good start for him in game 3.
Couple standard kickoffs as they both try and fight for the ball to go the way they want. Rawas can send a goal line save up above the crossbar. Nupo will have a boost steal, so Rawas going to be playing on very little. Nupo slamming, gets the perfect angle almost, maybe a little bit too close to the back wall, allows Rawas to still get the save, but man, Nupo is just trying to throw it on net as fast as possible. Rawas stays calm, makes the save, and has himself a ball carry.
Oh my goodness. The timing, the composure, and the vision from Rawas to completely dissect and score his second goal of the game. I mean, it's just perfect defense, perfect control in the midfield, even pathing over one extra small pad on his way, and the finish to match.
Rawas is thinking about staying here on offense despite not having boost. I'm not surprised he does eventually leave. He's going to go to the back corner. Dupo's going to fake a flick and then actually cut it, but Rawas did enough to make him second guess how he can get past him, and he ends up cutting it across the net, and another possession ended immediately.
Oh my goodness.
He tries to turn and dive, but Rawas below 50.
Rawas just overhead presses, now points into the stratosphere. Bang! I mean, you thought you're getting the middle of the ball, not happening. He drops the low 50 under him, sends him absolutely flying. I mean, the strength to do that against an opponent who's coming in with so much more momentum than you. Just immaculate 50 mechanics.
Dupo back wall. Oh, I don't know if he's expecting the early challenge. He tried to cut it infield instead of going up the corner. Rawas is going up to get a reset from his own back wall. He decided he can't shoot it, so he cuts it away. Can he bring it back to net before recovery? Dupo finds his way back for now, but he's low on boost. A little bump will push him out, and Rawas has the ball in a great position. This is classic 1v1, but decides not to take the hook shot.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep this attack going as long as possible, it seems. Off the post, and then the 50-50 leaves it open, and he takes the completely undefendable shot. Yeah, it looked like he had an opportunity earlier than this, but he was so comfortable just continuing the attack, and it works out perfectly for him. 4-0 in less time on the clock.
Rawas has always been one of those guys who's willing to let the offensive possession go as long as he feels is necessary.
No way.
Oh no!
What?
Dupo had a chance.
Oh, he had more than a chance. That was open. I mean, he just completely missed it. The hard work was done. And now the save on the double tap. Rawas, once again, a complete magician on the goal line.
I mean, Dupo, he gets power every time he wants it. I watched it line up from his perspective. He could have slammed it, but he went for a soft touch to try and mix up on Rawas, and Rawas had that read. I know he has to respect Dupo. He's going to do it again, and he's going to leave Dupo scoreless a couple minutes into this game.
I mean, this is the kind of sequence of plays that Rawas does to everyone. We've seen him do it to Zen in the past. We've seen him do it to Drally, to Nast. I mean, all the top guys in Europe. We've seen him go back and forth with Moxie over the years, and at some point he makes everybody question their offensive capabilities. He makes them think that they can't score. And I'm starting to worry in this game that might happen here. He's hit with a pre-flip shot again, and it's 6-0.
This can catch you off guard, even a guy like Dupo. He sees the points. Oh, maybe it's over. No, Rawas got one more touch.
No boost, by the way. Zero. Absolute zero, and he still makes it work.
6-0 Rawas. I don't think I saw a game like this happening at any point, but there is still tons of time.
Okay.
Here's the Dupo comeback starting.
Finally, and he doesn't make a mistake on this one. But you know what, this is exactly where, I'm going to keep saying it, this is exactly where I'd love to see just a fake kickoff here from Rawas. You know, just not a volatile flip into the ball, because what he's doing is he's going for the most volatile kickoff strategy, where you use all your boost and you flip. And if you don't get the kickoff win or even, you could be just in immediate trouble. There's so many safer strategies to mix in. He never does this. He never goes for them. And, you know, right now it doesn't seem to matter, but I do wonder if there's an even higher level he could be at. Oh, he left it ball uncontested for a second there. Boost advantage will fix that problem as he goes ahead 7-1. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a forfeit here, as everything's going right for Rawas.
You talked about Rawas and him not mixing up the kickoffs. Like, he could take it to another level. I don't know if Dupo is doing too much mix-up either.
True.
Clearly, he needs to be mixing it up right now. I mean, I want to see a big delay or something, but these guys are just willing to throw haymakers at each other over and over on the kickoff. Just slam into it and see who gets the win.
And it's almost a gentleman's agreement to just play normally. Let's just not do anything strange here. Another great save by Rawas. But, you know, he'll put up a great save like that, and it won't even be top 10 saves of the series for him. Somebody else, it would be their best save of the day against a, you know, so-called unstoppable move, an air dribble bump, by one of the most mechanical and one of the most physical players in the world. This is a dominant display by the best defender 1v1 has ever seen.
I think we are a couple saves away from a forfeit. Not often do you see a forfeit off of just saves. Usually you have to get scored on the other way, but I don't know.
if Nupo just cannot get past Rawas, maybe this will be it as he turns his saves into another goal.
This is just a completely different level. I mean, we've been watching some world-class Rocket League all day, but this, I mean, you'd expect it being a grand final tomorrow. We'll have North America's grand final where we have other S-tier players matching up against each other, but you could just see that there's something special going on right now with Rawas and the stops that he's getting and the speed of his transitions, the counter-attacks. But, you know, credit to Twisted Minds. Now post sticking in this. He's not giving up. He's looking to find a window of opportunity. Maybe get some momentum going. Maybe find a way to score. It's not that way. Pumping this guy is just not, it's never going to work. It's never worked for anyone. And it doesn't look like it's working today either.
I mean, Rawas is looking faster, and it's impossible normally to feel like that's the case. Nupo, I don't know if he's won a series where he looks like the slower player. He just likes to outpace, and Rawas is winning these races to the balls in the midfield. He is looking both like a brick wall when he's on the goal line, but also speedy to the ball as Nupo should have a pre-flip open goal. Maybe he can get a bit of momentum going, but surely Rawas going up 2-1.
He's a very fast-moving brick wall, Rawas is. Probably the fastest brick wall I've seen. This is a timeout. Surely it's a timeout because it's going from bad to worse here, and not really a lot's worked in this game in any part of the field. So I reckon this has to be a timeout. It's either timeout or tilt in my opinion. I could be proven wrong about the start of game 4. We might just see some world-class goals back to back to back, but and now Postwell, he's left the game. He's gone to the menu here. Could see a decal switch maybe. I'd be shocked if we see a car change. Has he been switching car at all in this tournament? Surely not.
I don't think if he's been playing any Octane. The thing is, you usually do it after a loss, and he hasn't been losing. So
true.
But timeout or tilt? Chat, what do you guys think? Timeout or tilt right here? I have not seen anything indicating a timeout, but will he also tilt is the question. Sometimes, you know, the mental timeout is just getting that new decal.
Yeah, but we'll see if it's tilt or if it's just, you know, normal, because that game was so long gone for a while that he might have just had his mental timeout in the last minute there and just entered flow state and free play almost, but there just happens to be Rawas in the lobby as well. The first few seconds of the next game will tell us all we need to know, because if we see a, you know, silly overcommitment, then I think we can confidently say that that's tilt after a destructive game 3 from Rawas.
Yeah, I wonder if there's anything to be said about when you just get used to winning. Has he been winning too much? As all of a sudden losing is going to tilt him out because he's like, I haven't had to do this in years. I haven't had to be down in a series in forever. So maybe he's not mentally ready.
Wow, what is this feeling? I forgot what this was like. It's not nice. I mean, it can't feel nice, especially losing in that manner. I mean, the second game, fair enough. He had momentum. There was plenty positives there. He had a good streak going at the end of the game. Lost to a kickoff goal. Happens. Okay, let's find out. What's it going to be? Is it going to be a regain? Or is it going to be just a pick up where we left off situation? And, well, early signs would suggest the latter as Rawas makes another save and the counter-attack gets started.
One thing we know for sure is we're going to see 2 quote-unquote standard kickoffs. That's for sure. That's what opens this next game, as Nupo has a great hookshot chance. Actually does not get the right bounce. If he shoots slightly right, he might be able to score on the follow-up. If he shoots slightly left, he might just bounce in, but he gets the worst possible spot.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. It was a great play to go to him, and he passed the ball to himself. Unfortunately, too close to hitting the goal, like you said. Oh my goodness!
My God.
Calm down. We don't want to break the crossbar. We've still got 4 minutes and 20 seconds to play. That's more like it. And okay, no tilt. He is just once again hitting the ball really hard and flicking the ball really hard. Deft touch on the turnaround there, though.
That needed to be a goal. The tilt would happen if he somehow didn't find a way to score. It was a great possession, as Nupo will force Rawas into defense. Rawas not even going to have time to pick up his 100, although he's for control and actually win it and take Nupo's as well. It looked like he was looking for a demo last second, because Nupo dashes to push this out to the midfield. He'll have to play off pads. It's actually a bit of an awkward ball for Rawas. He does his best to pop quickly and gets himself a goal.
I mean, you said it right. I mean, that is such an awkward ball. There's not a lot of ways to turn that into an immediate chance on net. Of course, Rawas finds a way. That touch was immaculate. To space now pull away from the play and to give himself an opportunity to put it past him. He still, you know, for me, looks like the player's really locked in. Oh, that's a wayward challenge. 2-1, Roas right after the kickoff. Flicks it past easily.
Nupo could maybe afford to slightly delay, maybe go for a wave dash, or maybe just win this one to the left or something. Another flip into the ball?
Yep, another flip into the ball. Well, I guess we just don't understand, because, you know, we've seen the evolution of the kickoff meta recently. That's a good bump. That's the top one to dodge. Not even Roas can save that one. As we have another tie game. Yeah, if you're going to try and catch it, Roas with an air dribble bump, make sure it's when he's backwards, no boost, and you're coming at him at supersonic speed.
Anything else in it to save? Lupo lost the first kickoff in a bit. Roas puts this into the corner, going to get 100, and just going to switch the field here as he looks to starve Nupo out. And now take it to the skies. I can't even see Nupo as he now shows up on the map. Roas makes sure Nupo falls off the wall and then puts it over the top of him.
Just a deft touch. Just when you think it's going to be the flavor of the month, maybe flavor of the year wave dash shot, he gets under it and scoops it up and over. You know, we talk a lot about the defense, but the offense, the mechanics from Roas have been every bit as impressive. And on a day like today, we knew they'd have to be up against the undefeated. Now, he's actually got a flip here. Are you serious? He almost scores. He didn't dodge through the challenge. He's going to lose on the counterattack here. He's going to lose a goal, but that was an exquisite attempt. So patient with the challenge and the attempt on that.
This is just an example of what Nupo's been having to deal with. He finally goes to that back wall dribble, which is usually a good way to guarantee you'll have a little bit of space, because surely someone won't come to stop you there. Nope, Roas is floating from the ceiling before he even turns around, ready to cut off his shot immediately, and almost even got a goal out of it. So Nupo is going to have to always keep Roas in mind. He'll be there every second. Right now, he's making save after save in net. A nice recovery. Nupo's managed to keep this around a shootable position. A catch that he doesn't love, so he's going to go for 100 boost instead. Roas playing off of almost nothing, but that hasn't really been an issue for him before, as he's going to flick and at least get himself some space.
He's looking for the demo afterwards there. Didn't find it, and now here comes the next attack. It's another pump bump. And Roas once more just knocks the ball downwards. He does this better than anyone else, just getting over the top of the bump and then sending the ball to the ground. Can he do it again though? No problem. As he saves the shot, bumps his opponent, scores an open net. He just puts together these sequences that don't seem playable.
Yeah, Nupo steals the 100 in the corner. He thinks he's going to escape out and just keep this possession going. But Roas finds a way around to cut him. You're never safe. Gets himself a lead. Nupo's looking at a wide open net.
There we go.
So that'll do it.
And what does he need to do? That's right. Forget about what we're suggesting. Just speed flip and then flip into the ball. Maybe it'll work this time. But I mean, they are making adjustments. They're trying to change the angles. You know, that time it's a push style kickoff where he's going outside edge just slightly, pushing it through. Repeated it there, but Roas has countered it. I mean, that's what happens when you go for the same strategy 2 times in a row. You did the exact same thing 2 times, and you can't do that unless you're anticipating, you know, an overthink from your opponent, perhaps.
When you have a gentleman's agreement, you know, this battle back and forth can go either way. You're maybe not going to get too much in trouble because you win here and there. But as soon as someone's willing to break it, we swear that they can have an advantage. And these guys may be having a gentleman's agreement. You know, they haven't actually talked about it, I'm sure. They're just both want to do standard kickoffs. But you're not going to get that agreement from a Moxie if you end up playing him in Worlds. Or Roas is going to make it too.
Just clean, dainty touches. No need to overcomplicate things. A lot of players would have gone for a more high-flying air dribble there, but Roas sees space between him and his opponent, uses it to his advantage, puts himself ahead by 2. He's going to be ahead by 2 games if this keeps going as it currently is, with 3 games in a row going to Roas. And another insane save. I mean, it doesn't matter how high you fake the shot, he's going to be able to get low and block you when you switch to go for the low 50. And it'll be a strong enough one to counter you with. 7-4. there are just no openings to exploit.
Nupo has gone from being unable to lose to now potentially unable to win. It has to be frustrating here with Rawas up 3. That is truly not much at all with a minute 30. Nupo could bring it back, but the problem is right now he does not have boost. He's trying to rush back to this ball, and he gets caught out. Rawas gets another.
Just incredible once again. The little twitches in defense, the little fake challenges, the little fake turns. All that Rawas had to do to get the bite and to get control of the play. This has to be a goal for Nupo if he's going to stay in this one. And it is going to be. Okay, it was a touch from Rawas on the goal line, but for once, he's not able to make that into a save.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it again real quick. I think he made the best he could. Sometimes it looks like the players are trying to stave him soft for like a counterattack instead of getting stuck, but I think he really did the best he possibly could have.
It's one of those positions where he probably wishes it was closer to the crossbar, because then you can just crossbar pinch it, but it's been a bit lower. It's actually harder to save in a way.
A save from Nupo. Got to turn it on right now. Rawas, soft touch. Oh, good control. Really calm to get that ball down in his possession. 51 seconds for Rawas. Low on boost. It doesn't really seem to matter before, but in theory, it should help Nupo score. As Rawas sends him to the side wall, he's got a slow dribble. He wants to force Rawas all the way out, but Rawas makes the perfect read, takes it away, and shoots on an open net.
He's just shutting everything down. He once famously tweeted after ended Zen's win streak that GG's well played, but I'm not like the others. And he wasn't wrong. He's still not like the others. Nobody else could take a game off a Twisted Minds Nupo, and Rawas is about to take his 3rd in a row. And he is doing it with his own patented style. Just ridiculous defense, reads for days, strong as anything in every challenge, but he's got the pace to match as well, an often underestimated part of his game that you highlighted earlier. So fast off the mark, so quick in the race to the ball, so hard hits, and that's another game win confirmed.
Nupo does have a timeout. I'm not sure if he's going to use it. Timeouts are a little bit foreign to the 1v1 tournaments that these guys are used to playing. Normally they just lock in, go next. No coach to call a timeout for them. But I'm thinking we might get one, because even before the time is out, Nupo has mentioned he's going to use his timeout.
I mean, this is what turnaround of a tournament he's had. It must just be bizarre for him right now. We almost jokingly mentioned that he forgot what it's like to lose, but now he's forgetting what it's like to win, because he's got 3 games without winning, and it's not been close. The last 2 games have been one-sided. Game 3 in its entirety, and Game 4 for most of the second half. But it's just the way that he's losing it bodes the worst for him. It's not that he's failing to execute on his offense. It's just that he's executing to a world-class standard, and it's still not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you don't know until you get into the match whether the impeccable, amazing, unbreakable defense is going to be slightly better this time, or if it's going to be the offense. And right now it's been Rawas. I mean, Nupo, he came into this one with a big streak, but he needs to know Rawas is the streak ender. He's the streak ender. He lives for this. You've been winning a lot of games. Well, he's going to make sure you stop.
What a mistake. He should have lost the game at some point, so he wouldn't come in here on a win streak. And buff Rawas as a result. Another little side note to this is Rawas has to be putting up some crazy numbers for score per game, because the amount of saves he's getting, obviously saves get you more points than shots. So if you're trying to be a points farmer, then that's a good way to do it. Epic saves also an extra 10 points. There are multiple RLCS players who'll intentionally let the ball get closer to the net to get the bonus 10 there. Where do you go from here? He's tried the ground game, he's tried the physical game, he's tried the aerial game, and he's absolutely not tried really making any big changes to the kickoff at this point. But what do you do when you're in this position?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about kickoffs enough that, I mean, I don't think we're going to see a change. I can't imagine we will at this point. It would have happened before this game if it was going to happen. So Nupo, I mean, it's interesting for a player like him and the way he likes to play and the way he plays so fast and kind of creative and loose and almost like freestyle, or not freestyle, maybe not the word, but like free play, like when things aren't working, I wonder what he's thinking to himself in terms of what to change. Because to me, it seems like he's flow stating normally. Like he's not making maybe a certain intentional move here or there. He's just relying on his instincts with his aerial game and with his kind of control that he has. So I wonder in this timeout, what is he telling himself? Has he recognized, you know, that the kickoffs aren't working for him? Well, it doesn't seem like that's what he's focusing on.
No.
Maybe he's focusing on something else.
Absolutely not. No, he hasn't realized that. He's once again, he speed flipped and then flipped into the ball, and it hasn't worked out. I mean, really, they are still switching the directions. You know, that was an inside attempt, not the outside that they've usually deviated towards. But yeah, certainly a lot left to be desired, in my opinion, and I think in yours as well, when it comes to this aspect.
You know what? Nupo is just going to have to hope that he gets a lot of first possessions. He gets one here. They have been trading him back and forth generally, maybe slightly in favor of Awas in the past couple games. Nupo has to make sure he converts on all of them now, though. He can't afford not to, and he's going to catch for Awas. Diving in, a great 50 to guide the ball straight up and down, right back into his control, and we got ourselves 1-1.
You know, in a game like this, we are talking a lot about the fact that there aren't very many big changes. You'll notice that the majority of the kickoffs these guys are going for are outside wall. Good follow-up here by now. Boys up 2-1. But you'll see them, you know, if they're spawning slightly left, they'll try to hit the ball to the right, generally, and vice versa. And it seems like a game of who's willing to do that to a greater degree, and whoever does commit harder to that will usually win it until somebody goes the other way, and then they just crush it and it's in the net. So that's the game we're seeing right now. It's almost a game of chicken. It's like, will you go wider? Will I go wider? Who's going to have the confidence? And who's going to finally make the switch?
You know, Rawas went wave dash recovery on this one, and then he gets undercut after his possession and gets scored on. So why would you ever change?
So he's not, that's the last time we're going to see him listen to us. He's never listening to us ever again.
Let's see, right back to what we were doing before. That's what we love to see here, as Rawas playing from behind, something he hasn't been doing in the past few minutes, trying to get a good 50 on Nupo as he goes diving in. Another 50 will result in Nupo on the ball, but Nupo not going to have an easy time escaping here, as Rawas will stick around. This one's going to go into the opposite corner as they switch sides to grab 100. Rawas maybe missed the 100 on the first time. I'm not sure why it took him a second to get it, but he does make his way back and takes it away from Nupo, and now he's going to go through the ceiling. Nupo, challenge Rawas, just kills the 50 right in place and drops it to himself.
He just stops him dead, and you know that's a lot of power being put into the ball there, but it's gone nowhere because not only is it a solid hitbox behind it, it's precise. It's enough to drop the ball and keep it in a scoring position. Huge dunk midair, now back within a goal, and right back to that same strat we go. Again, that push to the outside wall, but not a good follow-up. That's an easy clear that leads to a counter-attacking angle, which actually Rawas is sort of panicked with. Doesn't get punished, but briefly that looked awkward.
They'll take it to his back corner. Nupo backing off, not going up the side wall. We see a lot of players defending from there. Nupo just did, and it didn't work out for him, so instead he goes all the way to his net and just flops off the back wall, unable to make the save.
Yeah, he was driving up the back wall and expected a high shot. Ended up really not coming close to covering that one. It's a bit surprising to see him driving that high up the wall when Rawas was coming in with quite a low trajectory. But he's got an angle here to shoot directly. Of course, he takes it, and Rawas knocks it into the crossbar and gets right back into the midfield battle, wins the boost race. Sees it open on the backboard, but it's not open long enough to get a double on target. The fight for these boosts, vicious as both players commit so hard to them.
The recoveries back and forth too. Every time it seems like Rawas has the lead, he got the boost. Nupo, oh my goodness, sneaking it in. These guys just zooming across the pitch, left and right. The speed will finally pay off in Rawas's favor.
And I thought he had enough time to get that back corner boost and then make it back to the net, but he's mistaken. Absolutely rapid center to himself and then the ground pinch to finish for Rawas. He remains firmly in control of the series, and he always does seem to have the edge when it comes to directions that he's getting clears towards. No natural follow-ups, even though Nupo keeps control. Oh, he's falling.
Ooh, nice play. Nupo just keeps faking it. Rawas is trying to reposition on the back wall. What Nupo's trying to do is get those wheels off of a surface, and he finally does. Little reset on the ball. Will dash and pop it up to tie the game.
Yeah, I think he just ran out of back wall there. Thought that he was a little bit further away from the post than that, and even Rawas. That makes me feel a little bit better about all the times I've done that. Oh, hold on a second. What a shot! 5-4. How did he get this on target so quickly?
Just a perfect touch, and perfect catch, really. Rawas, I mean, you can't blame him. I thought he had the time to get back there as well, but turns out Nupo had the sweet spot touch that launches the ball out ahead and puts him in the lead. And another kickoff probably in his favor. Rawas does not want to see a sidewall dribble, so he's going to pinch this one away. Nupo will catch it with a reset and then try and place it top right. Rawas is guessing it's not in. He guesses correctly, but he cannot get the follow-up.
I didn't think it was that close to going in. That was an excellent shot on the goal line. Honestly, Rawas was so close to clearing that. I'm actually amazed that he was nearly able to get that into an unscorable position. Fortunately for now, puts it at the bar and stayed active. 2-goal gap again. It's a much better game after the timeout.
I went to his POV and he turns off ball cam as it hits the crossbar, and he's looking for the circle to bounce back out.
Yeah.
And he noticed, wait, there is no circle. That means it must still be somewhere in the net. Had to turn ball cam back on to go and get it. As Rawas has a reset wave dash. This is a classic here in ones right now, but Nupo's going to make the save. Rawas has no boost left over, so I'm thinking he's going to have to leave this possession. Eventually, he missed the midfield 100. So Nupo now can try and pounce on that attack. Rawas take a break to go get the 100, and that's enough.
And that's all it takes is one tiny mistake, missing a mid boost, and now you've got a real problem. The angle of attack there was too good. No way for Rawas to cover all angles. And he's actually trailing by a significant margin now, 3 goals. This could be the turnaround as it goes up to 4, surely. Yes, it is. Oh, Rawas has got it all to do in game 5.
Are we getting cinema again? Is Nupo going to bring it back? 1v1 has seemed way too scripted through its whole career. Now in the RLCS, it continues to be scripted. Game 7 over in that regional final for EU. Game 7 on LAN. Are we getting Game 7 in Mina final? If you ask Nupo, he sure hopes so, as he's up 4, but he's got a lot to work. He's not even done with this game. Rawas with a great shot to put him within 3.
I thought he hit the bar. I was thinking, why is he absolutely slaughtered that ball? It's unbelievably open. He just gets it bar and in. So it's all good. Minute 40 to go. Mind games for Rawas. Doing work for him there. Now back to the kickoff we go. It's going to be okay for Rawas here. It's in his half, but safe. It's a great touch. It's like hugging the ceiling, but not bouncing. So no way to attack that ball. Here comes Rawas again. Bounce dribble down the line. Lets it go back wall. And he 50s it almost in off the post.
Nupo survives though, and is going to have to flick this one out with the amount of boost he has. Oh, wow. Goal. I was just thinking it was something he had to do based on the amount of boost. Just throw one at Rawas and see if he can extend the possession. Turns out you're just throwing a flick and you just score.
It was the mid boost. Rawas thought the mid boost was going to spawn, and he missed it by about, I don't know, a quarter of a second. It came up right after he drove over it. That was enough to sufficiently slow him down. Oh, wow, what a flick. That is ridiculous. No boost, almost no momentum, and he still launches it to the top corner.
Yeah, making sure to tilt forward and kind of cradle the ball with his car before executing the flip to make sure it gets maximum power on the ball. Minute 14, these kickoffs can be volatile, and Rawas could absolutely steal this one back, but this one goes in favor of Nupo. Rawas to the ceiling, back down, makes the save. He seems like he puts a ton of space between himself and Nupo almost intentionally, but covers it with ease, and now has a possession of his own. Nupo doesn't want to get the dribble started, so he's going to backflip challenge, but eventually going to have to be panicked away as Rawas controls. He wants to look over. He's a brick wall this time, not in net, but near Nupo's.
I mean, he's got the ball on top of his car, and then the next frame, it's in front of him and he's sideways, flipping into it. I mean, the timing to drop it in front is so impressive for Rawas every single time. Still more work to do though. 45 seconds to go, ball's in his back corner. He does have a 100 boost to play with. Actually, he left the ball as well after some more time has gone off the clock. Oh, he's missed it! Huge mistake, and it's surely game over with 3 goals difference.
I feel like in a regular series, I mean, we see this here and there, but that was like, I gasped. Rawas, he missed. He could have made a play there and didn't. That is not something he has been doing at all. And now it's still not out of reach. It is going to take some cheesy kickoffs or just some direct wins. Knowing what he's going to try and do, he's just going to try and force it to a side wall or something. But he's already not won the first of 3 that he would need, as Nupo being patient now with the ball. I was talking about how he's going to keep trying running up the score.
Back corner Barry. Yeah, there he is.
He is going to secure it.
Here's back corner Barry to secure the game. Barry secured so many games today in North America, and he's even looking to secure a game here in the Mina Grand Final. No nonsense. Why take the risk of attacking your opponent, giving them a counter, followed up by a kickoff, when you can simply dribble the ball back and then hit the bar on 0 seconds?
I saw somebody talking about it, saying 10 goals is insane. The thing is, for Nupo, it isn't even really that insane. Like, his wins often usually have 10 goals for him, even if the other player is getting some goals on the board. Nupo loves a really high-scoring game, loves everybody getting all over the ball, left and right. Volatile kickoffs. This one goes in favor of Nupo.
It's the first time that we've seen Roas drop off and level a little bit since game 1. I mean, he's been a machine. He's just been perfectly defending everything. And then in this game, we've seen him miss the ball off a back wall clear. We've seen him fall off his near post into the goal. And, you know, if he keeps making those mistakes, that's, you know, it's a couple goals every game. That's a big difference. Suddenly gives, you know, so much confidence in the comeback, which combined with the explosive potential, I think it gives Nupo a real chance here. The nerves are starting to creep in. We saw it with Moxie and Yan, or against Yan. Saw it with Moxie against Rally even. We'll maybe see it tomorrow in North America as well. It's on match point often that we get to see the potential crumble, which I'm not calling it a crumble yet from Rawas, but it's maybe the beginning of a crumble, maybe the C of the rest. We'll get rumble in game 6 and 7.
Yeah, the way these guys are playing right now, it's like it's at such a high level that it almost feels like Nupo is scoring or taking that game because Rawas fell from perfection, and it's hard to stay on perfection as long as a full 7-game series. Rawas had been doing that. That's how he got 3 games straight against a guy like Nupo who hadn't lost at all. But he falls slightly from perfection, and Nupo's level is still good enough to get that win. So will Nupo struggle at all? I mean, Rawas, it wasn't even necessary. You talked about it before. It's not like he wasn't getting good offense. He had great offense. Rawas just played even better. Now we come into a Neo Tokyo. Rawas is the kind of guy who I think has played. I mean, both these guys have played in these high tense tournaments for a long time. I don't know if they feel like there's extra pressure here on the RLCS versus like a Salt Mine or these other contexts that they played in, but
surely
3v3 Mina, they definitely have been clutch, the both of them, when they've needed it most.
I think this is an important one. You know, we heard from Farskiller how important it is for him to be the North American representative, for him to be the best in North America and indeed the world, and to prove that he can still do that. Mina has such a rich history of 1v1 and has such a strong region currently in 1v1 that I think this will be super important for Rawas and for Nupo to win this, because they're both going to be in Rally anyway. They're going to be playing 3s, but this just gives them a chance to do something that nobody else has done: win 2 majors in the same weekend. We didn't have a chance to see Moxie do that. He wasn't in the 3s. Yan couldn't do it. Didn't win 1s or 3s. And the extra cherry on top for the Mina players is the rivalry with France, the rivalry with Moxie. Rawas and Moxie have probably played each other more than any other combination of 2 players in one's history. I'm sure he would love to take him down in his back garden. Got to win this and then one more series in Rally before that, though.
Yeah, Rawas, I mean, you talk about Rawas Moxie, he's probably the world's best chance for the double major win that you were just referring to. Drally had a really close matchup against Moxie. Had Drally won that, I mean, he probably, I guess, I don't know how it would go against Yen necessarily, but his team did win the major and they seem like clear favorites going forward. So that might have been one of our best chances at the double major. I think we're gonna get eventually, assuming 1v1 and 3v3 keep going in the RLCS like it should. At some point, someone's going to win them both because these guys are just too good. Drally was their best chance. Right now, it's probably Rawas, I would think, if Rawas ends up taking this one at being the first ever double major winner.
Yeah, I think, Rawas, I think you got to say First Killer's got a good shout. Maybe like a Chronic as well. He's still in the tournament. These guys made the grand final in Birmingham, so it's possible. That would, I mean, what a story that would be, just to win 2 events on 2 consecutive days, 2 majors, to get 2 blue titles. I mean, that's what it's all about, really. It's what the players all want. But yeah, we have had a slight delay here. Both players needed to be right back, and now they are back, and we're going to be starting game 6 momentarily. Here we go. Rawas on double match points. He didn't get the first one. Can he do it second time of asking?
Nupo's going to start out with possession and slow roll it out. Rawas deciding that flipping for a 50 is not something he is willing to do. Would rather save his flip and just back off. So it'll be Rawas to take the first shot, as he now will reset on his own back wall. Is he willing to go the distance? It's something we will maybe see in the match after this one from Diaz, but he's not going to be forced to go the distance as Nupo waits all the way on the back line. Rawas lands early, throws a shot on target, and these two guys just testing each other out here at the start of this game.
Shot. Well, Rawas tried to get the ball to his own back corner, didn't give it enough of a hit though, and it falls short. I don't think he realized I put advanced alongside him as well, so he was actually ready for the pass and scores it without any difficulty. We keep saying 1v1's the most scripted game mode. We might be biased, but we're seeing it again here. The potential for a game 7 seems ever present.
Rawas looking to try and make that not the case. He's not out here doing it for the cinema. He wants to get a win, as Nupo jumping early. Rawas chilling on the ground. Maybe he faked him out slightly with those twitches towards the ball. As Nupo loses control of the possession, has boost advantage, and Rawas is actually just going to boom it away. He'd rather reset. Will he go all the way to the corner this time? No, he's going to play better and stick around. He's forced Nupo to flick early, and therefore it's gone a bit high. Can he get another save?
Oh my
into
days.
the crossbar. Rawas will clear it out.
It's what he does, and what comes after, once again, is a goal. The recovery nearly came through, but it wasn't enough, and Rawas hits 2 saves and the counter-attack.
Why does he ever leave for boost? The way he plays when he plays on 0, it seems like he could decide between both. When he sticks around in net, he always seems to find a way to make the play, and then this time in the process, got himself the boost he needed for the counterattack as well. He's going to pop this one up, use his last bit in order to try and buy himself time again. He will reset on the 100 in the back corner. Little fake challenge onto Nupo, who tries to get the bump. Cannot bump Rawas. He has it. He might have an angle.
Listen, a lot of people complain about that being an undefendable shot. Rawas begs to differ. If you need to know how to save air dribble bumps, just take a look at some of his replays and take notes, because he makes them look easy, and now he's walking the ball into the net. 2-1. To pull out these saves with precision and consistency, composure in this setting, something nobody else is doing.
Great setup the other way as well. Reading Nupo in and out of the net. Not bringing the ball to him, instead cutting it around him. And now can he re-land on the back wall after pinching it on the back wall with himself? He's sticking around with 28 boost, and he is so patient and ready to use the last bit that he needs to whenever he needs to clear it out. This is going to be the moment to flick it away. Nupo going to get his own 100, so Rawas is actually going to try and stay here on low boost. I think he's going to have to leave eventually. He did force Nupo to switch the field. Doesn't want to let him have a clean line. He's going to go cut off his air dribble attempt again. Has him on the back wall. It can be awkward to get a dribble going. Rawas does not want to let him do it. Can he get another steal on the other side? Tried to undercut him. Didn't grab it. Nupo long shot to the back wall is not on target, and Rawas will not let him follow up.
That's a really smart clear by Rawas. He stayed supersonic through that one, knowing that there's a chance he's being demo chased from behind, which he was. He's just got his eyes firmly, not just the ball, but also his opponent, but that's open. Great 50 in the back corner. We haven't seen a lot of defensive 50s out of Twisted Minds now, Poe, but that's a great one as he lets the ball bounce off his own back wall. He let Rawas win it almost, and then hits him on the counter.
Hard to dive in the corner. You have to be really sure that you're going to get a favorable bounce. When you try and chase somebody down who's waiting there, it's so likely that the ball can bounce out ahead as a counterattack. And you have to make sure. Well, nice dunk.
It's just the blatant challenge. The challenge that's so dumb that it works. Naupo can see Rawas. Rawas knows that Naupo can see him. And that's why he keeps going. He knows that there's no way he expects me to just keep driving towards him and hit the ball. That's what he's gotten for. It looks like there's going to be a kickoff goal the other way, though. 3-3. Inside wall was a weakness. Roas is so side onto that one. And there's that. Again, that one little switch up has resulted in a goal for both players multiple times.
Maybe that's why they haven't changed their kickoff. They thought, no way does he think I go standard kickoff again, except it's every single kickoff.
They'll never expect the 100th standard kickoff in a row. And this is it. Roas, if he loses this one, it'll be all the momentum to his opponent. Now Paul loses this one, that's the end of his 1v1 season. It really is that simple in ones. No points, no regionals, just one tournament, one winner, one representative of one of the best regions to ever play this game mode. Who's it going to be?
Roas trying to pass to himself, but might have fallen too far out of the play, so Nupo will control it. He's going to lob a soft flick that he gets ahead of. Roas going to try and save as much boost as possible, I would imagine, as he tries to transfer the ground.
50.
It's favorable
Wow.
50, but will die. And now space for Nupo. Has Roas respawning in the back left. He's going to take a dribble straight down the center of the field. A flick.
Wow.
Roas is going to save that. Can he escape, though? Nupo trying to pop it up and keep it in the danger zone, but he's given up. It's a Roas possession.
And there's that low 50 again. This time it does bounce favorably. One boost. He uses it and doesn't really get a lot of speed out of the ball there. Even with the one boost that he was able to save. Lots of space to the right side of the field. Now Po's making a beeline for it. He's got time to turn. Stays grounded. The flick is good. That'll be a lead with just 35 seconds left.
Roas came in here and threw a fake challenge and turned away, and then decided he'd rather cut off this hook shot early. Nupo had the read, collected the flick, controlled it, and sent it before Roas could close the distance. 35 seconds, huge kickoff here for Roas, who has lost it slightly into the blue half. Nupo is going to put it on target. Roas will have that first save. Will he have to follow those saves? He will. He'll have a counterattack.
What? He intentionally lets it get closer to the goal line so that he can save it into the bar in a position that's hard to follow up on. He gets there first. Once again, in and out of his own net in the flash. 24 seconds left. Roas just needs one goal.
Nupo's thinking, I might as well just shoot this on target, but maybe you should never shoot it. Don't give it to Roas at all. If you have the lead, maybe take it away, but he's got himself a good possession and cannot get a boost steal. This one will float up. Roas is up for it first. Nupo has to half flip off, and Roas is actually pogo landing
hold
on the
on.
ground. A bit of an awkward
Hold on.
landing. Nupo's going to try and punish Roas back the other way. Kick it.
He overstepped. And what a hit from the back corner. Gave it absolutely everything. If Roas had 12 more boosts, one more pad he would have had it, but he didn't have enough.
Diagonal kickoff. Huge moment here. It's actually back towards Roas' half. Nupo is going to chase it down. It is lobbed up in the air. Boost advantage for Roas. Nupo is going to back off. He has the ball on top of his car. Sees Nupo behind, who's trying to jump and fake best he
No way.
can. Dribble it straight down the field. Can't keep it up in the air. Flick towards the net. Nupo actually kept it up. Felt like he could have hit it down to the ground. It is still in the air now. Nupo sure gets that one. Here's the game.
I cannot believe that with the 0 seconds play, Roas has tried to just walk the ball into the net and hope that he gets a mind game goal. That is absolutely insane. That would have probably just, I reckon that it would have been the first ever tie game forfeit that we've ever seen if that happened, but it hasn't happened. Of course, we're going to game 7. We all knew it was happening. It's the most scripted game mode. We're in game 7, and it's timeout Roas.
Oh my god, I should have known. I should have known.
Of course.
Roas going up 3-1. It's just, he's the legend, man. I was like, oh, I guess it's going to just be Roas's day, you know. It ends early, but of course not. Of course, another game 7.
I mean, it just keeps happening. Every single, big 1v1 tournament we have, it just seems to go game 7. So, some people are asking, well, do we really need best of 7s in Rocket League? Best of 5, surely it's enough. Well, listen, I mean, we've had quite a few of these end up in game 7s, and when you get there, it's always worth it. But momentum, it's interesting. It should be momentum all for Nifpo, but it doesn't feel like he's got tons of momentum. He's scraped a win there, but it wasn't easy. It feels honestly quite even right now going into this game 7, and it's obviously going to be all mental. It's all about who can stay composed with everything on the line in one game.
even when I watched Rawas really early on when he was playing a much lower stakes tournament, but even when he was much younger and I would feel like would have a harder time holding on to the mental, the guy seems to be very mentally strong. He was in a tournament. It was big. It was against Moxie, of course. And he owned goals in a crucial moment when he needed to make a bracket reset. Didn't phase him at all. Ended up coming back, held his wits about him. So many other players dissolve in that moment. So I've known for a long time that Rawas can be steady here. He's also calling a timeout, giving himself a little bit more time to think about it, get prepped. We've seen a timeout both. It's like defensive timeouts, which is actually kind of unique so far in ones. We've almost seen offensive timeouts where you win and then call it to take a break. But defensive timeouts this time around from both of them.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that he took it, because sometimes it's easy to just get right back into the game, think, I don't need a timeout, I know what I need to do to win, but you just got to take that extra time, maybe even just to psych out your opponent, even if you're planning to do nothing different, even if you're planning to just simply speed flip and then flip into the ball again for the 200th kickoff in a row, it's still worth taking a timeout.
Well, he stopped this one through, and it's got him possession as he takes it into Nupo's corner. Nupo's going to try and pinch it away, and he is dashing to chase down Rawas. It's not going to be an easy control here, even though normally you would think so. Nupo closes that distance, and Rawas trying to pop it up to himself, avoids the demo, and now lobs it towards Nupo's net. He's going to try and continue to make something out of it, which is hard to do here deep in the corner. Instead, Nupo will clear it away. Last bit of boost he has, so now it is a bit of a line game back and forth. Will Rawas let it bounce off? Sometimes players do. He decides not to cut it away. A safer option here for game 7. Flick top left, his nemesis' main move. It doesn't work for him, and Nupo will counter.
It wasn't the best flick, but he thought it was good enough to follow up on. But, I mean, you see how quick the recovery came through. It was buttery smooth. It was instantaneous. And the counter-attack was always going to be a threat there. I feel like with a flick of that caliber, you just have to back down. And it might be 2. That ball's bouncing mid, but too high to immediately play. No problem. He loops around and goes for it again.
It did seem like for a moment there, Rawas was going to get a chance. I'm watching from Rawas. I mean, he didn't expect it either. That's what it comes down to. He didn't expect that bounce to go as far out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retreated back as much as he did. So a 2-0 lead for Nupo within the first minute. Rawas needs a kickoff to go his way. It feels like Nupo's had control of all of them, and he'll push this one into the back wall of Rawas with boost advantage. Rawas has been good here, but you can't imagine he likes to be here as he now makes the first save. Nupo chasing him to the ball, using a ton of boost to do so, so now he's got nothing left over, and he's flipping on the back wall. It seems like Rawas could get a counterattack the other way. Nupo kind of protects the angle that Rawas can take, but Rawas will be the one to get the demo, and he will get a goal.
Yeah, and it eventually ended up as a mistake. You know, that overcommitment in the back corner didn't immediately result in Rawas getting a clear look, but Puckett never recovered his boost. He could never get back in a good position, and he did lose a goal a bit carelessly there. 2-1. Rawas playing in small pads here. There's lots of space on that left side of the field. It looks like it's going to be an air dribble bump here as he comes directly, and once again, the master makes the save.
I mean, even when I'm watching Nupo POV, I'm like, this one actually might be good enough. This one might do it. Oh, no, not again. Rawas, he always survives. Nupo, though, a little vibe for control. He had the space, neither had boost, and he pops one out for a 2-goal lead.
That little bump is all he needed, but he did so well also in the setup. Just a soft touch, wave dash, and a pop on target. But you've got to look out in those game 7s, so the air dribble bumps are going to be a factor. And when somebody's got an option to dribble out wide and they don't take it, that's, I think, a telltale sign the air dribble bump is coming like it was there.
Rawas, huge lob on that save to not allow Nupo to follow up. And he's going to take this one away. He's going to push it back to the sidewall. He's not letting Nupo get a single touch. And now he's trying to chase him down for a demo. Pretty greedy demo there. Forced it back off. Wants the midfield 100. Is going to grab it. I think he has to give up possession in order to get it, though. So he that was maybe a mistake.
Oh, Rawas is looking for demos left, right, and center. Even here, he looks mid, looks for the demo, but he doesn't get it. He loses the ball as a result. And clinical finishing once again. For once, Rawas' saves are few and far between.
Nupo getting a bit of an edge here in this game 7. They've all come down to the wire, it feels like, as well. As Nupo's flick.
Wow.
Sent high. Rawas is having to play a ton of defense. He's doing a good job. Can he get anything out of this? I don't think the recovery from either of them is going to be fast enough. Wait, no, Rawas lands on a pad, and that'll be a big difference.
Yeah, great pathing, Rawas. making sure to flip the first time towards that 12 boost, which got him started with the advantage he needed. I mean, the confidence to just keep attacking with absolutely no boost left in the tank is just textbook now, but he does get in trouble when he overextends every now and then. Half the game gone. It's still 2-goal difference. Roas is being forced back into corners, and he might be in trouble again here. 50-50 is too strong, and it's 5-2.
Both these guys have been doing it to each other. Seeing someone to come out and challenge, just try and guide it straight up into the ceiling. Have it bounce straight down back to yourself. You get it up hard enough, and you will be able to take the shot before the recovery. That's what Nupo does here as he heads to a diagonal kickoff. He has won so many of these. Roas needs to neutralize this a little bit more for the last half of this game.
Oh, it's back corner Barry. He's out already. He couldn't wait. He's already here. But not for too long. Get back in your box, back corner. But we don't need you with 2 minutes left.
That is definitely earlier than you'll ever see somebody wasting time, especially with only a 3-goal lead. That can come back in a second.
Oh,
a great save on Roas, who has landed on the post in net. This is still a dangerous position. Roas trying to half flip to get something going. Nupo sitting on 0, will be patient and flick. Roas soft touch. He really wants to cut it. You see that side flip immediately to try and get a counter. But a bit of a mistake, and he gets bumped, and Nupo scores.
he thought that he was going to have the opening for a counter attack, but look at that from Nupo. He didn't go for the dangerous boost deal that a lot of other players would have gone for. He stayed around in the position, covered the counter attack option, and even gets the goal for himself. It's 4 goals in a series which has swung completely in the favor of the favorite coming in.
Roas on the back wall has a big boost advantage. Nupo's not going to dive. We'll go now as Roas making sure to flip in such a way that he grabs the midfield 100. He doesn't want Nupo to pick up anything. Wants to keep that advantage. He uses that advantage to potentially get a goal. He'll side flip this one, and nice boost starvation in the midfield. Roas gets a third.
Yeah, Roas still alive here. He's not had too much control in this match, and he's made some small mistakes that have been costly. Maybe a bit too demo hungry earlier on, but with 1:12 to go, he needs possession.
Wave dash kickoff from Roas. He does force it into the orange half, but Nupo gets the boost. Roas is just going to dive and dunk. This one is in front of the net. He's going to have to back off. Nupo might be able to counterattack here if he gets a good enough angle. Roas kills the bounce, rolls it to the side wall. But Nupo can be dangerous from this position. Top shelf.
Oh! And Roas, even facing defeat still, he's dropped a compliment in chat for the ceiling double. Such graciousness in what appears to be defeat. In painful circumstances, he needs 4 goals in less than a minute.
And now it's time to delay. No, it's another standard kickoff. I think he does need to mix it up. You need something cheeky if you want to bring back 4 goals in a minute. Nupo on the ball. 12 boosts. He is going to stay glued here. He thinks he can cut off this angle because it's a really tough one for Roas, who keeps the starvation going. This is a great possession for him to eventually score, but he can't eventually score. He needs to score right now, and he misses the double.
Oh, well, it was so close, but it's not going to work out for him. And I think here he comes again. The back corner beckons as the game is all but over. Roas had him on the ropes, but it's going to be Nupo taking the win and representing Mina in rally.
Nupo, what a great performance from him. A great tournament win. First Mina 1v1 RLCS champion. He has been on that form recently. He continues his show match streak. Sure, he maybe lost a game in this series, but he's not going to lose the whole thing. He is headed to Raleigh and LAN.
I mean, it's going to be electric. There's no doubt about it. This guy is just, he's a highlight reel, and Roas made him look a bit normal at times during this match when it comes to his offensive capabilities, his aerials, his mechanics, but he's far from it. There's not really anyone else in the world who can withstand the offense as well as Roas did today. At least no one yet. So NA champion's going to have the work cut out for them. That's no doubt about that.
Yeah, we have crowned the Mina champion. We still have more NA to play today. I know normally we're done, or usually grand final happens, show over, show's not over. We have a lot of NA left to play, or at least one match left to play today, and a lot to play tomorrow. Maybe a potential matchup with Nupo and who he's playing in the next game, Diaz or Wavy. I think a lot of people would have them 1 and 2 over in NA. Either one of them, it's going to be an exciting land.
No question about it, and that's all going to be figured out tomorrow. But congratulations to the Output Twisted Minds, getting to be represented in 3v3 and also in 1v1. And what mental resilience to stave off the 3 match points.
3 match points. Maybe Rawas needed more. It's not going to happen. Nupo, he is a high flyer, and he will fly his way all the way to Raleigh for land.
I've got you hanging on my words. Taste so sweet even when they hurt. You wanna feel, wanna fall in love, wanna give it all up, but you don't want to lose your control. Are we playing this game? Are we playing this game? Are you too afraid, or are you giving in? Let the games begin, 'cause I play to win. Are we playing this game? 'Cause I play to win. Don't want to lose Cause I play to win. You fear that love is hard to find. Not in your heart, but 'cause I play to win. I play this game. I play to win. Turning love to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see.
What a banger, folks. Instant classic. The Middle East North African 1v1 grand finals here. Nupo does hold on and prove all of them right, but Roas made him work for it. What a battle. All the way to Champions Field. Base, I was right.
I mean, yeah, you were right. I don't know if it's because you know what you were talking about, though, but you were right, though. You're right, though. I told you. Man, Roas, man. The defense was just clinical, man. Yo, he was the best ones player in the game. He is the best ones player in the game for the first, like, 4 or 5 games, man. But, I mean, I saw it coming because ones, as Johnny loves to allude to, is scripted. And honestly, everybody knows the old adage. The hardest game to win is the closeout game. And in ones, I feel like that is really felt the most. Roas knows he just has to get a 2-goal lead, 3-goal lead against Naupo in any of these games. Game 5, game 6, and it's over. Naupo's gonna fold. He's gonna crack. But he just can't get there. It's like the net won't allow it to happen. And it credit to Naupo, man, digging deep, taking it one game at a time. He definitely changed the way he approached the series too. Less aggression, more so taking what Roas gives him. And then just, once he got Champions Field, man, he handled business, man. It's a credit to him.
We got Johnny Boy now with us here. Johnny, I mean, quickly, I mean, we got your reactions on the actual cast, but it does at this point feel scripted.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it for years. It's the most scripted game mode. It always goes game 7. There just always seems to be the most tension. I mean, it's likely with the every single touch being so consequential. You don't have teammates to back you up if you make a mistake. Everything is on a knife edge. So that is a good example. If that's your first time seeing 1v1 competitive, then look forward to seeing a little bit more of that in Rally with Naupo against NA's #1.
Yep, we'll see who he's going to play here a little bit. We'll have to wait till the end of tomorrow's gameplay to find out, but we are going to continue to build on the road to Raleigh here for 1v1s. This is what our bracket looks like right now. It's time to find out who First Killer's playing in that upper quarterfinals there. Wavy versus Diaz will be the final match of the day. Tough act to follow. They're going to have to really play it up if they want to make a match as colorful as that one was, but let's get into it, folks. Space Station on one side, deleted on the other. Let's see if Diaz and Wavy. Yeah, just roll with it.
Yeah, both
here he is. Here's Wavy.
Wait, why'd you laugh like that?
I just look at it, Wavy yawn. I mean, I've been hearing about this a lot with I think it was Jack's interview in EU last weekend, saying that the yawn usually just means excited or something similar to that, excited or nervous or both. This should be an absolute banger, though. We've got another clash of styles. We just saw one with Roas against Naupo, and now we got the NA version of that. Diaz is similar in the aerial game sense, but with, I think, a little bit of a difference. it's not all about brute force and speed with this guy. He's a surgeon. He's precise. He's efficient. And one of the reasons why he can air dribble across the whole map without going all in is because his boost management in those air dribbles is second to none. You're going to see him do it. I can guarantee you. We see it every time he plays. He'll air dribble across the whole map and still have 30 boosts left over, and it doesn't make sense.
I mean, we've also, though, seen time and time again, Johnny, in RLCS 3v3s, that the most surgical, precise, like, premeditated teams usually struggle with the players who are the most, let's just hurdle ourselves down the field. If we don't know what we're doing, they can't know what we're doing types of players, you know? Does Wavy fit the bill? Is that how he's had Diaz's number these past few times?
Yeah, he's got some good record. He's got a good record against Wavy. Against Diaz. Sorry, he's got some good matches in the past against him. Recently, Diaz has been the better of the two, and he's been the best player in the Americas. But Wavy in the past has done well against him with sheer volume of shots. You know, whereas it's quality from Diaz, he'll go for the one quality look to get a goal, whereas Wavy will just take 5 shots that all might be the one to cause the defense to crumble, and you know they'll all be quick, they'll all be simple, they're all going to be low risk and very physical as well. So it's a different look at one. It's a different play style that is a lot, I think, easier to execute, and Wavy does it very well.
I feel like Bates, if you with these sort of like heat check styles where you're just like throwing tons of goals on net, you do also force the defender to burn a lot more boost, which just makes it more tricky for them on the defense.
It sure does make it real tricky, unless you're like a Roas or somebody at that caliber with that much composure facing that offensive onslaught. In a 1v1 game, you usually tend to crumble. So it'll be interesting to match the battle of play styles, as JB was just talking about.
Wavy versus Diaz. Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. We'll make our predictions on the desk as well. Johnny, who you got?
I've got to go with Diaz. He's the informed guy. He's just been incredible in the preseason, in this RLCS season. He's also, looked the best during the season as well. And the last time that these two guys did play, I believe that Diaz won 4-0. So I've got to go with Diaz, unless they played a different match that I'm not aware of since the 4-0. Yeah, I've got to say Diaz is going to take this one.
Bates?
I felt like it'd be bad if we all went Diaz. I think last match was 55-45. I would say this was about a 60-40, maybe 65-35. I'm going to take Wavy doing under an upset and just want to put him out there. I think that if he's going to win, he's got to play great defense. He's got to really execute, and hopefully has to throw Diaz off his game a little bit.
I like it. I like it there. I think that Diaz, I mean, we talked about him in the pre-show as being the favorite for the tournament, the player everyone's got their eyes on. If you had to pick one person, that was the one the desk was going with there. I'm also going to go with Diaz on this one. So 2 for Diaz, 1 for Wavy up here. It should be a good match to close out main event Saturday. How's the chat feeling about it? How, do we get to put the logos underneath us? Is that going to happen? We're going to find out here in a moment, folks. The graphics will. There they are. Boom. Look at it. Look at it and enjoy it. Now, how do you feel about it, chat? Chat, kind of in the same spot, in the exact same spot here. We're 2-1 in chat, 2-1 on the desk.
65-35.
Exactly.
Yes,
right there, folks. Beautiful stuff. Let's get into it. Final match of the day. Winner advances to the semifinals. Losers got to play one more match of the quarters tomorrow. Both getting to stay alive to Championship Sunday. Everything to play for, nothing to lose. Let's play some Rocket League. Wavy versus Diaz to close out the day.
We just saw one of the most intense finals possible, and both of these players are trying to make it to their own tomorrow in North America. We've got Wavy versus Diaz. I'm Herc, your Fear, and we've got our last upper bracket round of Saturday. Today's Saturday. I'm just preemptively excited.
You know, we had a championship. We just had a championship, so I completely understand.
It basically is like Sunday.
Yeah, we got Diaz versus Wavy, and you know what? This could be a championship. It would not surprise me too much if we watch Diaz and Wavy again in the grand final tomorrow. I'm excited to see Diaz. He comes in as the favorite. We were talking about Nupo as he just got his win over there in Mina and how he came in as the favorite. I would say he was less of a favorite than Diaz is. That is how he has been in North America right now, but he's got to prove it against a guy that historically he's had a tough time here and there, as Wavy is kind of that defensive player that Rawas was giving Nupo trouble, and Diaz is going to start off on offense. He has gotten shot after shot, but Wavy has survived. A boost advantage for Diaz, though, so no counterattack as Diaz resets it. Wavy's going for a boost steal. Is he going to get away with that? Oh, wait, he bailed out of it. Never mind. He's going to go back to his back corner.
Was getting a little brave on that one there. You got to be careful at the beginning stages of these game ones, especially against somebody like Diaz, because, well, once he gets his opener, I feel like this is where the build is going to start off. Although Wavy's not going to fumble too much on this, but great little a soft opener here for Diaz.
Yeah, Diaz, he's leaning back. As he gets that 50, he's making sure he gets the reset. So right as the ball comes to the ground, he's snapping, dashing down to the ground. He's going to have a much faster recovery than Wavy out of that position and uses that for his advantage. Wavy is going to slam one in his own net to make sure Diaz does.
At least he's like laughing it off a little bit. But dang, you know what? It happens. You can't avoid it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he really shouldn't be too upset with himself because it was a big kickoff win. The real problem was he lost the kickoff horrendously, and now he felt like he needed to do something to try and stop it. It's kind of like a close margin. Maybe you shoot it to your own back wall. Doing nothing is getting scored on, so, I mean, you might own goal. It's not the biggest deal in the world. You really need to make your money there at the kickoff before that moment, as Diaz is now going to be up 2-0, undercutting Wavy here and trying to put this to the center box. Did not catch a demo here. Wavy's actually going to undercut him. Now they're both going back the other way. Diaz recovery makes the save. Both of them low on boost, but Diaz will recover quicker. And now into the skies. He likes low, or not low, I should say slow control dribbles. They're not low. They go high. They go to the top of the arena, and he gets himself a third goal.
Yeah, definitely in that one. Beautiful control like you were talking about too, and Wavy just a tiny bit behind as far as, you know, reading that shot on there. So a 3-0 lead as quickly as this game started. Diaz, like I said, as soon as he gets that first one, he's one of those players that you really just start to see build. Everybody's been talking about him ever since, you know, those qualifiers had began. And I mean it for good reasoning, right? This is a very, very composed player, one of the higher ups and favorites for this weekend. But like you said, a favorite, but not like in a slam out way. You just expect him to come in playing some very solid Rocket League. Same can be said for Wavy though. Little 1-2 over Diaz to at least get himself into the board.
Yeah, he did a good job holding on to possession, resetting it. Diaz trying to pick which way he's going to turn in shadow, and actually Wavy seems to catch him right as he picks the opposite direction. He does his best to throw that half flip back on the ball, but does not connect. I'm ready to see some more kickoffs. I think these guys will do different ones. Nupo and Ross, I just had to watch the same kickoff like 50,000 times in a row. I think that these guys will mix it up a bit more, but I don't think they mixed it up a ton on this previous kickoff as Diaz is going to get around a bump, should have a hook shot. I don't think Wavy's getting back, make it 4-1.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. It's just Diaz still continuing to build and follow himself the way he's been this entire time. A little bit too much space given to him, takes advantage. And yeah, just like that, he just keeps that lead at 3. Maybe the new kickoff, so you get something a little special. And off the kickoff, Diaz.
Just forces it right, gets a win. I'll watch again from Wavy POV. Wavy maybe a little bit too centered on the ball and ends up flipping out past it. Diaz does a better job of squaring up and pushing through. Got ourselves a diagonal as Wavy. I think we're going to see a lot more wave dash kickoff from him. That's what I was expected to see coming into this game. Just a ton of wave dash recovery. There's a chance that you hop on to the big moment in the match and your brain kind of turns off and you just go back to what you've done a million times in ranked, which is just flipping in towards that ball. But I expect to see a lot more wave dash recovery from Wavy. Diaz, nice speed. He is still in free play. He's been in free play all tournaments and he's up 6-1.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's working out for him. You got to respect the grind on it. Little bit caught out, but you know what? You're 1 away from Brazil. That's exactly where he wants to be. 2 minutes left in this game number 1. I got to ask, you know, I know most people did have a little bit of a favorite. The whole, what was it, 65-40? He came down a little bit on this one. Do you feel it was like that, or is this one supposed to at least be on paper a little bit closer?
I think it's less close. I think teammates were trying to make the argument that Wavy, you know, had more percent than I think people were implying. Nice, Blake. This is my this is my fault. Wavy gets to score that because you made me say it. No, I think Diaz is a heavy favorite here. I think Wavy had his number early on. I think Diaz has kind of figured out how to get wins against Wavy in recent memory, and nobody in North America has really given him a good run for his money. First killer maybe a little bit, but even then that matchup is heavily Diaz favored, and the more I talk about it, the more goals Wavy can score.
I was gonna say, I feel like now that I finally got you to talk about Wavy a little bit, he's like, oh well, okay, well now it's my turn. So Yeah, there you have it. A little bit of a wavy comeback here in the last 20 seconds or so. Cutting that lead down at least to half, which is a little bit more doable with the just over 90 seconds to go here in this game. Number one, Diaz, though, is going to try and extend off it. The demo on the goal line could actually open up some room off the spawn. Trying to carry it around here in the corner. Little Diaz touch, and possession goes back in the hit.
Yeah, Wavy touched it too strong and then couldn't catch back up to it to actually make a shot out of it. Diaz is just going to accelerate the ball. He sees Wavy defending on the back wall in the corner, and he says, if you're going to try and stop my aerial, you're not going to be able to stop me just hitting the ball.
He's even like facing like towards there's a whole lot of questions I got going on that one, but there's not even enough time. Everything in ones is so quick. I was talking about it before on off broadcast, but like this is such a special game mode because truly it is one of the few times you can say if you blink, you will miss like a good 2 moves right there. Diaz is going to take this one all the way back to his own end, have a little reset and recollect moment. 100 boost to work with, one end, potentially to the other, 2 touches, no reset down.
Credit to Wavy, he stops Diaz's first full field air dribble. That is not an easy thing to do. Wavy's going to try and attack back the other way. Diaz has the save. And now it's going to launch one. Diaz had just strong touches left and right. Normally, the way Diaz is breaking down games is just slow air dribbles, resets, reads you on defense. Right now, he's actually had a really quick midfield game, catching Wavy out of position. He's got a well-rounded one, so well-rounded that Wavy said, I have had enough. It is going to be a forfeit from Wavy in game number 1 as Diaz goes up early.
You definitely got to respect it too, knowing when to call it quits on this one. And I don't by any means think it's like a tilter either. He had a pretty good mindset on it. Unfortunately for him, it did start out with the own goal, and then from there it was kind of back and forth. Slowly started to get into the swing of things, but ultimately Diaz, once he had his catch outs on Wavy, not even necessarily baiting him out, just I really think playing a little bit faster in all honesty and a lot more controlled. Wavy just couldn't really get back into the flow of things here, and Diaz was just a very fairly clean game number 1.
Yeah, Wavy's going to have to try and break the confidence from Diaz because he clearly is playing like he knows he can get these wins just flowing around the map and has yet to be tested. I mean, he got going early. Wavy didn't really show what he can do. Wavy's the kind of guy who can break you down and force you to play that nitty-gritty ones game. But right now, he just hasn't had the speed to match Diaz. Diaz has been faster in the midfield, quicker to every ball. And Wavy, it's not a timeout. I mean, it'd be kind of crazy out of the first game to take a timeout, but in a way it is the way these forfeits work. He's going to, take a breather instead of continuing playing out the game. I feel like he gets like a couple more moments to think that way. Feels a little bit more in control. You didn't beat me. I just quit. So maybe that'll help him in his mental going into game number 2 because he's going to need a switch up. So far, Diaz proven why we've been saying he's the favorite.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like you said, this is a lot of this is riding on Wavy's mental right now. Whether people realize it or not, very early on, it is too easy to spiral, right? We've seen this in a couple of series past throughout the rest of the day, but right now the focus is on can Wavy get back, or does Diaz just continue to have his way with the field like he has been?
Diaz this time starting his air dribble off the ceiling as he goes the length of the pitch. We love to see this. We promised you'd get it. And the reset shot goes top shelf.
We were waiting to see if he was actually going to eventually do it. The second time we saw him, I knew if Wavy wasn't already up at right before this point, it was probably going over, and he did. You got your long length shot. Diaz, I mean, he couldn't have opened up game number 2 any better.
He is so unique in this. I mean, you'll see players do this, but nobody does it as comfortably and as regularly as Diaz. And the biggest thing about it is it really takes out a whole portion of the ones game that can be really awkward. You get sent to your back wall. What do? How do you control it? It's impossible to get a good play out of it. Diaz has created a best play out of it whenever he gets forced to that back wall. And that has been a huge part of why he's had such success in the ones game recently. Right now, he's trying to regain control here as Wavy is not on the right side of the ball, although Wavy should have a sidewall. Can he get something going? Has a reset. Diaz waiting in net. Will go for a wave dash shot and gets it past Diaz.
And this is something I was catching a lot of Wavy on. Any shot from the sidewall is usually where he feels the most comfortable. Although seeing him come from the left side is a little different. This guy is pretty right side heavy sometimes. So seeing him have something comfortable on that left side, I feel opens up the field to him a lot more. So tied game off kickoff. Little powerful flick from Diaz, gonna get sent backward and out. Little cut sends it straight back to that backboard. Follow-up shot, bottom 90. Diaz just playing tennis off that board with Wavy.
As soon as you see a defender going in and out of the nets, it is impossible to make adjustments left and right. They can jump back down maybe if they need to get back down low, but they are not going to be able to move laterally. Diaz, recognizing that, just drops it into the bottom corner. No adjustment can be made from Wavy. Not sure he regrets necessarily going for the in and out save on 0 boost. Sitting on the ground can sometimes be just as bad. He's trying to keep his car moving in order to make meaningful saves. If he does make a save, maybe he gets to escape. Nice little fake here, low 50. Now just needs to corral the ball. It'll be an easy walk-in.
Hey, you take what you can, right? And I will say this is definitely progress from that game number 1. It's a lot more, methodical with what Wavy's been bringing to the table this time. Not so out of sorts. Off kickoff, though, this one pops up. Boost steal from the mid goes to Diaz, so Wavy forced all the way back, and I fear there goes the pop again. Taking his time, has the flip, hasn't used it yet, almost forced it in.
Diaz faked it the whole way. Diaz, I thought he had done what he needed to. He got Wavy dancing, expecting the flip, but then Wavy found a way to get back and stop it on the post. Diaz will roll through here. Look at this pop from Diaz. It's the counter to getting a reset. A lot of players will expect you to get a reset, slow the ball down. Sometimes you just roll through. I know it might seem simple, but it's a big difference from what he would have gotten otherwise, and that pushes it out past the early challenge from Wavy. He's got the lead once again.
I feel like that's what makes Diaz so special is with some of the things that you've been saying about him is the amount of options that he's been able to create for himself in so many different scenarios, right? Most players might, opt for, one kind of standard version to a play. He's got like 2 or 3 different versions that he can choose from out of his deck, and that really has been kind of tripping Wavy up on a couple of these plays here. But less than 3 minutes to go, only down by 1, definitely plenty of time to get back into the swing of things, although Diaz is going to try and extend this out to 2. Wavy was already up in the air and made his challenge.
Yeah, Diaz trying to hesitate slightly in order to see if he can get Wavy off foot here on his challenge, but Wavy's doing a good job defensively, timing when he needs to leave to make a play. Now diving out with 0 boost in order to try and pre-flip this one away. It's not going to quite succeed, so Diaz back to his most comfortable spot. A nice slow air dribble. He knows Wavy is coming to challenge early, so I don't know if he intentionally got over the top of the ball or just a bit of a mistake. Either way, trying to force it back down, now forced to launch it away. Wavy, clean catch, will get himself a possession here, an attempt to try to tie the game. Can he get underneath this ball? No, he's going to go for a rolling type flick. He could have hook shot, but he kind of waited too long to make a play and made it easy on Diaz, who's going to quickly counterattack as he gets this dribble going in a moment's notice. Wavy has a save. Can he get the follow-up? Looks like he will. So Diaz elects to retreat, and this is what I'm talking about. He's now got the ball in his favorite spot. You thought you put it to his own back wall? No, this is where he's most lethal. Although this time he will let it fall to the ground. Now back into another dribble, wants a 50. Wavy makes the first save and gets a demo. Diaz might have been able to follow it up, but space for Wavy as he maybe attacks the other way.
It's so interesting. I'm sure you know better than I do. Oh, little flick off crossbar, down and in from the bottom. But I was gonna say, Diaz is so freestyler coded. You can definitely tell Wavy is definitely coming from that threes background, so it's a little bit more solid and methodical as far as all right, plan A has to happen in order for part B to go down into the plan. But Diaz is I have 40,000 tricks up my sleeve, and you don't know which one I'm gonna pick on this one.
Definitely. He is the kind of guy who can read anything, even when the ball bounces down in his favor. He'll just put it on target. The improvisation from him when he controls the ball is apparently also there when Wavy's the one to set him up.
I did not think that this was going to bounce around and in. I fully thought that it hit the outer part of the crossbar. Did not think it was going post back in. A 1-goal lead to Diaz. That's what you and I were both saying. Tricks up his sleeve. He's incredible when it comes to that improv, but just again the sheer accuracy that we've gotten from him out of these first 2 games. Same to be said for Wavy though. A powerful shot to tie things up.
Diaz retreating back for the 100. Wanted to close some of that distance. Wavy's not going to let him as he just accelerates the ball as he looks to shorten that play. But now diagonal kickoff, big moments here as you can start to hold on to leads with a minute left to go, and Wavy is going to lose a kickoff heavy. This is not what you want to see as a Wavy fan.
No, it definitely is not. Unfortunate for him. I mean, of course, it just plays right out into Diaz's favor. Just a beautiful little touch there, slot it on in. And then a minute, just like that, you had your lead, you got back into things, and then it disappears from you within a moment's time. Wavy, quite a big portion of his boost is constantly getting used on having to, get back in time and defend against Diaz. So, and Diaz is definitely recognizing that he just has to play a little bit of time there. Wavy is fairly boost starved when it comes to playing in his own half. This one, at least gonna 50 out towards mid. Small breather, bump on him. 35 to go.
Diaz not sure if Wavy's gonna dive on the ball. Does pop it, gets undercut slightly. As they both vie for control, Diaz reads the midfield challenge, pops it over the top of him, and gets himself a 2-goal lead. He is so comfortable just hanging out near this ball. Wavy doesn't really have much choice but to try and dive. It gets red, and now he's gonna need some kickoff brilliance.
The interesting thing is, though, this is not a lower bracket match. This is upper. So everybody does have one more life. And, I'm saying that to the Wavy fans out there that are probably freaking out because he did have such a great qualifier run to get in here. I feel like he had a fairly, I wouldn't say like difficult, but like hard bracket. He had to, take down a number of people, but I think one of the more notable ones was that he did take down Cosmic and Chronic, and the Chronic 3-1 was interesting, but Diaz's was more. He takes him down in game number 2, and we get our first timeout of the series.
Wavy taking the timeout as we see Diaz walk away. He's going to take advantage of the timeout. This is standard 3v3. This is standard 3v3 timeout. You lose 2 games, you call a timeout. Wavy is apparently, going to stick to that strategy here. Diaz may benefit from it as well, but you talked about Wavy had a good set of opponents that he was able to win against. It's not like he had a free ride by any means, but right now, North America runs through one South American, and it's Diaz. So Diaz is the guy who you have to try and get a win against if you want to prove that you can win a tournament. And right now, Diaz showing that maybe it is just him at the top.
Yeah, I honestly think that Diaz is a player to have your eyes on. People have been talking about him to me all weekend, saying like, oh, Diaz is his favorite. Diaz is his player to watch out for. And I'm like, I don't know. But no, he is definitely proving it doesn't matter what side of the group, what side of the bracket you are coming into. You are facing off one of the absolute top players out there. And for good reasoning. I got to watch Wavy's run throughout the weekend. I felt like he did really, really good. And then you're coming into this and you're watching it and you're like, dang, like Diaz has him red right now. And like, what can you do to really slow him down?
I couldn't tell you. I've watched Diaz play against a lot of good players recently. And it seems like, just like we were talking about in the previous series, sometimes you got to hope that they, don't perform slightly. They start making some mistakes when they're playing to this insane level. Diaz, quick in the midfield, controlled, hasn't left any free nets, isn't letting Wavy play his regular kind of flick or maybe air dribble bump game. We saw him doing that a lot to people in the qualifiers on the way here. Diaz is maybe not even letting him get possessions in the first place. So Wavy is got to be thinking to himself, you see he's got like the thinker's pose right now as he sits back and goes, well, what is it that I have to do? I know I've beat this guy before, but it's been a while.
A full-on head scratch.
Yeah, I mean, he perfectly summarizes what it's maybe like to play against Diaz. Just like, I don't know what to do, looking off and maybe smiling as somebody talked to him. But hopefully they give him the answer. I don't know what the answer is right now. It seems like Diaz is a little bit too much to handle.
I mean, if I'm being really honest, I do think Wavy might need to play things a little bit slower, kind of just allow Diaz the space to do what he wants, right? Because if you, for example, right, we've seen Diaz go from one end of the field to the other multiple times. Let him do his thing. Give yourself a little bit more time to anticipate some of these shots. Don't, get a little too antsy and jump at him, because right now you're missing those challenges. So maybe slow things down a little bit. Let him come to you rather than you going to him, and see if that changes things up, because this next one is everything. Game number 3 is a swing game. If Diaz can take this, he already owns match point.
You really got to make Diaz outplay you. Problem is, he might just still outplay you. But here you go. You talked about it. Wavy backing off, kind of looking to make a save on the goal line instead of trying to vie at the midfield. And this one pays off big as Diaz gets on the wrong side of the ball, taps it away. That's going to be a clean take. Wavy knows he doesn't have to worry about Diaz making any sort of touch. He sees a clean line, takes it, and maybe his first lead he's had in the series.
Yeah, I was like, this feels like a little rarity right now. Definitely has been able to tie things up, but I'm not quite sure he's had an opening lead yet. But yeah, like I was saying, I do think he needs to just play this a little bit slower. You know, Diaz has already forced space into his favor, but if you allot it, then you are controlling how much he gets. It's Wavy, very low boost, try to take a shot forward. Diaz just enough to take one back, but slow enough for Wavy to make the clear out to corner.
Will Wavy, oh my goodness, Diaz just chained some dashes together and dives. I was going to see if Wavy was going to go for a dribble. There's been a few different times that Wavy has tried to undercut Diaz to no success. Diaz is going to play this into an air dribble. Wavy able to intercept it. Can Diaz put the chokehold down though and keep Wavy pinned back on 0 boost? He's got him there now. Wavy out to the midfield, gets the 100. Did he leave the net open though? Wavy, can he recover in time? No, Diaz on the board.
I really thought he was gonna be able to do it, and I just say that because we were doing like these like funny fake interviews where we were like, okay man, like what is the thing that is really like been helping you here? But
Wavy, I think we might have lost Hercules for a moment as Diaz is going to take a chance on net. Wavy on 0 boost, again, stuck in a position that's going to be really hard to deal with, but Diaz on 0 as well. And actually a hook shot is powerful. It's to the top shelf, and it is not in. Diaz pops this one up, going quickly. Wants to undercut Wavy, see if he can get a boost steal. Wavy still has enough to work with though. Challenge. Can Wavy recover? There's a tight angle. Diaz doesn't want to shoot right away. He's trying to cut it away from the net to force Wavy to make a bad challenge. And instead, Wavy is able to send it all the way to the back wall. Diaz not playing through the air this time. In fact, a rare dribble, and he loses control of it, going a little bit too quickly. Cannot get underneath the ball to make a flick. And now a catching up the side wall. Diaz waiting out, gets a reset late near the net. Didn't like his chances on net, will bail out. Wavy's actually running ahead of Diaz on the play to try and see if he can get a steal and maybe end this possession. He has been having a tough time dealing with extended Diaz possessions as Diaz from the stealing. Soft touch, waiting out the shot to see if Diaz is going to, or sorry, Wavy is going to react. Wavy eventually does. He puts another one on target. Wavy with 0 boost. This one falling from the top. Diaz not going to take the big risk. He's going to play it safe. Let Wavy make the first save and get the follow-up instead. A 2-1 lead for Diaz, who is not worrying here. It can be so tempting to try and force the issue. Think you have an opportunity, that ball falling down with a low boost defender. Maybe go for it? No. Play the long con. There's lots of time on the clock to get your goal. And that's exactly what Diaz does. Wavy flipping off the top of Diaz's car on this kickoff. And now this ball getting forced into the corner. Diaz trying to make something happen. Picks up the 100. Wavy again finds himself in a place he does not want to be. Reset. Wavy in and out of the net. Diaz waiting to shoot. He loves the slow play in ones, but he does not succeed this time.
I listen, I just was like, I felt like we hadn't got to hear you enough, and I had to give you more time to analyze and enjoy yourself, because I wanted to come back for a Wavy goal, and so I needed all that time to wait for it to finally happen off the sidewall to himself. Tied game. That was such light work, Fee.
I guess you do.
I love this game.
Tied up here in game number 3 between Diaz and Wavy, as Diaz forcing this one straight down the center is actually able to steal the boost. It even plays off Wavy's bump. Wavy trying to pick up the 100, accelerates Diaz and helps him get scored on.
Unfortunate. I mean, you thought off the bump maybe he'd get to it, but no boost in the tank. Easy little catch out there for Diaz to put it on through. I mean, I come back, you think it's tied, but no, it is the same story we saw in games 1 and 2. Diaz catching him on the breaks. Wavy played it. I mean, not fast or slow, just he had no boost. That's unfortunate at that point, right? But minute 35 on the clock here. Diaz off the sidewall, enough to work with. Gets caught up by Wavy. Wavy gonna go up from the side. Diaz is gonna have to wait to anticipate, and he does. Played the little patient game, worked out in his favor.
Diaz gonna switch the field here. Wavy trying to chase him down. He's actually just let Wavy set up the sidewall for him. He says, listen, I don't have to get the touch. You can get it for me. I'll take the air dribble all the same, and I'll dunk you on the goal line to take a 2-goal lead.
You know that's gotta be frustrating too, because you saw Wavy just immediately like sit back, heavy breathe. As soon as that first touch went, even Wavy knew like this was gonna be near impossible to kind of like recover out of, and it was. But just over a minute off the kickoff, if Wavy can find something, might be able to find some sort of momentum. This one gets sent out into that corner there. Wavy does get that 100 boost, so he has enough to try and control this ball over Diaz, but even on nothing, Diaz is making it work for now, although this one's gonna bounce in, out, and around, and Diaz still gets away with murder.
That was a must score there for Wavy. He cannot afford to not be scoring. I mean, that was an open net that he did not convert. That's not how you beat Diaz. You do not beat Diaz by missing those. You beat him by scoring every single one of them and more. So the fact that he doesn't convert is not a great sign for him going forward, but he is at least still on offense. Diaz gonna make a save and bring this to a side wall. He's back to where he likes to play. It's a walk in the park for him. It's a flick. It's denied by Wavy as he resets in his own corner. A good save that ends the possession, and try and see what he can do in the air himself, as he's got a nice reset and he'll use it. Diaz expecting him to fake it. The shot is in and he's within one.
Finally, a little bit of space for Wavy to work with too, at least to have the time to control this ball just over Diaz. That reset, 11 seconds on the clock. This kickoff is very, very important.
Will there be a mix-up or a heavy mix-up from either one of these guys? It's a wave dash kickoff from Wavy. I expect him to use that as his main kickoff. Diaz playing this back towards the side wall. Not necessarily a time-wasting thing. That's where he likes to play no matter what. He loves a good wall to air dribble. Now 0 seconds. I don't expect Diaz to keep that ball up anymore. He'll cut it away. He will secure his Game 3 win. Diaz has put himself on match point nice and early in this series.
Not too shabby. 15 shots, though, in total from Diaz. A heavily defensive game that Wavy had to play off this one. I mean, when you are stuck in your own half like that, you've got to make every single shot count. And then, of course, in the replays in that one, he did. But that shot that had ping-ponged around and out, I really felt was kind of like the beginning of the end. And that's just unfortunate. But not impossible. I don't know what the stats are in like reverse sweeping in one's best of sevens, but I have a feeling it is a grossly low percent.
It's not 0. It doesn't look good for Wavy. Usually it has more to do with how the whole series has been played. I mean, sure, sometimes you can go down 3-0 in close fashion. I would not say that that is how Wavy has gone down 3-0. He has gone down 3-0 in dominant fashion. Doesn't mean that he can't turn it around. You see him kind of trying to shrug it off. He needs to try and stay in the upper bracket. It can be tough to play through lowers. Only have 1 life left to go. Diaz has been a tough guy to beat, and you tell you what, he's not sweating it at all. You see Wavy, he is stressing out. Diaz is continuing to play the free play he has always played here in this ones tournament as we head to game number 4.
Right now, Diaz on match point and first goal again. Every time we've seen it, though, no matter what, he has been able to follow through with a win. So I don't know if it's a karmic thing or not, but if you are a Diaz fan, that is a great sign headed into this game 4.
Diaz in full control. It only takes him seconds. He's right back where he's been all series. Nice little bump. Diaz cannot stop it. Wavy has something go his way. He's going to need a few more than just that. But a little bump on Diaz as they're both low boost off the kickoff, and he gets enough that Diaz can only own goal it.
Now you got to see what you get off kickoff. This one back. Wavy try and follow it. Diaz just a bit faster, and of course that boost catch out. You would think in most cases could have turned around to be really dangerous really, really quickly, but already up off the ceiling. Wavy in position, gonna try and squish it in. He does, and actually manages to keep this one out.
An incredible save. They find themselves on the wrong side of the ball. Diaz hands it over to him. Wavy was just waiting over there. It was like, Diaz, don't give him the ball. He's out there expecting you to hand it to him, and I guess Diaz just couldn't react in time. He's like, oh no, I think I'm handing it over. And just passes it over to Wavy. That's what Wavy's gonna need, those kind of mistakes. Got aggressive, just predicted what Diaz is going to do. He's expecting him to try and reset. Diaz is that kind of guy who loves to reset back wall after a miss. You know, he'll just go again and again, keep possession. Wavy Not going to let him do that. Going to make him at least play on his toes, cut back if he's forced to. Wavy has himself a lead. A few seconds into this game. Make it another one.
Yep. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's like we were saying before, right? If you can, slow things down, look at it from a broader perspective, this is going to become a lot easier on you. And like you said, if you start recognizing patterns that Diaz does, then, this game becomes a little bit more readable as opposed to what the first 3 looked like. So great sign of life here for Wavy. A 2-goal lead and hopefully keeping it that way as this one got sent out to the corner. But a demo out there could be interesting. The Diaz cut comes through, and the lead sent to 1.
Definitely a miracle respawn. I'm not sure the respawn on the map that would have done it, but it definitely would have had to be one of those 2 close respawns near that corner. He doesn't get him. He needs to work on his RNG a little bit. And now Diaz within 1. Seems like the kind of guy you need to get out of this game early. He has found his way into a winning position in every single one of these. Wavy, a cheeky little set of bumps, but he couldn't get the half flip. Now he's going to have to deal with a full boost. Diaz in the back corner. This is a nightmare situation if you're having to defend against him, and this is why.
I just feel for it. Those moments, too, where you need a half flip backwards and you're just like in a little bit of panic, just makes everything feels like it falls apart. And Diaz recognized it. He had all the control, headed all the way into that half of the field there. And, well, there it is. Tied game. 3.5 to go. Now, reminder, guys, forfeits are allowed, but obviously you are not going to forfeit that game 4. You are going to push all the way to the end. Wavy trying to hunt down the demo. Might have been the wrong call. Almost hit it off the bar and out. Instead, it just went straight in.
Just insult to injury. You think he's made it back. He's like, wait, I might have an epic crossbar save. Nope, I've accidentally own goaled it. I have no other choice. It's hard to blame him for trying to make a play. That play does not work out, so he'll have to play from behind. I like this delayed kickoff here as he's trying to get 1 step ahead. The problem is it's going to go straight towards his net. Nice save this time. Manages to not own goal it. Instead, push it off his post. Problem for him is Diaz has control. He sees Wavy getting up early on the back wall, decides not to dribble to him, and instead starts to dribble on the ground. Will he get a ground pinch on target? He will not. He gets to the corner in time for the boost to respawn after Wavy had grabbed it there earlier. And now is it a full dribble? Oh, Wavy is expecting that. And Diaz knew it, so he just waited for a second and let Wavy fly by. And now he'll play it off the bounce instead. Diaz is just 1 step ahead. At every moment, the 50 is not quite in, but possession is still in Diaz's control.
No, this time Wavy definitely can thank the post for bailing him out of that one. And the demo keeps this one in his possession. Little close for comfort on that back pass to the wall there for me at least. But this 150's through and Wavy has the space and the time to tie things up at the halfway mark.
Diaz respawns and looks to try and dive right away. There's a lot of options that you can make when you get demoed. A lot of players feel really uncomfortable with the amount of space between them and the ball, so they want to close that distance. Usually they'll take a little bit of momentum to get there, and then they think, well, I better challenge now. I don't know if I can turn in shadow. Sometimes you can surprise players with that immediate dive. Wavy not surprised as Diaz tries to side flip into that top right corner. He is playing on 27 boost, but he doesn't seem to worry as Wavy overcommits towards the side wall and Diaz gets a 5th.
Oh, that's a tilter too, because he also just slowly was getting back into it, and then now he's playing from behind again like he was in that first and second game there. But Diaz, I mean, recognizes, there's got to be a level of frustration that's going on in Wavy's mind right now, especially with how close things have been and the progress that he had found in this game number 4. But 2:13 on the clock, Diaz from the sidewall takes his time, has a split, uses it, and Wavy to keep this one out.
Kept the first one out, but there's never just one when it's Diaz. Wavy actually did a good job dashing out to the midfield to grab 100. Diaz making it simple. Just gets down into the corner and just pops the ball towards the net. Knows that he'll probably make contact with Wavy and bump him out of the way. It doesn't need to be crazy. It can be as simple as just a catch and a goal.
Man, that's got to be so frustrating. But again, like as somebody who's got a little bit of cope on this, it's only a 2-goal deficit with a 2 minute on the clock. Right now, if you're Wavy, you just got to go back to, what you enjoy. I think he needs to find a way to get back up into the air. Unfortunately, he's just so boxed into having to play defense that, that is the priority on his mind is where is Diaz at all times so I don't let him get one long touch out that I'm not back for. Crossbar down.
So close. So close on that one. Wavy has the ball, but he's still not in a good spot. He has such low boost. Diaz is actually just going to straight half flip it there. I was saying Diaz had the advantage because he had such great boost to recover, but apparently he can just score immediately off the dunk and backflip it in.
Fair enough. At that point, you just gotta throw your hands up and be like, all right, I accept, you know, whatever you've got going on right now is just everything is a magnet into the net. Diaz is gonna take this from the corner, try and get all the way in. Wavy, little cut there. One to head on into that last minute.
Yeah, Wavy gets, you know, relative freebie based on what Diaz has been giving him beforehand. He's been so controlled in the air. There's been once or twice maybe where he hasn't protected the ball clean, and he definitely wasn't protecting that one. Allows Wavy to take it, but finds himself in a familiar position. Sidewall dribble. Not going to take it off the wall, instead go off the bounce. Wavy able to challenge him. Little reset catch to try and see if he can get some separation. But Diaz seems so patient, so comfortable. Says, no problem. I'll just head back to my corner. I know I'm getting my possession eventually, and here it is. I'm back to my favorite spot. What are you going to do? Nothing.
Oh my God, just every time I have seen this like full length effort, I am just in awe of just how powerful. You would truly think that somebody would have the time to sit there and read it and predict when to come through, but no, it's just something special when Diaz does it. 3-goal lead into that last minute or so here, potentially 4 as this one goes crossbar down, bounce up, but he's got just enough to tap it on in. And Diaz, honestly, it feels like bullying at this point.
Diaz is setting the bar. He is setting the bar right now in this tournament. Everybody should be watching this and getting worried because you may be thinking, oh, well, it's just Wavy. No, no, no. Wavy is one of the top bracket players in this game. He's one of the favorites, you know, kind of in the tier below Diaz. And Diaz is making it seem like it's a foregone conclusion that he'll win every game. But I did just enough hyping up Diaz to give Wavy a goal. So 36 seconds. A good play from Wavy as he bumps Diaz to make sure this one finds its way. It's not impossible. He's going to need a few kickoffs in a row. Maybe a little delay chip to the left on a kickoff like this diagonal. It's actually a delay chip to the right. It's not going to be as easy to follow up. I would think that way. But it's easier said than done. Diaz trying to slam the ball. Wavy reads that. Dunks. Maybe doesn't even have a choice not to read it. He needs to go on the ball right now every second. Chain dashing his way back. Wants to stop this shot, but can't. And it'll be 10 goals for Diaz.
Yeah, that'll do it. Double digits is enough to I think, end this game here. I could be wrong, but with what we've been seeing and the way things have been going, it's not looking too good for Wavy. But maybe something special off the kickoff and a couple miracle shots could bring him back into this one. Off the kickoff, Wavy just plays it further back, and I think he's just going to let Diaz do his thing with this.
Yeah, he tried to maybe see if Diaz would hand him the ball. Diaz played a great counter to the non-kickoff that Wavy ran. And you know what? In retrospect, probably a nightmare situation to let Diaz bring it to the back wall with a 100 boost and do what he does best, but you can't blame Wavy for looking for some answer because whatever he was doing before wasn't it. The problem is he's going to have to think and go again if he wants to face him again in the final or something because this one is going to go Diaz's way.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. 5 seconds left on the clock, 11-6, but a 4-0 sweep at the end of the day. I mean, everybody's been saying it. Diaz is a favorite, and for good reasoning. I think this was a great way, like you said, to set the bar and the tone headed into Championship Sunday.
Wavy's reward for not being able to take down Diaz, his first killer in the lowers. And if he can manage to get past that, Evo. So just about everybody who we have had as a potential favorite, he's going to have to make his way through. And those are the kind of journeys that make great players because it'll almost certainly have to finish with Diaz again in the grand final. And that would be no better way to prove it. But for now, he could not prove it against Mr. Diaz, the South American, showing why he is rank 1 in the ladder, I think, and ranked right now, and is just rank 1 in North America.
I mean, I still wouldn't be too upset if I were Wavy. You do got to respect the fact that Diaz is a top contender, like if not the top right now. At least in contention with first killer, but a lot to work on headed into tomorrow. Like you said, you got to face off against first killer up next, but for now you can rest, you can be grateful that it is over for the time being and look forward to Sunday.
Yeah, 2 sweeps in the upper bracket here. Evo sweeps Zapatos, Diaz sweeps Wavy. I tell you one thing, based on what I know about 1v1 and the level of cinema, do not expect too many sweeps tomorrow. It is going to be a close battle in North America. For today, the matches are done.
And with that, our main event Saturday comes to a close. Wavy put up the best fight he could, but my goodness. Johnny, you kind of summed it up there at the end. You were like, yeah, there was 11 goals here in game 4, and the 11th one was a barn burner spectacular.
I think my eyes did. I hope my eyes didn't deceive me. I swear I saw the replay of Diaz's 11th goal cut in when he's already in the air dribbling. He's just in the air for the entire replay, getting a reset on the ceiling, another one on the ball, scoring, and he probably still had boost left over. I don't know how he does it. He's the most efficient aerial player I've ever seen. It looks like his boost does more. We might have to check him PC.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, Bates. It was like a 29-16 goal differential, if I'm reading the numbers correctly here. Obviously, those numbers are different in 1v1s than they are in 3v3s. That's not as big of a surprise in this situation as it would be as like a 3v3 score line there. But still, almost double the goals here. Diaz is cooking right now.
Yeah, he's on fire. I mean, it was real easy for him, clinical, and you could tell as the series progressed, he continuously just got more and more comfortable each and every game, all the way up until the 11th goal of game number 4, where he's cross-map air dribbling, resetting like it's nobody's business. Wavy, you're gonna need a good, nice rest. You're gonna have to relock in, because how do you beat First Killer and you come out a little bit slow? You looked passive, looked like you didn't want to go seize the game, and if you don't go take the game from your opponent in 1v1 at this stage, you're not gonna get the job done. So big ups to Diaz. He should be the favorite.
I mean, Bates, you have experience in competitions of this sort, where like Wavy here has. We saw at the end on his camera, he looked dejected. He looked really like that was a hard loss, and it's got to be super hard when you're the only player on the pitch. You literally cannot blame anyone other than yourself. He's gonna have to dig deep tonight.
Yeah, he's got to dig deep, and maybe I was maybe just switched up the way he even goes about the 1v1 matches. Maybe have somebody else on the call with them. I was wondering why none of the families are ever behind the players, rooting them on, cheering them on. You just have like some positive reinforcement when something goes right, and even if something necessarily goes wrong, just to somebody to back you up and say it's okay, we can still keep going. Because once it's a very momentum-based game mode, and you want to have as many control factors are in your favor in order to increase your chances of winning against a young man named Diaz, who has complete aerial control from his goal all the way to yours.
I mean, based off of Diaz, Johnny was the favorite coming into the tournament. He was the player we were talking about as like the most likely to win here in North America. We saw who the competitor is going to be in Raleigh for whoever wins this tournament, as Nupo wins in Mina. How do we feel about that matchup, assuming Diaz were to be able to get the job done tomorrow?
Well, Diaz did beat Ruas in a cross-server show match just earlier this week, and that was a show match where he played with like 130 ping. Ruas had 100,
Ooh.
so he was at a slight disadvantage, and he beat Ruas 4-2. So he's definitely at that level. We saw Nupo Ruas earlier. Those guys are obviously at a crazy level. Diaz is right. I think he's right there with them. It's up to the rest of this tournament to prove that they can ascend to that level alongside him, because right now he looks to be the only player at that tier. You know, maybe an Evo can sneak up to there with the defensive style. I think in a high pressure situation he could get a lot of free goals against anyone, so Evo's stylistically maybe could be a shout. But yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Diaz today and so far this tournament looks like the clear favorite, but whether he can execute that on Championship Sunday is a different question, because in 3v3 in RLCS this season, they haven't been able to with complexity. So now we'll find out, can Diaz do it in 1v1?
Yeah, I mean, Bates, I feel like we've seen plenty of times in RLCS, especially in North America, like the favorite go up against a competitor where there's just, at least on the day, a clear mismatch, and they get to just style on them, and it makes it kind of like, I feel like, elevates and inflates in our mind, exaggerates how good we think the player is. Diaz got to look like he was better than the world in this matchup. This feels like this wasn't actually a good demonstration. He wasn't put to the test, so I don't actually even value the good we saw from Diaz in this match.
He wasn't put to the test. You're exactly on the money with that. I mean, we went from a Mina grand final where you got an output versus Ruas playing the highest level of Rocket League possible, And then you play this matchup in Wavy and Diaz. Wavy definitely not playing to his level. Diaz, we don't know what his level is currently in this tournament because nobody's really pushed him to that brink. You want to see, you want to be able to see what FK can do tomorrow. Potentially, he might be able to up his level. Evo's been playing really good, as Johnny talked about. And even Wavy, you want to see Wavy kind of bounce back. I know he can play better than that. So hopefully somebody tomorrow can push him, make him have to work, and then you'd be like, okay, if Diaz does ultimately come out victorious, when he goes up against Naupo and Raleigh, he's going to have a great chance.
Johnny, I want to see Zapato's bounce back as well. I feel like Zapato's versus Chronic, if he can really kind of get back to that peak form we saw from him earlier, that could be a really great match there at the start of tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. I think Zapatos, he played a style today that it required him to execute to a very high level with his flick game, and he wasn't able to produce his best. And against a player like Evo, you need your best. So we'll see tomorrow if he can either make a playstyle adjustment or execute his style to a higher level.
We'll see if they can get it done. We're actually joined now by the winner of Upper Bracket Round 1 and who now waits in the semifinals for the results of that Zapatos versus Chronic matchup. Diaz is here with us. Diaz, congratulations on the victory and for making it through to Championship Sunday in the top 4. You obviously have had a crazy season on Complexity playing in the 3v3 roster. What was it like preparing for this 1v1 tournament?
I was like just playing some rankeds and grinding. 2v2, yeah, that's it.
What parts of, I mean, obviously Rocket League, everything kind of translates, but why does practicing 2v2 help you prepare for 1v1s more so than practicing 3v3s?
To be consistent, like training some max, like that.
Gotcha, Bates.
Hey Diaz, man, congratulations, 1. And number
Thank
2,
you.
how does it feel to be the favorite of this tournament?
Ooh.
I feel very comfortable because I know I can beat everyone. So yeah, very confident.
And yeah, Diaz, you and the rest of the North American tournament, you're all playing for the chance to go to Raleigh and play against Naupo. We now know who's there. Is that extra motivation for you? How badly do you want to go to Raleigh and play against him in front of a crowd?
I want to go to Major so much because I always dreamed it, and I want to beat Naupo, and yeah, is it.
Who do you, Diaz, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us here before at the end of a long day of competition. I know you got to get ready for tomorrow. Just a last question. You make it to the grand finals tomorrow. Who do you want to face off against?
Probably Wavy again.
Wavy again. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can make the run back and see if we get the rematch there. Diaz, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, we'll see him on Championship Sunday. That was the matchup, folks. We are done with the gameplay for the day. Tomorrow, we got 5 matches locked and loaded. Mina is all done and dusted, so it's only time here for North America. We'll see Zapatos versus Chronic to start things off, and then Wavy versus First Killer. The winner of those 2 matches will face off against Diaz and Evo, respectively. And the winner of the semifinals will play in the grand finals for the hopes of going to Raleigh. Big stuff on the line here, and especially extra stuff here, Bates. Thinking about Diaz in particular, Complexity did not qualify for Raleigh here, so he's not going to Raleigh unless he wins this event where Ultimates players, they're going, they feel comfortable about this. There's still actually a number of the players in the tournament here versus the Mina finals where we saw where both players had already qualified. Here in North America, there's still a lot of players who could punch their ticket that is not guaranteed right now to go to Raleigh.
And that's the benefit of having the 1v1 in RLCS, because 3v3 is a team-based game mode. You only have so many great teams that can make it. If you're truly great at 1v1, if you keep working by yourself to improve, you have a chance, another opportunity of making a major in RLCS land and even making the RLCS World Championship. So all these players, as long as 1v1's in RLCS, they should be grinding for it, because it just gives you more opportunities, man, and more avenues, more lanes to make a name for yourself, more money to be had, and more just prestige and overall Rocket League honors that you can earn.
That is so true. An incredible new thing we're doing here in 2025 with the 1v1s, and I cannot wait for the first ever 1v1 Open North American Regional Championship Sunday. That will be kicking off tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Pacific for the pre-show, with the first match at 10 a.m. Pacific right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.